And now that we're on top, everybody's trying to knock us off. It's us versus them. We must protect this house. Will you protect this house? I will. We must protect this house.
The shop is open.
I never let you down, I'ma shine on sight. Keep your mind on your grind and off of mine's alright, right? Hard, I'ma ball on them squares. I float in $250,000 cars everywhere I go. I know in the lead it may seem me might be, but no matter what they doing, they don't do it like me. Like a G, I hold it down for the town I'm at. In a flash like that, recognize I'm back. Strike a match, catch a 5 a.m. moment I decide that's enough for all your lies, boy, you bud just died. Step inside, super fly, took the shoes and they cool. Then exit out with all the bitches like we always do. My desire to retire, grow with every new crew. Cause these guys just don't ride like my nigga used to. Tight jeans, funny haircuts, dancing on the screen. It's a crowd of real niggas in the game, so it seems. Just pretend to holler, pimp and get a shit of black. Next he say he trapping in my head. I'm like, why? Be yourself. You ain't got a pimp bone in your body. I can tell you ain't never bought a kid called a body. Nigga probably just seen Wayne Gucci Mane. Me and Boosie all go to prison. They flipping whole every nigga tripping. Listen, dude, for you that ain't in the car. Think the power's in the gun, but overall it's in your heart. Nowadays I don't know what's up with niggas in the A. Guess he think he in the game, but he really in the way. Violate. Now we're having conversations in the joint with cats who done it, and I promise that I put you on point. I'm disappointed in you, dog. You ain't holding it down at all, but I ain't going in your jaw. I'm just gonna show you how to ball. Standing tall through the storm on the yard in the dorms, cats in prison who expecting me to represent for 'em. I never let you down. I'ma shine on sight. Keep your mind on your grind and off of mine's all right. Right hard, I'ma ball on the squares. I float in $250,000 cars everywhere. I know, in the lead it may see me might be, but no matter what they doing, they don't do it like me. Like a G, I hold it down for the town I'm at. In a flash like that, recognize I'm back. Strike a match, catch a 5 CTI, add gas. What's a Molotov cocktail that never break the glass? Scary ass nigga wanna come for me, you better bring it. I ain't mad, I forgive them, God, I know they ain't mean it. Yeah, I seen it all before, hate I'm poppin' and they ain't. Wreck they brain trying to think of how to stop it and they can't. Ain't that lame, but then that hatred manifests pure malice. I'm no longer being careless, I'ma let you niggas have it. Won't be satisfied till somebody dies, and I'm patient waiting. Know me and the Reaper on a first name basis now. I'ma let you make it now, stay totally out the way for you. But know that we can take it any place you wanna take it to. Hating in your blood, cuz guess it's just too late for you. All I can do is pray for you or organize a way for you. Your choice, clearly I ain't hearing your voice. Keep it up and I'ma send your ass to kill when I enjoy. Hey, you can have the bottom partner, I'm up in the skybox. I got shit locked down, nigga, why stop now? I'm so above, you hover over something's white drop down. I'm so profound, it goes down and I never let you down. I'ma shine on sight, keep your mind on your grind and off of mine's all right. Right hard, I'ma ball on the squares. I float in $250,000 cars everywhere. I know, in the lead it may see me might be, but no matter what they doing, they don't do it like me. Like a G, I hold it down for the town I'm at. In a flash like that, recognize I'm back. I'm back.
Yeah, some days I just wanna leave the negativity in my head. I just want relief from my stress. I just want relief from my stress. Some days I don't wanna see you have a bunch of people to impress. I just want relief from my stress. Yeah, I just want relief from my stress. Late nights, staring out the window doing 85. Got my state of mind, yeah. Walking on that gray line, hoping that my stress dies. It's like I hate it, but I love it at the same time. Pressure pushing me from all sides, insecurities of all kinds, yeah. I'm a hostage to my own pride. Most important things in life to me are things I know I can't buy. Yeah, it's me in phases. I'm not in the mood yet to meet another stranger. I'm not in the mood yet to have a conversation and talk about a bunch of things that I don't feel amazed with. Getting too close to me, whoa, could be dangerous. I don't like that energy, I leave the situation. All this negativity that I can't get away from. All this negativity I think I need a break from. I'm thankful, but some days I just wanna leave the negativity in my head. I just want relief from my stress. I just want relief from my stress. Some days I don't wanna see you have a bunch of people to impress. I just want relief from my stress. Yeah, I just want relief from my stress. Yo, this life got my head spinning. Wonder what I'd do if I knew these were my last minutes. Wonder if I had a week to live, would I stay tripping? Wasting every day that I had left trying to sell tickets. Or maybe call my dad, say I love him and laugh with him. Take a couple days and get away from this fast living. I don't love my work the way I did, man. This whole business has got me feeling jaded. Friends I had, now they act different. It's all switching. Whoa, yeah, it's pretty hard to watch. Things you used to love turn to things that you wish you forgot. Real moments that make you question the things that you want. It's got me growing mentally, but stressing me out till I drop over the top. It's where I live on a daily basis. I always find a way to find the bad in good situations. It's sad, huh? Yeah, I live my life on the edge. Don't want the meds. I'm just trying to get relief from my stress, you know? Some days, I just want to leave the negativity in my head. I just want relief from my stress. I just want relief from my stress. Some days, I don't want to see or have a bunch of people to impress. I just want relief from my stress. Yeah, I just want relief from my stress. These stress levels are not healthy. I'm waiting for that call saying records are not selling. I wonder when this all disappears and they forget me. Will I feel like I found who I was or be more empty? I wonder, was I wrong thinking this is where God led me? Or did I get involved with something that was too heavy? I drive until I'm lost and just sit in my car yelling. My inner critic talks. I'm just hoping that God helps me to stop stressing. Yeah. Someday, I just wanna leave the negativity in my head. I just want relief from my stress. I just want relief from my stress. Someday, I don't wanna see or have a bunch of people to impress. I just want relief from my stress. Yeah, I just want relief from my stress. Yeah, someday. Yeah, some days I just wanna leave the, I just wanna leave the.
Father, the sleeper has awakened!
What's good, YouTube? It is Sunday. It's 11:14 a.m. I'm Artisan MC, and this is Shop Talk Live. Thank you guys for coming through right now. No microphone set up. It's loud as fuck in my ears. So let me know if you guys can hear me clearly with a 1 in the chat. Got a lot of air on my side. So, give me a 1 in the chat. It's all works off of engagement. This is your first time to the show. Welcome. Donate a like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. I take my phone off at all, so I didn't think you guys wanted the show today. It's like, fuck it, where are the freedoms? Sorry, I am at home today. I protect the ring. Okay, that's good. So I just have to deal with that weird sound. I have an air sound about that. Oh, it's probably it's the PlayStation. I suppose. I was up until 4 a.m. last night, like gaming and some other shit, right? And I didn't fall asleep in the best position, did not sleep as well, and when I woke up, my video game was stuck. So basically, I fell asleep and my game was on in the hallway. My character stood in the hallway for about 8 hours. I had to think about this stuff in terms of if this was a real person. And that character patient as fuck, dude. He was just, I ain't moving. He didn't move me. Dude, my legs hurt. My legs hurt. Don't fall. Don't fall. Don't fall. You know, you gotta think of it since if you were in the video game. And they just been standing there in the hallway since 4 in the morning. Everything else moving around and they just frozen in the hallway, which is stupid. So I'm trying to start the show up because I literally just woke up 20 minutes ago. So I'm trying to fire up so, how's that, Aquateki? Better, less? What's shit? Why'd I do that? Here we go. Let's see if that works. Because I'm a little far from it. It's not sitting as close as I would want it to because it'll be in the view of the microphone. If you can't see it, but it's right here. Bring it closer, it's going to be right in view of the camera because I got that low intimate angle, which they say you're not supposed to do on YouTube. But yeah, I listen. Do it the way I fucking feel like it. The way it worked for me until I actually turn this room into an actual studio. I'm going to use it as is. Architect gave me the thumbs up, so I'm trusting Architect. So I'm still stuck. My character is overburdened, like I'm always overburdened in life and on video games, apparently. And I'm trying to sell off all this shit this character is carrying so I can run again. So I can run again and get to the next thing I was trying to do. But this is what happened when you game late at night and you get in that angry mode where everybody can get it. Everybody can get it. And everybody did. Pretty much. Oh shit, I didn't do that. I was listening to Art Igmore last night on Coliseum. Brothers was having some good conversations, but that's what I was doing. I'm sitting there listening to them and just doing my thing. So forgive me 1 second, because I just sold something I was not trying to sell. So I need those back. We'll get on with the show. So, as most of you already know, I'm always multitasking, and I see a couple of people with lives started. So, I don't know what's happening, but I can't focus on that. I have to focus on what I have to do right now. So, that's what I'm saying. Kind of disappointing. Oh, I see. I see what it is. I see what it is. Uh-huh. 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 Yeah, that's 3 of them. That makes up for a portion. No. What is this? All right, so like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. I'm gonna have to get this shit rolling regardless. Sunday has gotten really fucking crowded. I guess I need to pick another day to start doing this shit. Or give you guys more entertainment, because initially when I started doing this show, nobody went live on Sundays. There's only one person that really Sundays and it was angry me. Because you're good at this shit. He'll hit it every day, right? New topic every day. He'll hit it. But after a while, it started becoming more and more people showing up on Sunday. And I think it was because you could possibly get more eyes on Sunday. Not necessarily, I just put my shit that far away from everybody else's stuff to where when I talk about geekdom or anything like that, talking about it after it's all come out before it all, recycles on Monday. That I didn't want to talk about it right in the middle of when stuff was going on. Why would I talk about do a huge going on geekdom, then you get to Friday and something new is coming. It didn't make any sense to me because I would be going to the movies on Friday. I'd watch whatever I was watching on Saturday, maybe some stuff on one show or so on Sunday night. Okay, so then I have a whole week to actually go over what's been coming out before someone of the business takes a collective break. It just worked better for me. Excuse me. Told y'all I'd do it this way though. So it just became something to do and the most effective time to do it. Not like I can't find a bunch of those idiots to kill again. So this is the wrong time for me to fall asleep. I have all this shit to do on this game. Yeah. And I hadn't done it. So that's why I did it on Sunday. But now it's like, even when I'm sitting here waiting for like 10, 12 minutes, which is probably usually what I time it as, 12 minutes. I can see how many people actually start going live now at 11 o'clock or 30 minutes before. So it gets a little irritating. So anyway, all right. So we got some life stuff, we got some geek stuff, we got some YouTube stuff. What's up, UFO? UFO flying in. Now we can get with the real criminality because Matt Villainy showed up. What's up, man? All right. Sorry, I'm still halfway distracted by this. Because he's overburdened and where my character is, I have to walk a long way to get back to my fucking horse and get out of this town. Because I can't run. Because I'm carrying too much shit. So what I'm doing is running to all these little shopkeepers, trying to sell all this shit off. So I can get on with my show and my mission. I told you guys I just woke up 20 minutes ago. So it is what the hell it is. What up, Herb? Joe Herb in the building. Saw Herb it stay yesterday. I haven't seen him in a minute. Herb, I didn't ask you, were you going to, I probably should even mention this shit. Are you going to Ford's wedding? I think it's next week. I believe it's next week. too. Everybody's goddamn money. If you're not, it don't matter. I'm going, and I'm thinking I'm not going to stay very long. I'm going to get them to watch them say their vows. See two young people bold enough to try. Oh, you weren't invited? Oh, shit. See, that's why I didn't want to mention shit. They had it really small. I was still surprised I got an invitation because I thought he was mad at me or something. But don't worry, I have a piece of cake for you. Yeah, I just want to see them, step off into their role of being intrepid adventurers on a relationship, and I'll be the fuck out. A couple of people will be there that I should expect, but I'm not really worried about this. Too slow. Jesus Christ. Cheese and rice. Cheese and rice. But I'll take a picture for you. I just want to see Ford get married because I've met Lauren before. Lauren has been at the shop when I was doing the stream at the shop before, when I was teasing her and making her turn fucking red. Lauren's cute. She's cute, and she seems like she's good for Ford. Ford is one of those guys, as we were talking about yesterday, Mr. Z, if he hanging around somewhere, Mr. Zoom, or AM could come in and elaborate more on the story that they were covering because I haven't had a chance to watch AM stream yet. But we were talking about a little bit yesterday on PND that Ford is a normal guy. He's a regular white dude. I mean, he's extra fucking regular. You've seen him on the screen before. He's a regular dude. You mean a regular dude like that who I don't even think he makes $50,000 a year right now. Ford is getting married. Not only can he have a wife, he's going to have a family with him. And so to listen to that goofy shit that Black woman was talking about, like a $50,000 man ain't enough, is absolutely asinine. And every other man standing around us could actually find a woman, an attractive woman, hook up. Lauren's not even ugly or dumb. She's actually smart. She got 2 fucking master's degrees as well. So maybe, not knowing her intimately personally, right? She ain't sat down and been under my scrutiny a hell of a long time, right? But at the same time, she's pretty intelligent. That means if he has kids, he probably got a good chance of them being pretty smart because Ford is a science nerd. Ford would make a fun dad because he would let kids experiment doing some shit. Because that's what he does. What happens if we put baking soda and this together, Dad? I don't know. Let's try it. Get a bowl. Don't tell your mother. That would be Ford. That's exactly what Ford would do. What dudes comments on insulting as hell all day? Ford is a millennial, Joe. Ford is legit a millennial. He's my irritating millennial. All right. So he could say some shit that sounds absolutely offensive, but you haven't known Ford for so goddamn long, more than 20 years of his life, I understand who he is. I understand where he's coming from. I understand where he gets it. And part of my conversation with Ford is always just try to steer him from that shit, right? A little bit. Just give him something else to think about instead of following that same train of thought. Well, why don't you try this? Think of it this way. That's my only job, is to make people think. That's what I see my only job as being, or what I've taken on for myself, is to make people think. to give you enough information for you to actually engage your own brain and not all the rote shit that you've been told you're supposed to say, supposed to think, and respond to at this point in the conversation. No, engage your goddamn brain and think about it on your own. What do you actually feel about it? Right? Finally made it to my horse. Thank fucking God. If you ever play Skyrim, you know where Windhelm is. I had to walk all the way from Windhelm out to the stables, which is a long trek if you are overburdened, slow as shit. So, be that as it may, insulting and all that shit, goofy as he can be, Ford is actually being married to a cute chick who is big and worried about the things that were important. Why is this nigga outside my house? Oh, he about to get murdered. If you don't get the fuck out of here, who the fuck are you? Fuck is this goofball? Oh, see, he tripping. I'm sorry, y'all. This fucking Skyrim. You know how this shit goes. Now, I pulled up at my house in the mountains, and this goofy bastard jumped up and decided he wanted to challenge me. This is something new in the game. Right? You call yourself a wizard? I want to challenge you. So he wants to challenge me. I just got off my horse in front of my house. My character's been standing around in the hallway for 8 hours. Nigga, if you don't get the fuck out my face, you don't get the hell out my face. This dude is gonna die mercilessly. And if I die in the course of this shit, I'm gonna be really pissed off. Because I wasn't here for this shit. I'm showing up to my spot to dump all this stuff off. What up, Aria? The chocolate witch is in the building. And her lips. Let's eat that thing. I wasn't supposed to eat that thing. Damn, I did eat it. Fuck. So anyway, point being is that Ford is a normal fucking dude, right? Makes under $50,000 a year, maybe. Found him a decent girl who's getting married. Now, as jaded as I could be in my experiences, I'm not. I'm just more aware and watchful. I don't shit on anybody who think they can find love and believe in that shit and want to be married, because I know from being married, only the courageous actually try. That's it. Only the courageous actually try. Everybody else won't. They'll just stand in, oh, that look dangerous. So, life is dangerous. You didn't get a choice in starting that, did you? Life starts with 100% certainty that you only get out of it dying. You have 100% goal of dying. Did you stop living life? Or did you just go ahead and live it? I would just went ahead and lived it. Careful, but you lived it. Same thing with marriage. It's just life. You either choosing it to do it with somebody who wants to choose to do it with you, or you're doing it by yourself and not. One way is a little bit more fun. I'm not saying which, it just depends on what you're into. In your life, as you married, is going to be whatever you want it to be. Because you choose how that shit is. It's a choose your own adventure. You choose what the adventure is going to be. Or the two of you choose together. I don't have any malice against people who want to be married and want to try to be married. So, for to see his dad, get divorced from his mom and get remarried, he's seen how that shit work. He's seen me be married and how that shit work. He's seen my boy Jeff get married. My boy Zach get married. Everybody around us has been married. Or is married. What do you think? He wasn't going to try it too? No, it's just circle. Everybody around him is married. All grown men. With families, kids, and houses, and all the rest of that shit. Yeah, he's going to try it. He has no apprehension to try it. He found a chick that loves his goofy ass. Why the fuck wouldn't he? Good. Take his goofy ass off the market. I have to see him moping and shit. So I wish him luck. I honestly do wish him well. I want him to be or have his version of happiness. Same thing I wish for my son and my daughter. Why wouldn't I? That's part of what makes life more fun. It's having somebody you can share most of this other shit with. It just gets harder when you get older because you have more refined taste. So finding somebody at a later stage is tougher because they have to check a lot more boxes. It's a lot easier when you're younger because you stay in contact with a lot more people. They can come in and you can work with each other and find things you like at the same time. So I don't have a problem against young people finding each other and believing in love and all the rest of the shit. Love is real. It's just as far as us in the black community, it's been fucked up. It's been monetized. There's no such thing as love. There's a such thing as you need to have money, and these kids need to be taken care of, and you need to be fronting somebody's lifestyle. But there ain't no such thing as real life. I can say that. That's why SBM. They out. Because these motherfuckers ain't looking at you as shit but McCullough. So, I'm not discouraging him or anything. I think I told him before he should marry her because she liked his goofiness. She was cute and she was smart. Why the fuck not? Most people need to understand that you are not actually perfect as you are. You're not. You're perfect as you were. You'd never have been born. Life is a journey for a reason. When you came here, it's a spirit of soul. This is just the shit that I believe. My own philosophy of this shit. Your soul came here for a reason to figure out something on this plane of existence. We need to figure out the fuck that is. What else you're putting out into the world. Can't be just a bunch of cynicism. There has to be something more. There's something more that you're supposed to be here fucking doing. Now, if you don't have a higher calling for yourself, other than working and money, then you're probably not living to your fullest extent of your abilities. You're not. Wow! Took that in your head off. There's a challenge for you. Go find your head. Go find your fucking head. Get this body off my stoop. I wish I could show you all this shit. I should leave his ass out there, but no. Take his fucking headless body and leave it in front of my door. I'm going to run my horse away. It's a pain in the ass to go finding your fucking horses. Frost is down. Frost ain't ran. Stayed there while I had this little wizard fight with this dude. Stupid ass. Ended up doing that backhand spin and cutting his head off. So his head rolled down the hill and his body stopped, laid right there next to my door. So it is what it is. What up to the package man? So, point being, Forrest getting married, under $50,000 earning due, and he's getting married to a cute chick. I'll go see that. I'll go support that. I will. I won't put no doom and gloom on him and say, oh, it's going to be terrible. She's going to take him for everything. For a white guy, he'll be all right. You'll be all right. Only people that have to really worry about that heavy is black folks. That's it. The reason why you can see it in all these other races, white boys get a long ways being married to one shit. A long ways. And get into a lot more shit that can be more entertaining for them. All right? Why? Because they're not bound by the same dysfunctions as black folks. They pick it up. Everybody picks it up. They ain't bound by the same shit. They got their own culture that they get into, and their culture that believes in them being boys. You actually personally they fit some of the rest of that shit. These are the ones I know. And marriage is always the goal. It's never the destination less traveled. It is always the goal. They set out to actually be married with a woman who likes them. The women set out to have a husband. Now, you can call them a simp, you can call them whatever you want to, because I know plenty of married white guys, and yeah, they seem very simpish to me. But they also seem, for a long time, very fucking married. Here's what the hell it is. What's your end result that you want? They decided theirs. We as black folks get to decide ours. If we knew what the fuck it is that we actually want. We weren't constantly stuck on trying to have what we see rich white folks have. They can be dysfunctional too in their own way. You've been around enough of them, you know that shit. So they're nothing to idolize. You can admire certain aspects of anybody, but you have to understand that they're just people at the end of the day. And they do their own fucked up shit. And if you're not in that circle, you wouldn't know what it was. You would have not a clue. Alright, almost done, you guys. Finally made it into the house, and I'm dropping all this armor off so I can save and turn this shit off. I'm just too organized. And if you're worried about getting to the geek stuff yet, you can support the stream. That makes this shit happen a lot quicker. I'll tell you that much. Close confessions. So, title of the stream today was given to me by, unknowingly, BGS yesterday. And he said something that caught my ear in saying that in the conversation we were having on yesterday's D&D, I'm forgetting the context, but it came up that he called it progress, but he called it Tombstone progress. And I thought that was a very interesting term to use, because there is a form of progress that is made only by people dying. And it does strike me interesting with the stuff that I have swirling around in my head for the show today about how Kathleen Kennedy, in my belief, put why she pushes the character Geo the Rock so hard because I hadn't read the stories and I didn't realize that it looked like a tombstone that people carry around. And to me, and all the stuff I was hearing, it said that's her talking about George Lucas. That's what fucking Geo Tarak is. Geo Tarak is George Lucas. Something that won't move, has the force but will not move. But is looks like a tombstone. And I started thinking about it and really hitting on that idea. That's her talking about George Lucas. That's what that shit is. That's a passive aggressive dig at George Lucas. Because everything else she does is all kind of passive aggressive shit, right? She will screw up his character, she'll screw up his legacy character, she'll do that shit wantonly. On purpose, right? No, there's no other way to look at that shit. She does that shit on purpose. She wants legitimately to fuck up that man's legacy, right? But this is one character that she champions every fucking time, and she tries to put into everything that she's doing, and it's the Geo Tarak. And I'm like, what is the fucking significance of this character? And then it dawned on me when I heard that what the character looked like. It's like a tombstone. I'm like, oh. So he's trying to signal the end of his shit. It's what it is. Oh, okay. I get it now. You want him to know that shit is over. That I'm taking this and this will be mine now. And you can do nothing about it. All right, Rich. All right, that's one way to play it. That's all it looks like to me. And when I looked at it and did the whole, what's it called, like an anagram of how you can jumble letters around and make other words out of it. You put in one more letter, you spell George. It does spell George. So I was like, huh. I know smart chicks that think they too goddamn smart and actually want to talk shit about people. And they do it in a fashion that they don't think that people will know. So I think that's what it is. That's why this character is actually there. It's her putting George Lucas into her own creation, and he is just a headstone. He is just a dumb rock. Doesn't talk, can't do anything, but it has the force. It has to be carried out. I think that's a real big slight. Real big slight. I think it's a low key passive aggressive slight just to get over and throwing shade at George, because I don't put that shit past her. She don't seem to have a problem doing anything else with his material to destroy it, turn it into what it's not. Take his characters that are parts of him and destroy them like a whole fucking Dalek. You know, she's doing all of this shit purposefully. And for me, if you're doing it purposely, there is no mistaking. There is no mistaking why you are there doing that shit. You're doing it because you know it's the wrong thing to do, but you don't give a fuck. You want to do it. You want it to be there. You want it to stand out like that. Because you, in fact, are a hateful bitch. You want to destroy this man's legacy, not add to it. And that's why she gets so up in arms with people that want to protect his legacy. And she's always upset about it. Every time I hear a story about how mad this woman is that somebody else is coming in and making a change to Lucas's canon to use his older characters again, she's upset. You have to ask yourself, why is she upset? She's upset because she doesn't want his legacy saved. She doesn't want it viewed in a good light. She wants the shit destroyed. And she's had a hell of a time trying to do it herself. But she stays undaunted and trying. She doesn't stop. And with her last breath, she will keep doing that until she can ruin it completely. So I said she's like an opportunistic infection, a fucking chest burster, dude. Her beef with George and now, but I understand Steven goes to something. I wouldn't even say it's serious. It's just her. It's just something with her. She has a problem with people who created shit. She might have always thought it was stupid. Because mind you, she sat in Steven's camp for a long fucking time. That's why she has producing credits on so much shit. Started with Steven Spielberg. That's why she got producing credits. They put her on. Now, did she have to perform the finger cuffs to get put on or something like that? I don't fucking know. But she acted like that's what it was. That she had to do something strange for some change to get on. And now that she got enough power over herself, she gonna make them pay for all the shit that they did. Like, dude, but you acting like they raped you or some shit. Like, I don't understand that shit. I don't understand somebody taking that much effort, that much time out of their life to actually go about fucking up something that you have created your whole life, unless they're a jilted lover, you did something to them reprehensible, or you did something to their kid reprehensible. All right? Those are the only times I see that shit happen. Those are the only times that it actually makes sense. Because if nothing's been done to you personally, why are you going so goddamn hard? Why do you have that much time to be focused on that shit like that? Now, you can just write it off simply as that she's a miserable bitch. Oh, I do believe that. I have no doubt she's a miserable bitch. Told you, I found out where she was from. She's from the Bay Area. She's from Berkeley. She's from Berkeley. I'm pretty sure she's a miserable bitch. I've never seen a smile that she's giving that looks legit. Does not look legit. That's why I don't think two things breed happy people. Strict veganism and feminism. They don't breed happy people. They always look withered and angry. Always look withered and angry. I don't understand that. You think you're doing everything so much better than everyone else, then why are you fucking upset? Doesn't make any sense. So it's like you should be good, right? So yeah, you gotta put it differently in YouTube, Herb. So I would highlight your comment, make the same comment, but reverse those words or something like that. So then I don't get in trouble for this shit because they like to hold content creators accountable for what other random fucking people do. That's more feminism for you. You're responsible for what somebody else said all day mouth. Oh, fuck, I'm not that grown. I'm waiting for her to throw in Nerf Herder named George into one of her productions. What productions? Every one of her fucking productions is somebody else's production done her way. Every one of them. And that's what I'm seeing now because I'm seeing too much of this shit. I think that's what it is. I'm getting oversaturated with shit that's making me miserable. Right? It's like ingesting poison. Once you've hit your limit of ingesting too much, you're gonna have to let it work its way out your system. What I'm seeing is these new age feminist writers, they don't actually write anything. They fill in blanks. They only want to do what has worked successfully for somebody else. Somebody else has made a lot of money doing it. They see that. They latch on to that. And their next pitch is to do something like that. Right? That's all they do. I want to do something like that. I want to do my such and such. Like this, skeleton crew show. It's not a new concept. It's not. How have you heard it pitched? Oh, it's like Stranger Things. Let's do what's successful. We want to copy what somebody else did. Just do it in our world, in our way. Well, it's not going to be Stranger Things in space. It's going to be a bunch of kids in space fighting monsters. A bunch of Padawans. Just call it what it is. But the fact is, you don't know exactly what the shit is anyway. That's why you have to relate it to people by saying Stranger Things in space. Because you don't have a way to classify it. That means you're making it up as you go. You're just, with that as your mandate, what do? You just write shit like Stranger Things. You're not doing anything original. You're just trying to make it as close to this other thing as possible so you can garner that audience. The reason Stranger Things blew up, Stranger Things wasn't even doing anything really new in one sense, is that was just an 80s show. That's what the fun of the show is. It's 80s nostalgia. Well, if you lived through the 80s, we had a bunch of shows like that. A bunch of shows is just kids. That's the fun of the Goonies. It's just kids being not the side characters to the main protagonist of the main story, but they are the story. The story is the kids. They're the ones in the lead roles. They're the ones driving the story. These little kids going through this adult situations like Goonies and Monster Squad and Sandlot, shit like that. Stand By Me. These are movies centered on children who deal with adult shit. And you see that children are young adults. They're just smaller adults. And that adults are just grown-up children. That's it. Yeah, 80s nostalgia for the woke time. Exactly, Aquateki. Exactly the point. So in that sense, all they did was successfully capture that and bring that back to this new age audience that didn't live in the 80s. But at the same time, they got the love because they did it pretty cool for people who actually did live through the 80s, which was Xers. That show had the best season it's had because they're using fucking Metallica. Metallica ain't something that no millennials fucking listen to right now. Ain't no Z sitting there bumping fucking Metallica. Get the fuck out of here. It's like all them Guns N' Roses references in Thor: Love and Thunder. Taika Waititi ain't no millennial. He ain't damn sure ain't a Z. It's an old fucker. An old Xer. Raving about the shit that he liked. That what he thinks most of the audience is won't know anything about it. Or will capture that 80s nostalgia. Since they backwards into, troll in the 80s for ideas. In fun times. That tells you how fucked up your current time is. They have to go back at least 30 to 40 years to tell you a story that's interesting enough for you to watch it. Because that's fun. This was a funner time. We did all of this shit. And in that sense, you see how far you fucking fallen and how much you've actually lost. Like, shit, that one seems like a little bit more fun. I thought it was so dangerous that kids didn't go outside. 80s kids stayed the fuck outside. Being in the house was a punishment. Kids nowadays think being put outside is a punishment. See how things have changed? Even if you're outside nowadays, it's hard as fuck to get somebody pried away from that goddamn cell phone for 10 seconds so they can interact with a live person. Because they want to treat you like a goddamn NPC. Culture has gone backwards. It hasn't improved. It's lost things. And that's why shows like Stranger Things actually catch that audience, catch that zeitgeist to people who love that stuff because they recognize what was lost. And the show that actually gives that to you again in a real way will become popular. Such as Stranger Things. Now, because these new woke motherfuckers who are just as old or older than me and have survived so long off of pimping other folks' stuff off, all they can do is copy. They're not originators of shit. Ideas, concepts, nothing. Everything that they have and do is regurgitated from somebody else more creative. They're doing the same shit Hollywood did back in the 80s and 90s that made it fail to the point that they had to use and start trolling geekdom to get their winning content. That's why they came. They didn't come to geekdom because they just knew this was the best thing going. They came to geekdom because that's where all the fucking ideas were. That was the only thing going. The thing that worked. That's where everybody else was. Because they weren't buying the bullshit you were putting out. And so all these producers start running into fucking geekdom and trying to grab up anything they could to stake their name on and push their next level of bullshit on. Because this worked. This was working. It had its own fan base. It had its own audience. You just got to throw them something and let them watch it. But what they did is took advantage of the geekdom in a very black phone weirdo kind of way, which we're just going to take your childhood hostage and make you tell us you love them or tell us you love us to give this to you. We're going to parse it out to you. Knowing damn well they don't care a fuck about geekdom, whatever. And you see it in the stuff they produce. They don't give a shit about geekdom whatsoever. That's why they can produce shit like this. Because they don't care. There's no way in hell somebody who cares about the products or the IPs that they're using would do half of the shit these people have done. Look. Shout out to Denis Villeneuve for doing the last Doom movie. That was the most accurate Doom movie you've ever seen. Next to, I say movie, because the sci-fi one was not a movie. It was on cable. So a little different rules. But live action wise, that Doom was the most accurate you've ever seen. And why? Because a person who read that book back when he was like 13 or 14, same age as the main character in the book, read it and loved it. Loved it so much he got into writing, he got into directing, he got into filming. And as things happened, he was such a big fan of that shit and a big director. When the movie came around, they offered it to him and he took that shit on. And he took it to make it as accurate to the book as he could possibly do. To do that book justice that meant so much to him. That's where you get your Doom movie. That's what you got. That's why you have it. Not because Denis Villeneuve was just some producer trying to get paid off of the next thing, the next IP that came down the pipe. No. He wanted to do it because he wanted to do it justice. to show his love for the product, not just the IP. And he did that shit. And I thought that dude movie was awesome. It was awesome. It sounded good. It looked good. It was big. It was a bit different from the original, and I had to take my hat off to him for that shit because, like, shit, I thought David Lynch did the awesome job. I said he was off as fuck, but having read these stories and stuff now, dude, you did your thing. Thank you very fucking much. I got something in my eye. So these other goof troops who can't seem to get out of their own way with doing some reprehensible. It's like, why the fuck are they even here, dude? Like, do you not have anything else to do? There has to be something else you're more talented at doing, because it's not this. But this is why I don't throw a lot of shine onto the producers. Producers are like Puffy. Yeah, they spent the money to get you in the studio and stuff like that, but they always want to be all in the videos. I don't care who the fuck you are. You're supposed to be behind the scenes for a reason. If you could be in front, you would have been in front. But you weren't. That wasn't your path. Your path was to be in the back. You be in the fucking back. Know your role. This goofy bitch in Star Wars, she wants credit as a creator. But she ain't created nothing. She hasn't created. Yeah, she should. Toya, yeah, she should. Pointing that shit out. Want to be all up in your videos? No. You need to shine. I don't need to have a shine. Why am I trying to outshine you when I'm the producer? No. Take your ass up there and dance and shit like that. I'm gonna sit in the back and drink that good alcohol. And say how awesome your performance was. No, I don't need to be in front. It's not my role. So she's there, and that's what she wants to do. She wants to erase the actual creative person to install herself as being, oh, I'm the creative. No, you're not. You're the bitch who ruining all of this shit. And that is not creative or appreciated in any sense. I mean, what could she really hang her hat on saying that, yes, I did this and I'm so proud of it? That High Republic bullshit? Oh, yeah, she created some chaos and disorder already. She has been the eve of fucking destruction over there. It has taken this long for people to understand that shit. To actually get it through their fucking head that this bitch is no good for this franchise at all. At all. She is no good for this shit. It took this long, this many years, this many hundreds of millions of dollars for people to finally sit there and realize. I think she's full of shit. I think she is full of shit, and we're just being sold a bill of goods. I'm really thinking she does not like these fans. She don't care about how much money we lose on listening to her ass. I think she just wants to ruin this and destroy it to give us her version of it. Like she had a version anybody wanted to fucking see. All right. It's always a drag. Yeah, she is a whole college course on how not to handle a fucking IP. You're right about that shit. You are absolutely right about that. They need to give whole fucking lectures on what not to do based on what she has done. Because way too much of it has been about how to destroy one man's legacy. That's all it's been. How to destroy one man's legacy. How can I destroy this shit so permanently that you beg for my stuff? You beg for the stuff that I'm putting into his universe. And it's not done out of any malice. That's why I don't think there's any love in any of these people for shit. They don't love anything. Charles is, I repeat this every time because it's actually a really smart thing that Charles said, not that he says a bunch of dumb shit. But name some of these women's hobbies. Name a woman's hobby. If you know a chick, ask her what her fucking hobby is. And don't say it's fucking shopping or eating. Get the fuck out of here, dude. That's foraging, right? Foraging is your hobby? A lot of them don't have any fucking interest. They don't. Their interest is in trying to catch a dude or a chick or somebody to pay for their fucking lifestyle. Outside of that, there isn't anything. Not much of anything. There's no there. So you shouldn't be surprised when you hear a bunch of dumb shit like that. Shouldn't be surprised when you see them in established franchises that have a loyal and loving fan base and then taking a humongous shit on those fans. They mad because you like it. I don't understand somebody who can say that's a work of art. You can see the Mona Lisa and say that's a work of art, and the first thing you do is try to take a straight razor to it to cut it up. It'd look a little better if it was done like this. What the fuck are you doing? You just agreed it was a work of art. Why are you fucking mangling it? No, just making it better. You know, he wasn't with the times. So you gotta get him with the times. It's like a Joker cutting somebody's mouth open. Let me put a smile on that face. Nigga. It didn't need that. That was not called for. What you just did ruined it. No, it's just making it better. You're just not progressive enough. That's not progress. But I guess moving backwards is progress too. In the wrong direction. Almost done, you guys. So for me, in that KK shit, she just wants to destroy. And Malika is right. Chaos and disorder. That's all she brought to that shit. That's all she created. She has not created anything memorable outside of the memory of how fucked up she has done this franchise on purpose. This man and his legacy, what he leaves behind when he dies, she's done nothing but come in there and try to destroy that shit with every fiber of her being, with every action she has taken, with every show she has created. She has plainly set about to ruin it. Not just for the fans, for him too. I guess in some weird way to show him she was right or some shit. I can't tell you. I can tell you she's about the most delusional fucking person I've seen in a long time that has more money than I would ever have. Like, how did you get that? Was it just from fucking the right person? Is George and Steve the dudes you really wanted, and you just ended up with Frank? Is that it? Holy shit, dude. That's something. That's something personal. Somebody going after you that hard, that's something personal. Maybe they told her ass she wasn't talented. Her only talent was swallowing semen. But she took that shit really personal. I don't know that much. She ain't getting off that. That is not what she would be doing. Yeah. What's up, AB? Beam it in. Oh, I forgot to get that sound effect last night. I like to see when people take to little monikers and shit like that. They like give them, they hang on them and they take to that shit and they like it. I like that shit. Just remember where you got it from. Give them motherfuckers some credit sometimes. I don't need a lot. Just simple shout outs. I just decorated my armor room. I got a whole new house with a whole new armor. This shit looks cool. But I will take that roll back. So, as you can see, I can do that shit in my fucking sleep. Because, in fact, you'd have to be sleeping to not see some of this dumb shit that's going on. Or not seeing why she's doing it. Or not trying to figure out why she's doing it. What do you keep doing that stupid shit? Excuse me. Like, share, subscribe. Support the stream if you feel so inclined. She's literally split an entire family. Yeah, look, I don't even think it's a split. Here's my thinking on that. I don't think there's a split in the fan base. A split in the fan base would mean what she's doing actually plays to somebody, right? And if it actually played to somebody, the franchise wouldn't be in so much fucking trouble. It wouldn't be losing the money it's losing. It doesn't play to anybody. That new fan base bullshit, that's her talking point. It's always been just her talking point. That's it. Those aren't fucking fans. All those screaming parodies that's mad when said, oh, you did this against Ray. Oh, you didn't like Reva. Like, what is it with these fucking R's? You know, all those people who complain about that's going away, those weren't fucking fans. They weren't fans of this shit. They were fans of the agenda. They weren't fans of Star Wars at all. Because if they were, they couldn't accept these pieces of shit that she gave them. They couldn't have. They would know how wrong it was for fandom, for the IP in the property. How broken and how much it breaks all of that shit. They wouldn't be able to accept it. So she didn't split a fan base at all. Star Wars fans universally don't like this shit. That's why she has to leave. Even Disney knows that. The only split is with her bringing in these folks into this fandom and not carving out a niche for them to fit into the fandom by destroying fandom. That's like somebody moving into your fucking house that you let come stay for a while and they tore out a whole fucking wall. And you like, no, you tore out a wall in my house. Look, we're going to rebuild this. And the people who lived on the other side of the wall she tore out being upset at you for building the wall back up. This is my house. You don't live here. But we squatted here. We kind of own this. No, you don't. This ain't yours. You didn't build this shit. You ain't paying for this. You came with this other goofy motherfucker coming in here and setting up shop. That's not your fan base. If they were, they wouldn't have did the shit they did. That's not your fan base. What did Darth KK do then? I haven't even gotten to what she has done now. I was just talking about, waxing philosophical about some of this shit. And how ridiculous it is. But hey, no mistake, being up. And she did. Ooh, excuse me. And I don't say that shit because I take any joy in it. I don't. It's disappointing. It's heartfeltly disappointing. But at the same time, it's what she wants to do with this because she ended up in a position where she can sit on top of it. And like a dysfunctional bird, she's not trying to sit on top of the egg to fucking, keep it warm so it grows into a good chick. She's trying to push it out the nest so it dies. While uplifting, using it to uplift her mangled ass fucking babies. Isn't he beautiful? No, Lilith. It's a demon. It's not beautiful. No, isn't he the most gorgeous thing you've ever seen? No. That's ugly as sin. In fact, I think it is sin. Quit it. You just don't understand. You're right, I don't. But call it a benefit or a failing. I don't have to understand it. I know it's not right. You can't look at a show like Kenobi and not know what this woman did was wrong as fuck. Wrong as fuck. You can't. If you can, please tell me how. Because for my money, Kenobi fucked some shit up. For me as a fan. I'm not blaming George for that shit. I'm not blaming John and Dave for that shit. I'm kind of low-key hanging back on blaming Deborah Chow because she's been very silent. Very silent. And if you know anything about Asian women, in some senses, she's trying to keep her job. She ain't gonna say shit right now when that bitch is still there. I bet money that after KK goes, then you're gonna hear from Deborah Chow talking about how manhandled she was in terms of that Kenobi show. That those were not the decisions she made. Those are the decisions that Kathleen Kennedy told her she had to make. Bet money. Bet money you hear that. Because you cannot look at all these people that come out now talking about what was going on all those earlier movies and stuff like that and not hear that same shit. She bullied that shit. And when you didn't want to go along with what she wanted to put out there, she fired your ass. And you out of the universe altogether. So what do you think happened? I don't think people like Robert Rodriguez, who's turned in work for years that I like, all of a sudden got on the Book of Boba Fett and just fucked it all the way up. That doesn't even make any sense to me. it makes about as much sense as Josh Wheaton turning in shit that I've loved forever, for years, solid work for years, to get on JLA, and now all of a sudden he's this, that, and the other. All of a sudden, these were people put onto these projects to make them successful, and they were hampered by the studio heads, the producers, into giving the shit that they want to put out. And they paid the price of that with their career. For having to give this person what the fuck they want, which was some unreasonable, incorrect. They had to give it to them because these big time Hollywood producers can ruin your whole career if you don't do this shit. You know, like laying down on Weinstein's couch, right? You'll never work in this town again if you don't look at my little wrinkled dick. Right? That's the narrative, right? Okay. If that's the narrative, that's how the shit runs there. Why can't you see a female producer who has ascended to the heights of those other male producers not doing the same shit? She came up under that, right? She got Leslie Edlin right there with her, right? So why can't you see her doing that kind of shit? And getting rid of anybody who don't want to play ball with her. That's why she goes to so many writers and producers and directors. Or excuse me, writers and directors. Because the ones who don't want to play ball with her, she gets rid of. The ones who do play ball with her is the one she champions. Joby Harold, Ryan Johnson. Has either one of them done anything good for Star Wars? Objectively, they don't know shit about Star Wars. To their own credit, to their own statements, they don't know shit about Star Wars. They don't even care for it. Now, I told you that shit with Wheaton over at Warner. Who was over there? Told you they had their own version of Kathleen Kennedy over at Warner. And that was Ann Sarno. She was the one giving me all these goofy ass fucking movies. You know, the ones after JLA. JLA and the like afterwards. She's the one who didn't want a Snyder cut. Never wanted the rest of that shit to be seen again. Have you heard that shit somewhere before? It's like the same shit Kathleen Kennedy does. Like, no, we cut it out the movie, you could never see it again. Don't want no counteracting narrative, right? Right. On the water side, who was the first motherfucker that was gone when they got bought out? Ann Sarno. So she was responsible for the Harley Quinn movie, the Birds of Prey movie, the shitty ass JLA, some of the other shit. It was the other dude, Hamada, who was working under her. Funny. The only thing Ann Hamada wanted to give you was all these female heroes taking the place of all the male heroes in the DCEU. Female Superman, female Batman, Murra, that's what she got to hang around. Female triple bitch. What did you think she was doing over there? Why did you think she got to leave out the back door with no fanfare, nobody asking for, hey, where you going? What you doing? You know, she just got to sneak out the back with her money and call it a day. Her work was done. The damage was already done. She didn't have to hang around for anything else. She took her golden parachute, paraglided the fuck out of there. And everybody wanted to be up in arms about what Zaslav was doing right now. And that's why I say you need to shut the fuck up. Because if you didn't like what you was already getting, he's in there trying to clean up the place. I don't give a goddamn lot back. I don't care. It wasn't my money anyway. And if he thought he could make money on it, he would put the shit out. And since he didn't, he obviously knows something I don't. obviously. And I don't need to wait for the next smack in the face to understand the smack is coming. Nope. We've done it enough times. And it shouldn't be that damn stupid. So, KK and all her divine wisdom has literally, excuse me, visually set about to destroy this man's legacy. The house that he built himself over decades. Loyalty, equality, and she has done nothing in the time that she's been the head of Lucasfilm to try to destroy all that shit. Every legacy character, anything you knew about Star Wars, anything that you liked about it, she has gone in and tried to destroy it by giving you somebody else's shit again in Star Wars. Why do you think she want dinosaurs running all over the fucking place? And Steven Spielberg, as far as I remember. She want to take that shit too. You think she done? No. She's the one in charge of the Indiana Jones movies. What do you think you're going to get with the next Indiana Jones movie? The shit on Spielberg. These people are not fucking creative. This person is not creative. And this fan base, for me, is not split because I don't see the people who support her as his fucking fans. Because she's not a thing. You ever think of that? That's her talking point of constantly saying this shit. That's the same shit that Ann Sarnoff was saying over at Warner Bros. Oh, these toxic fans and all. No, motherfucker, that's you. These are the actual fans who are upset at you for what you're doing to their family, and you just want to spin the narrative on them and say they're the problem. So basically, just pointing the finger back at the people accusing you of doing shady shit that everybody can see. I didn't do it. It was Mr. Carruthers. Right, bitch. So, for me personally, I this shit is too much. Dinosaurs and lightsabers, a combination no one to ask for. Yeah, but I'll protect you. That's what the High Republic is. That's what the High Republic is. Real world concepts, environmentalism, dinosaurs, and lightsabers, and a new chosen one. That's what the High Republic is. A lot of the stuff that you hear coming out of this stuff about what they're doing to try to fix this fucking acolyte show so they can actually try to film this bitch is finding out now that John, Dave, and George are in charge of some episodes and writing that shit and got power to change that shit. It's doing exactly what I told you. She planted that fucking High Republic universe in the middle of the Old Republic and the New Republic, so she could fuck with both of them back and forth. She's fucking up the prequels with the High Republic shit. That's why she could go in there and try to change the nature of the Force and who's the chosen one and all that shit. Wipe Anakin away and all the rest of that stuff. And then she's going backwards because she wants to pull in all this Old Republic shit into her thing to show how wrong that stuff was. Or how it should have really went. She put herself right in the middle to fuck up both of them. Probably where she was between George and Steve. In the middle of that sex sandwich. All cream, no filling. That's all that shit is. And when it keeps coming out about what they're seeing in the show, That's all it is. It's a bunch of revisionist bullshit to destroy established characters, stories, and all that. Gender swapping them left, right, and center, and doing all kind of crazy shit for people who are not fucking fans of this material. Leslie Headland ain't no fan of Star Wars. She writing a whole fucking show. A whole show. You flip it over to fucking Marvel. Jessica Gal ain't no fan of this She-Hulk shit. She getting basic shit wrong. Not a fan. She writing a whole show. You sense a pattern here? People do not give a fuck. They don't care about this fan base. And this fan base isn't split because they showed up. They are not part of the fucking fan base. They are the split. Split of a vagina. That's who they are. There is no split. The fan base universally doesn't want her ass. And she keeps insisting that no, they really do like me. No, bitch, we really do not. We don't. All of us who were here when you showed up don't like you. We want you gone. All them goofy people that you brought with your ass, take them with you. Because these ain't fans. If they ride in the bandwagon with you championing this shit. It's like a goddamn girls trip showed up. And decided everything needs to be break it down, bro. No, bitch. You just get the fuck on. And if you were the fan base, you would have been supporting this shit. And they ain't supporting. So what does that tell you? They ain't fans. They ain't putting no money into this shit. That's why she won't leave and start her own company. Because they ain't putting no money in the shit. They just like to sit on fucking Twitter and Reddit threads, they bloated asses, and talk crazy to people. And never see their fucking face. So, like, share, subscribe, support the show if you feel so inclined. I am halfway gaming because I did dump that stuff off. But I'm still walking slow as shit. Dump some of this other stuff off that I was carrying. I was way overburdened, y'all. I was 1,200 pounds out of 578 pounds. I'm down to 615. Shit. Shit. I was falling asleep. So, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. Since y'all like listening to my sexy voice and not responding in the chat. So, I've talked about this a couple of times already. And fish. Talked about this shit a couple of times already, but let's go into the She-Hulk show. And I just want to go into the She-Hulk show right now because come tonight, I'm going to watch House of Dragons. And I think I'm going to have a more enjoyable time watching the show. Because I'm exactly interested for what's going to happen next in that show. after one episode. I am uninterested in what's going to happen next in She-Hulk. In 2 episodes. They haven't got me to where I just have to see what's happening next. I'm just really curious about what's happening next. That's not why I'm watching the fucking show. I'm watching the show because I need to watch it. And like I've told you guys many times before, I have to speak intelligently about what it is I'm reviewing. So I have to watch it. I have to know something about it. And not just the bullet points. I have to watch the whole thing. So I can speak to it. And try to give you some original House of Dragon, I watched one episode. I was interested. I want to see what else is going on. They got me one episode. Was it the same length of episode? No, I don't think it was 30 minutes. I think it might have been an hour. Yes. But they do that, don't they? Some shows are able to capture an audience with one show. Some writers are able to do that because what they're writing is actually interesting. They actually, I guess, have some love for the material and putting out the material, not just wanting to put out their own narrative in their life, superimposed on somebody else's IP. Okay. You need to go back and write some of those independent comics that works at Sun with that shit. Because that's all you're doing. Coming up on September, and the return of another show I'm looking forward to. I can't wait to watch Cobra Kai. Can't wait to watch that show. Now, what is it doing well? 80s nostalgia with a new story, where the legacy characters are not shit on and destroyed. They've actually added more depth to the legacy characters and made them more integral to the story. And it's interesting, even with introducing new characters. The new characters are interesting. I want to know what's happening down in Mexico. What's up with Diego Daddy? You know? I like Johnny rolling with Robbie. Yeah, let's get it. I like Chosen and Danielson working together. This story going forward, the legacy characters, not destroying them. 2 dudes that once fought to the death is going to fight against some dude that basically has gone completely rogue in this shit. He like, look, the snake has shed his skin. Fucked up with Terry. I saw that shit when Terry was coming. Like, man, fucking with Terry like that. Okay. Terry out there like Ultron, motherfucker. He cut his strings. Going back. He gonna go back. Took over the whole valley. It's like Return of the Jedi season for them. Like Terry Silver is the Empire. He even took over everything. What you gonna do? The Rebel Alliance, Miyagi though has to stand up against the forces of Silver in the Kais. Like, come on, man, Silver Kai. That's what you should call that shit. I'm down for that show. I'm so interested in watching that show. You just don't know. But what did they do that over? Story, good writing. They built it over more seasons, but I can tell you this: even on YouTube Red, I got into Cobra Kai from the first season. In the first 2 episodes, I was into it. I wanted to see what was going on with fucking Johnny. I was totally interested. And it's kept me for this long. Why? Because they keep telling me good fucking stories with good writing. She-Hulk is not that. It's not. And the only way they can try to pitch the show to you is to tell you what it's like, which means it's light on that. We had this conversation yesterday with BGS. Yeah, it's supposed to be like Ally McBeal. Yeah, I've known that shit forever. It ain't shit like Ally McBeal. You saw her walk around the law office, but you ain't seen her really do no law shit. I love law movies. I love the design of courtrooms. I'm not saying none of that here. This is not a lawyer TV show. Yeah, the main character is a lawyer, but she ain't done no lawyering yet. In 2 episodes, she showed up in court. And from the article I read, the people in the writing room don't know shit about lawyer stuff. So it's going to be light on that. You're not going to get much of it. They don't know. They said it themselves. But that's not what they was focused on. Just like the She-Hulk character, it's not what they was focused on. They just focused on telling their little goofy ass stories. She has a job. The rest of the fish, man. Yeah, I do like the push and pull dynamics between Johnny and Daniel. Johnny and Daniel have a lot of growth. And I can tell you the success of this show is, in a sense, redeeming Johnny so you understand Johnny. You actually give a fuck about Johnny. You actually kind of forgive him for kicking Daniel's ass back in the Karate Kid. You kind of do. You kind of understand now what he was going through. But you also understand it from his perspective what Daniel was doing. So yeah, Daniel was kind of doing that shit on himself. Fuck you. And that was a selling point for the first season of the fucking show. Hey, maybe Daniel was an asshole. He was just a troubled kid, single mother raised in a new town with new kids and just going, chasing after some girl to keep getting him into shit. Allie knew who Johnny was. Why was she going that hard? Put Daniel in the situations where he had to simp up and get his ass kicked. He even left his ass alone, but he still did some shit to him. Like, nigga, you wanted us not to kick your ass, right? Well, act like it. Stop doing shit that make us want to kick your ass. Look, he couldn't stop. He couldn't stop himself. And he was incorrigible in this sense. Like, right. You want the shenanigans. He was asked the shenanigans. You don't want to listen. Fuck him up. See if he listen in. See if he can listen with his mouth swole. But that's the fun of Cobra Kai, right? So there is some good stuff for me to look forward to in this Geek Culture coming up, right? I'm not looking forward to Thursday night. I'm not. I'm not looking forward to it at all. I know it's coming. I know I will watch it. But I'm not looking forward to it. Well, why? Because it's past performance is an indicator of future performance. Well, I know what I'm looking forward to. More of the same dull, vapid ass shit. Okay, I'm still waiting on people to say that they actually love this show without ratings. And I don't think I've seen them yet. I don't think you've seen them yet either. I've heard people say it was good, it was amazing, it was all the rest of this, and all they're talking about is Easter eggs. So is it an Easter egg show? Or is it a show about a character? And what that show puts forward for the character's actual journey? Because she ain't having one yet. She ain't even having a struggle yet. She got turned to a Hulk and everything. Even her first fight with someone super powered wasn't a struggle. It came out all right. Unbattered, unbruised. couldn't lose to the actual Hulk. It's ridiculous. She can't lose to a man, especially one who's had the powers longer than she has. No, she's gonna win. She's gonna come out on top like we need her to. Fuck out of here. That's why this shit is just seeming so underwhelming. It's like, I could be upset about this shit, and why? What is there to be upset about? It's just disappointing. Yeah, it is expected better. I get it. That's not what it's going to be. It's going to be exactly what they want to give me, which is shit. So all I can do is sit there and, because I do it, is watch it and report on what I liked and didn't like about the show. And if only what I liked was the Easter eggs, then the show is no good. Because I should be talking about the show and not the Easter eggs. Easter eggs are a side dish into the show. You should be talking about the character, what's going on with the story. Oh, damn, this is awesome, this is awesome. And it had these Easter eggs. Only thing you hear people talking about is the Easter eggs. That means the show is not good by what they're saying and what they're not saying. And what they're not saying is the show is awesome based on the writing. That's not what they're saying. What they're saying is the Easter eggs are awesome, which means the show's writing is not good. You know, you want a perfect example that I've heard used a lot. Who saw Better Call Saul? Who saw that show this last season? What's good about it? Care to wager what's good about it? I bet when you think about it, it's not Easter eggs. But I'm pretty sure you could say it was probably the writing, right? When I think about what was good about The Boys last season, the writing, character development, story, and it has some what the fuck moments was going on in there. I'm not looking into the background for meaning in the episode. I don't have to look at the background to look for meaning in the episode because the episode was actually meaningful. I don't have to look past it to the shit in the background to understand that there was something worth watching. No. The stuff that was worth watching was in the foreground, not the back. Which simply means that shit is not good. It's not. But like G-Dub said, George W. said, you get on that horse, you won't ride it. Go rock that motherfucker out. I'm not riding that shit. Knock yourself out. Because I actually expected a little bit more. Or I should say I expected better. And that is not what I'm getting. What I'm getting is actually not good. By comparison to anything else. At this rate, I was more into the Hawkeye show at this point than I have been at this show. Oh, that's why I'm carrying all these goddamn dragon bones. I forgot all about that shit. That's why I'm so slow still. Carrying all these goddamn dragon bones. And didn't remember it. Let's get rid of that shit. Gotta cut my weight. I'm officially convinced Hollywood can't translate heroes' journey when it comes to, when it's a woman, not a woman. Lion, I could possibly agree. I think they can. It's just not the current crop of producers that you have. You see out here like Widow. That's why you felt something when Tasha sacrificed herself in Endgame. That's why you felt something. You got the hero's journey with this character. You saw her in Iron Man 2. You saw her show up. You saw her involved in all of this stuff. You actually respected her being there on the team with everybody else. But then when it came time and somebody got killed herself, and you're like, yeah, Hawkeye been on a tear for the last 5 years. He been nuts. Yeah, I'm sure he want to go meet his family. When she stepped into his place, like, no, I'm doing it. It had a fight with him to make sure she was the one who did it and told her to let me go and threw herself off of there. That meant something. That was the hero's journey. The hero's journey sometimes ends in self-sacrifice. That's what heroes do. All right. This person, these characters that they keep creating now, do not have any self-sacrifice in them. They're selfish. They're selfish and self-centered. That's why they have no fucking journey. They don't struggle through shit. Oh, I could be killed with my emotions if I said something wrong. I'd kill you to shut up. Would it kill you to shut up? Don't know. Try it. See if you can't just be quiet. Not because I think all women need to be quiet. You need to be quiet. Because you have nothing to say. Yeah, and I don't think she will, man. I really don't. That's why I'm so. Y'all know I was kind of interested in seeing the show. I'm down on the show right now. I am fucking down on it. Look at my face. I'm not excited in any stretch or fashion for this show. I'd have more fun playing She-Hulk on Future Fight than watching this goddamn show. And you know how I know that? I could play Future Fight with She-Hulk and Titania and another female character of my choosing, probably Sharon Rogers. And She-Hulk could be on the screen, and I'd be paying more attention to the game than to the fucking screen. I don't want to hear that shit that it's made just for women. I know it's made for fucking women. But look, I've had women. I've watched television with women. I had a daughter. I've had a wife. Long-term girlfriends. I get what women is into. I don't see none of them fucking women enjoying this goddamn show. For one, it's a comic book show, so they probably wouldn't even be interested. For two, she's a vapid, halfway airhead fucking chick, complaining about a bunch of shit. Real women don't enjoy that at all. They don't. She's doing goofy shit and talking about shit that's not even a real woman problem. Not something that actual women, not little girls, but women, will see as their main problem. No. I don't think anyone would watch it. If I asked my mother if she was watching, I bet she wasn't. If I asked my daughter, who should be in this age group to watch it, who they say they pitching this shit to, if I asked her if she was watching it, she'd probably say no. I bet money she'd say no. You know why? Because it's shit. My daughter is a geek, raised by a geek, raised in a comic shop. You don't think she don't know who the fuck She-Hulk is? You think she watching this shit? I ain't heard shit about it at all. It's not playing. Look, that might be the last time you see a female character self-sacrifice. Probably. It probably will be. Unless in the Marvels, Carol Danvers go blow herself up or something. I doubt that'll happen. Yeah, too busy trying to prove she's better, even though she hasn't been through anything. BGS made me laugh when he pointed this shit out yesterday because it's actually true. So wait a minute, she's better at everything Bruce could do, but she can't figure out a fucking glass door. That sounds absolutely asinine to me. You can't figure out a glass door, but you're better than your cousin who's been a Hulk for 15 years and everything Hulk related, but you can't figure out a glass door. You got to run into it. Ooh, there's a hint. Even on a glass door, if it has a handle on the outside, you pull it. You pull it. If there's a handle on the inside, you can push it. That's how doors work, goofy motherfucker. Could that have been put? Oh, no, it was lame. It was a fucking lame joke. Lame ass physical, low key physical problem. Lame. Jack Tripper would have made that more interesting. Don Knotts would have made that shit more interesting. Fucking Jim Carrey would have made that more interesting. That wasn't funny. But she's smarter than everybody. She's so brilliant, but she can't figure out a door. Okay. All right. And her biggest struggle, which would have been the point that people could have related to her on, which was losing her fucking job, that shit was wrapped up in fucking 5 minutes. And she got the job of her dreams after that. Oh my God. No struggle. She wasn't even out of work a month, was she? Yeah, shout out to Three's Company. And goddamn, I'm gonna forget his name. I keep wanting to call him Jack Tripper. I love this actor too. Jesus Christ. Not John Denver. Fuck. Somebody throw his name in there. I'm drawing a blank on him right now. It's fucking me up. But y'all know when I said Jack Tripper, you know who Jack Tripper is. Right. Because I'm forgetting his last name. It's John something. Thank you. John Ritter. Thank you. Thank you, Aquatech. John Ritter. Yeah. R.I.P. to John Ritter. Did physical comedy well in this fucking 70s with no special effects. Fucking practical physical comedy. That was fun. This shit is not. Doors are complicated. Doors are complicated to reset. Other than that, they pretty much work the same way every time. Unless you get some of those really cleverly engineered doors that they don't swing, they rotate in some other shit, some other direction. No, doors ain't complicated. I can build them, I can fix them. That's the complicated part. Two hinges or open hole. Meat curtains. His daughter played Jessica Jones, and his son plays Rising Beyond Superhero Legacy genre. I wasn't sure if Christian Ritter was John Ritter's daughter or not. I always made that connection with the last name, but I wasn't sure if that was his daughter. But if so, that's cool. I don't have a problem with Kristen Ritter. I have a problem with her. I don't mind her playing Jessica Jones either. I really don't. I want her to come back as Jessica Jones. That show with a female protagonist showed you her struggle. That was a Marvel Netflix show. You saw her struggle. That first season was an awesome season. The third one got a little goofy because they started going way feminine with that shit, alienating the rest of the audience. But that first season was the shit. She is troubled. She's been through some shit. She has damage. She's trying to struggle and be better with that shit. Dude, I'm good. I'm good with it. I was liking that show. The Netflix shows wasn't bad. I even liked fucking Iron Fist. It had its problems because they rushed it. It was getting better, but they rushed to cancel it too. So look, I said this before. If you bringing back all the rest of these shows, look, if you worried about rolling this on Iron Fist show and a Luke Cage show, just give me a Heroes for Hire show. You can put them both on the same show. Don't matter. Because then nobody can say, oh, I watched the Iron Fist show and it was shit. It wasn't the Iron Fist show. It's the Heroes for Hire show. You should do that. Because there's 4 characters that need to come back from the Netflix show that you can put all on one show and it'll work. Luke Cage, Danny Rand, Misty Knight, and Colleen Wing. I need those 4 characters to all come back from the Netflix show. And you can put them all on one show. And while Power Man and Iron Fist is off doing some shit, the Daughters of the Dragon can go do some detective shit on the other side. That'll just work for me. That's a free idea for me. See? Creativity. That's using your shit. Then we can just work it out that way. Yeah. Heroes for Hire and Daughters of the Dragon show. They can be in the same show. It can just be the Heroes for Hire show and those 4 characters on it. And you do, 8 episodes? So they're both working together, but they're each working on different cases. So the Daughters of the Dragon go off for a couple of episodes, work on their case. And Power Man and Iron Fist go off on a couple of episodes working on their case. And you see how those cases intertwine with each other to lead to the end, the season finale. You can do this in 8 episodes where all 4 of them are together. The Heroes for Hire come back to this one thing. That's a free idea for you. It's just spitballing here. Now, how many people in the chat would think that would actually work for a show? 8 episodes, 4 episodes apiece, and you can intermix them here and there, right? But you get Colleen Wing, Misty Knight, Luke Cage, Danny Rand, Heroes for Hire show. Tell me you wouldn't watch that show. Something for everybody. Yeah, come on, Disney, make it happen. Yeah, what the fuck? And I do you one better. Because they can't be mad at Backlash because they still got Brie Larson bitch ass hanging around. I'd even take Finn Jones back as Iron Fist. He's played the role. Let him play that shit out. Let him make it right. Give him the chance to fix that shit. It ain't like he's going back to Game of Thrones. No, let him fix that shit. I don't blame him for that shit. I blame the producers of that show for rushing and not giving him the time he needed to get better. You didn't do that with Punisher. You didn't do that with what's his name? Cox. Charlie Cox. You didn't do that with him. This Daredevil fights look awesome. So why did you rush Finn Jones? Put his ass in the training camp and let him get to it. I bet you see something different. This could be his comeback. They're dead set on recasting Iron Fist because they think the fan backlash is so bad. Look, the fan backlash is focused on Finn Jones for one reason and one reason. Let's just point out the elephant in the fucking room. The backlash is on him because he played a gay character in Game of Thrones. That's the only reason. You didn't want to believe Larissa Flowers came over here and was now the Iron Fist. Well, if you look at him, Finn Jones does look like Danny Rand in the comics. He does. Was his fighting good? Not in the first season. No, it wasn't that good. But mind you, there was like no time lost between the time that he was on Game of Thrones and the time he was on that damn Iron Fist show. And they rushed the show. By the second season, he was better. And by Defenders, he had a really good fight scene with him and Charlie Cox, neither of which are martial artists. Neither of them. One of them. You don't buy Finn Jones? Why don't you buy Finn Jones? Finn Jones was actually swinging a sword this last shit. Charlie Cox was too. Did you see Stardust? Neil Gaiman? Henry Cavill? Robert De Niro? Did you see that shit? Neither one of them are martial artists. But by the time they got to Defenders, about 3 years playing this character, the fight scene looked awesome with the two of them. It worked. People hate Finn Jones as Iron Fist because they hated the Larissa Flowers character in Game of Thrones. That shit followed him. What does Finn Jones have to do with the timing of the production, the time he spent doing fight scenes, and how they rushed that show out? What does he have to do with any of that shit? Not a goddamn thing. You can say you didn't believe his fucking acting. You can say he was acting stupid. That comes down to direction, doesn't it? That's direction. The actor is not sitting up there saying lines himself, making it up as he goes along. He is given direction. How it should be played. That falls on the director. How rushed the production is falls on the producer. See Obi-Wan if you understand how this works with Kathleen Kennedy just rushing this shit through. You want to know how Weaver's lines sound so stupid? That's the writer and that's the director. That's why you don't like that fucking character. They don't like it. Now, if he just don't look like Danny Rand, he looks like fucking Danny Rand. If you ever read a goddamn comic book, he looks like Danny Rand. I buy him as Danny Rand. Don't have a problem with that shit at all. And then the last part, his fight scenes didn't look good. That comes down to the producer. Giving him time to get his fight choreography right. That's a producing problem. That's not an actor problem. Finn Jones ain't did shit. Finn Jones showed up and tried to breathe some life into this character and make him fun. By the time he got out of the first season, he was more fun. By the time he got to Harlem and was actually hooked up with Luke Cage, that was some of the best episodes. Like, oh shit, this is exactly what I wanted. White boy in Harlem with the big black dude that's invincible. And they have an actual conversation. They're good. That was working. Season 2 got better. Good, let's go ahead with this. Let's get an Orson Rand, all the rest of that. Let's go. Nope, cancel. We don't like him. We don't like him anymore. He fucked up the whole show. He ain't fucked up the whole show. He's just taking the blame for the whole goddamn show. One actor don't make a whole goddamn show. Do you think Tatiana Maslany is going to get all the heat for how bad this She-Hulk is? No, she ain't getting none of it. But you have to understand where your criticism is coming from and make your criticism your own and not somebody else's. That criticism of Finn Jones is from the outside of the show. It ain't got shit to do with the show. Because all the stuff that's the criticism of Finn Jones ain't got shit to do with what the actor actually does in the show. His job is to stand there and deliver his lines and make you believe this is a real person. That's his job. To deliver these lines like it's part of him. But that also comes down to the direction. How successfully they do that, it make you forget that they're whoever else they've ever played before, who they are as a person, who they might have been in the media, is what the actor does. How they say the lines, how ridiculous some of the shit sounds, is the writer and the director. Production shit where his fight training doesn't look good enough, it doesn't look good enough in these scenes, it's not fluid. That comes down to your producer who gives you the money and the time for all this training. And your director. What they want to see. See where Finn Jones' fault hardly recast because it's all his fault. It's just somebody with a grudge against Finn Jones. I don't have a problem with Finn Jones. I want him to come back. I do. I want him to come back as Iron Fist and make a better show. And if you don't want to see him in the front, you don't get top billing, cool. Heroes for Hire, him and Luke Cage. And if you want the women audience, or the other half of the male audience, go ahead and throw recast, or not recast, but rehire Misty Knight and Colleen Wing. Because I like Jessica Henwick, and I like forgetting the sister's name. Oh, she's pretty. Oh, hell yeah. I need another pretty ass sister in the MCU. Yeah, bring her back. Yeah, just give her a better looking arm. If Bucky could have a decent looking robotic arm, I'm sure Misty Knight can get a decent looking robotic arm. You got the money now, right? Let's make that happen. Let's clean that up. Yeah, the fan criticism that was that he was white. So, come on, Noah. Let's say it together. If the criticism of Finn Jones being Danny Rand the Iron Fist is that he's white, what does that mean of the people making that criticism? That they don't read fucking comic books. They're not comic book fans. They're not a part of geekdom. They're just people who are part of the complaining crowd who just like to complain about shit. Danny Rand has never been Asian. And what they were doing was mixing up one character with the other. Shang-Chi has always been Chinese. Danny Rand has always been white. Since creation. So fucking deal with it. That's not a criticism of the Danny Rand character. That's a criticism that people make when they want something else. They have their own agenda that they push in and don't know shit about the source material. Like, I don't know, saying Jessica Walters hates being She-Hulk, which Jessica Walters never did. She loved that shit. So you have to listen. You have to think about this shit logically. Who's making that criticism? Oh, he's white. But the Iron Fist is white. What the fuck are you upset about? Well, he's a master of Kung Fu. Why is he the master of Kung Fu? Because that was the heavenly city he went to? What the what? Oh, he was made at a time when they was doing exploitation. So was Luke Cage. A black invulnerable criminal who was in prison with an afro and a tiara? And shut up. Do you read this shit? Are you a grown-up? People take the fun out of a sunny day. Not even fucking fans. Don't even know the material. Complaining about shit that's not even a complaint. I would listen to a complaint like that if they say we make a Shang-Chi and it's gonna be Finn Jones. Shang-Chi is Chinese. Nope. He's white now. Don't worry about it. That's not cool. That's not cool at all. It would have been a bigger insult if he said, we're doing Iron Fist and he's an Asian dude. He's semi-U. Danny Rand is white. What the fuck are you doing? No, he's the master of Kung Fu, so he has to be Asian. That sounds really fucking racist. That means nobody else can do Kung Fu or be good at it? Well, don't tell Wesley Snipes. Don't tell Jim Kelly. Don't tell any of these other black martial artists who are really good at this shit. And it's he has actually been to war. Yeah, don't tell Michael Jai White. Oh, shit. Huh. That sounds really racist of you. That no one outside of the people who originated the shit can be good at it. Sounds really racist. So no, I want Finn Jones to come back. I don't recognize or understand anybody who's complaining against Finn Jones being Iron Fist. I thought the show was rushed. And they fucked it up by rushing the show. And that all the criticism for Finn Jones being Iron Fist comes from the fact that nobody knew the fucking character. Comic book fans wasn't complaining about that shit. I know, because I'm one of them. My complaint about the show was that it was rushed. Yes, he didn't look as good doing his fight scene, but that's not his fault. That's the producer's fault. He didn't give him enough time to get up on his fight train. Because as time went on, he got better. So it shows that he is actually putting in the work to get better at doing this. You just didn't give him the time in the first season. So fix that mistake. Give him the time to get better at his fight training. Because if Charlie Cox can pull it off, I'm pretty sure Finn Jones can pull it off too. Given the time. Shit, Keanu Reeves looked awesome on screen kicking people's ass. Keanu Reeves ain't been a martial artist. First martial art you ever seen him do was in The Matrix. Now you believe he John Wick. After all these years of doing all this fight training, that's who the fuck he is. That's what time does. Makes you better. Put Finn Jones back in there. Give him the Robert Downey Jr. treatment. This is a resuscitation job. This is how we restart your career. We're going to give you all the time. Put the work in. You think he ain't going to do it? Hell no. People was hating Christensen too. But you see, he came back to the franchise. And people was happy to see it, even in the fucked up version they saw him in. Why? Because the actors are not responsible for turning in shit performances necessarily. I mean, they're responsible for their performance on screen, but it also comes to direction. Also comes down to direction in the material. You can't blame him for a whole show. He's not making the whole fucking show. He's doing his part, standing on his mark, and reciting his lines. Yeah, no shit. That's a perfect point, Lion. That Patrick Swayze had me convinced in Roadhouse and Point Blank. Patrick Swayze had never been a martial artist. He was a fucking dancer. He was a dancer. That's why his spin kicks look like pirouettes. That's why they look so good. He's a dancer. But he learned some martial arts for Roadhouse. And by the time he got up to Point Break, he was pretty competent at the shit. He developed the love for it. Same thing with Keanu Reeves. Keanu Reeves wasn't doing no martial arts in Point Break, was he? No, he was swinging like an old school bar fighter. But by the time he got to The Matrix, and they actually spent like a year or so training, getting his flexibility, getting his movement, that motherfucker pulled it off. He believed it. By the second movie, he's like, damn, this nigga got weapons and everything. Holy shit. So I told you, Keanu Reeves is probably one of the most dangerous men in Hollywood right now. This motherfucker know how to shoot, stab you, and fight. Shotgun, pistol, and automatic weapon. He's probably one of the most dangerous dudes in Hollywood right now. With the amount of training he's had over a number of years he has. Nigga. I was in a barroom fight with Keanu Reeves and Denzel Washington. I need John Wick and the Equalizer at my back. I know it'll be all right. Even if they just repeat moves they did on set. Even if it's just that. They'll be good. They'll be good. I know Keanu can take 2 broken bottles and backhand them bitches and get to. Shit, I'm good. These weren't martial artists, but they pulled off good martial arts performances because they were trained and they had the time and took the time to get the training. They didn't do that for Finn Jones on Iron Fist. They didn't do that for him. They didn't do that till second season. When they got that feedback that it looked like shit. And like, okay, we'll fix it. We'll make it better. He got better. In Defenders, was probably the best he looked. It's 3 years. Give him that credit. That wasn't his fucking fault. Fuck that fan backlash. Because fan backlash should have got Carol Danvers, or not Carol Danvers, but at least should have got Brie Larson's ass out of there, and they listen to that shit. So why are you listening to it on Finn Jones? Brie Larson, that's all her. That's all her. And nobody's blaming the whole movie on her. They blaming her for her shit performance. Think her fight scenes was awesome? Get the fuck out of here. All she did was keep shooting people with powers. So, listen, I have my own critiques. I don't like to listen to a lot of people's critiques because a lot of people's critiques are baseless. You're not actually complaining about nothing rational. You're just complaining. And I always have to think of where the source of this shit is coming from. If it's not coming from geeks who know this material, I'm not apt to listen to it or repeat it. Because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about anyway. And hearing a comment like that, well, Danny Rand is Finn Jones is white. So is Danny Rand. Your point? You can't listen to this shit because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And since you don't know what you're talking about, there shouldn't be anything I need to take serious on that. And there's nothing I need to listen to that you're telling me. Because you, in fact, don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You just filling space with air out of your lungs. That I don't have to listen to. Yeah. So, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. I probably should check and see if I have any salutes to give out to people because I haven't checked that in a while. I know it's sitting there streaming across the screen, but y'all been pretty silent today because it's a different stream. I do have some donations. I am looking for 10 donations just like every week. And if I get them, I get them. And if I do not, well, fuck you very much. Let's see, there's some here. Let me get these logged in. Let me get to the rest of the issue. Wow. Ooh, yeah. So, first one goes out to the Malika Me Babe, donated yesterday. Said, on your left. Appreciate you, Malika. I will give you the 3B salute. Appreciate you. Shout out to 3000 GT. I have these gotta make the tier to get the alert. I appreciate you. Swift Battle, he said, the Geek Sunday tribute. Appreciate you, Swift. I will give you. Oh, shit. I should have made some coffee. Should have made some fucking coffee. Shout out to Aquatechy, the #1 wrench in the building, swinging through. Appreciate you, Aquatechy. And I will give you 3B sleep. And to the No One coming through, appreciate you, No One. I will give you a 3B salute. Oh shit, sorry about that. Appreciate you, No One. To the Joe Herb, appreciate you, brother, for supporting the stream. I will give you a double up. Appreciate you.
Money for the crowd, double lag. Pussy on fat, double lag. 100 on the sack, double lag. Block like a ghost town, still double bag.
And to the No One, appreciate you, No One. He says, a 1, a 2, you know what to do.
Double up, 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lies, run it up. Never let a hard time on the worst.
Appreciate you, No One, for the double up. I do like people having fun with it. It always keeps it fun. We still 4 away. Oh, slow as fuck. 2 hours. 2 for 6. I know I was playing Skyrim while I was giving you all of that shit, but maybe that shows you how easy this shit is. I don't know what y'all problem is. Economy got y'all all tight. Matt Villainy said Keanu is the nicest dude in Hollywood, yet one of the most dangerous. Yeah, Matt Villainy, that's fact. Keanu is a nice dude. That's why I like Keanu Reeves. He's a straight, genuine dude. And before everybody was getting that shit publicized, he was still doing it. It's just who he is, right? Keanu should have took over Chuck Norris jokes. No, I like Chuck Norris having his jokes because Chuck Norris earned it. Chuck Norris is a real martial artist who became an actor. So he's acted for a long time too. You know? So I don't have a problem with Chuck Norris jokes being Chuck Norris. Cause I saw a video recently of Chuck Norris. What is he, like 80-something years old? He was doing it. It's like, you still got that fake hair on your head. Just go bald, Chuck. I know your hair probably look like a fucking, shaved monkey nuts, but come on, man. Just fucking, it's over. Let it go. You got a cowboy hat? Throw your cowboy hat on, Walker. It's good. Yeah, her falling out the car always hits. It does. It always looks like Toya to me. So I put the shit in there. It looks like Toya to me. Falling out the car trying to twerk. And yeah, Joe, what's up, JT? Yeah, Keanu had Tiger Chin t-shirt. Yeah, he did. Tiger did a good job. But here's the thing. You can have a really good teacher, but if you don't take to that shit, it'll look like crap. Keanu is a good student. He is a good student. Shit, he had Terran from Terran Tactical teaching him too. Does his gun work look shitty? No, it doesn't. Keanu Reeves is. He get in. He's not in there trying to half-ass it. He's trying to master it. Yeah, the Chuck Norris memes are endless and they should be endless. That's he can get that legacy for getting his ass kicked by Bruce Lee on screen. Let's give him that. Let's give Chuck Norris the memes. As Bruce Lee is going to be the epitome of a kung fu artist to most people in the world. Let him have his memes. Keanu can have his own shit. Kill you with a pencil. Baba Yaga. Let Keanu be the Baba Yaga. Leave it at that. All right, so we still need 4 more contributors. You ain't got a whole half a show. Most people would have cut their shit off by now. That would have been the whole show. But I am hard-headed and I actually try to give you a long show as opposed to a short one. So if you're sitting on the cloud being selfish, stop. Stephanie McMahon. Big old titties. Big old titties. All right. Let's see what else. They're out of money, so I have to leave this place because I can't pay. So we almost 2 to 3 in. I'm gonna go ahead and drop this link and see what we can get into with you happy campers since y'all being really stingy. Shouldn't do a panel. I should reserve the panel like Angry Man does. I should reserve that panel for meet the goal. You meet the goal, you get a fucking panel. You don't meet the goal, you don't get a fucking panel. Because I realize a lot of people just come on to YouTube to have people listening to them talk. They don't run their own streams and don't run their own channels. They just come to sit on other people's panels and talk. But that shit costs money. So if you want to sell somebody a panel, you should be paying. You should at least donate to their channel so you should like come and sit on the panel. Yeah, Beastly. I saw The Samaritan was out on Prime. I haven't watched it yet. That's a Sunday thing. I have to watch that after a stream. Because I saw that my boys Double Toasted. I did a review of it. I didn't watch the review yet because I haven't seen the show. I want to have my own ideas. So until I watch the show, do my own review, then I'll go back and watch their review. Because I don't like to, tap down my ideas, right? And I learned that a while back when it was just doing comics and trying to write your own comic stuff. If you're going to write your own stuff and it's in the same genre, you have to stop watching other stuff or have to stop reading other stuff so you can concentrate on focusing on your own stuff. That's how you make sure that your ideas coming through and you're not regurgitating ideas of somebody else's stuff into your material. You got to cut it off. So I'll watch a show and record my review and then go back and watch everybody else's reviews. I don't watch other people's reviews before I do mine. Because then I'll just end up repeating that shit. And it can be unconscious at times. That's how you can catch people using your talking points, because it can be unconscious sometimes. Part of it that's not unconscious is that you understand that didn't come from you. Even though you just said it, it's not your original thought, somebody else's. So you should give them credit for that. That's just me believing that that's how the world should work for me. I know it doesn't work that way. I'm very aware of this shit. That's just how it works for me in my way of doing things. That's why I always give shouts out to, even if I use something tangentially that somebody else has said or I use for somebody else. I always give them the credit. Even if you don't know them, it doesn't matter. It matters to me. It doesn't matter that you know the person. It matters that I know the person and I give them the respect of what they've done. I want to do that for them. That's how I pay my respect. That's how I show my respect for the work that they've already put in. So it doesn't matter to me if everybody else is doing it. I'm not a crowd follower. Okay, I'm a shepherd, not a sheep. I will go in the direction I need to go, regardless of who's there with me. Because I'm not doing it for a crowd necessarily. I'm doing it because it's right. What up, Mr. Donnie Mac? DMC are the letters of his name. All right, since I dropped the link and talk shit about people going on the panel, here's the link. If you want to come up, you can. If not, I can shut the shit down and go back and play in my fucking room. Trying to advance this character's story arc. Okay, this character, Necro Death Speaker, he's not as good in fight as he should be for his level. So I gotta do some shit. This homeboy looking kind of fitted up in this Daedric armor. I'm just saying. That Daedric armor looking sick. With the red on it. Kick somebody's ass. Woo to the Woo Beats. What's good with the Charles Faulkner? What's good with the Faulkners? I do need somebody to explain to me who the fuck Andrew Tate is. Everyone was talking about that shit last night on Artie Idmore Street on Coliseum. And I don't know who the fuck Andrew Tate is. I don't know about his channel getting taken or shut down or Rumble, whatever the fuck any of that is. Because I don't run to a bunch of other people's shit. I don't. So I'm not always in the know on who lost what. Oh, we got somebody up here. Let's see. Do black eyes matter? What up, BTM?
Hi.
Lipalicious in the building, y'all. Lipalicious.
Listen, I just wanted to thank you for being so kind to us when you could just very easily sting us and go right back into your hole.
This is true.
I think you don't get enough credit for how much you are so dedicated to coming to us on Sundays, in addition to the extra stuff you do during the week.
This is true. I don't know who it is. Yes, well, I say a lot of this stuff is a labor of love because I'm a geek and I like talking about this kind of stuff. I'd be doing it even if I wasn't on YouTube, because I was doing it even before I was ever doing it on stream on YouTube. And part of me starting to do a show on YouTube is understanding if I wanted to do it just for me or did I want to open it up for people to come on and talk. And for me, I thought it was important that geeks had a space where they could come on and talk. Everybody get on YouTube and just talk at you, right?
Yeah.
Most of the time. But having a panel where people can come up and talk and express their geekdom is always more fun to me because I know how much I love this shit. What I don't know is how much all the rest of you love this shit and how much you know about all this stuff. That's what's more interesting to me. I know what's in my head. I don't know what's in yours. And the only way I can do that, find that out, is to open it up so you have the opportunity to get up and speak your piece, say what you know about this stuff, right? So that's why I say it's one of the most important things I do in the week. But it's not because I'm doing it for me. I'm doing it for you. That's me giving something to you.
I appreciate you. It's really nice of you. That's all.
Thank you. I'm a black man. I don't take compliments easily.
I know you don't, but I'm still gonna give them to you because I mean it.
You know, I'm leery.
I know. That's why I said you could very easily just sting us and go crawl back into your hole, but you don't. And
it's not a hole. It's called a burrow. Okay, there's a difference.
Okay, burrow. My bad.
Saddam was pulled out of a hole.
You're right.
There's make a burrow. They make their house.
This is true.
Lay low. What up, Beast?
Nothing much, man.
Told Toya I wasn't flirting with her ass, but she up there with these ass lips in this picture. That's the only thing I keep seeing every time I turn around.
I can't hide them, you know. There's really nothing I can do about them.
There's nothing you're supposed to do about it. Just understand that they're there and they catch people alive. Like, hey, how are you? How's the woman doing that you're attached to? Nice.
You know what? I'm gonna just keep on moisturizing, mind my business.
Keep moisturizing your lip. LL will appreciate it. It's been a while. Yeah, I appreciate that though, Troy. I appreciate you saying that. I mean, it's not. Yeah, I do it for you guys. Partially for me, partially for you guys. Partially for me because it's fun, and the second one is just for you guys to have that opportunity to speak your piece on some of this shit. Because Joe Herb can tell you, me and Joe can stand in the shop and talk this shit, and never have a camera on. I've been doing the same thing. He can tell you that because he's somebody who knows me in real life. It's not anything different. It's not really anything different. The only difference is I'm doing it over a fucking camera. All the rest of you, and then you can come back later and watch it. But if it was happening in the shop and there wasn't a camera, you would hear about it. You wouldn't see it. Just what it is. So what you got up on here, Beastly? You swung through.
Yeah, I meant to watch The Samaritan last night when I was at work, but I forgot because Angry Man came back on with two. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I just could barely hear you.
Oh, probably talking to my other headphones. I got to charge the other ones.
Say it again.
I had to charge the other headphones, so. Let me see.
You're turning up your microphone.
Let me see. Hold up. Let me switch headphones real quick.
Just off. See if I hear you now. I'm not trying to mess with this gain on this microphone too much because I did get the new microphone. That's why I have on earphones. I never said anything about it. But that's what the microphone checker string was about, which was me testing this microphone. So right now I'm wearing it with earphones, which is weird to me because I'm really loud in my ears. But for you guys, I think it comes across clearer. I'm not sure. But I'm not
See, if I was immature, I would scream right now just because I know it would be loud.
It happens. I wasn't sure because there's one thing that keeps flipping on this mic. It's probably this cord on these earphones or something. It's like it's loud at one moment and then it's low at another. I think that's a short cord, which is the bane of my fucking existence with headphones. It always is short with that damn cord somewhere, like the jack. Dude, they don't make this technology worth a shit anymore.
Nope.
Anyway, what you got, Beast?
Yeah, I was gonna try to watch that Samaritan last night, but Angry Man did 2 streams back to back, so I was like, well, I missed it. And so by that time, I was like, I started watching Young Justice, the newer season. I was like, and I was getting tired of that shit because I was like, bro, how long we gonna stay on Mars with McGon and Connor? I really don't give a fuck about this wedding.
Now you tell me something, Beastly. You watching Young Justice? I know Dr. T is watching Young Justice. They said they're canceling that cartoon. Right? They're canceling that show. Do you think that's a bad thing?
If you're not doing what you did that made the first 2 seasons awesome, yes. The first 2 seasons was cool. It was cool watching them grow up. Now, I will say that it is cool watching these characters grow up and come into their own. To watch Robin go to Nightwing, to where he's like, all right, you know, and this toss up between who gonna lead the team, between Connor always trying to give it to him and he's always trying to toss it back to Superboy. He's like, man, no, you sound like Big Blue. He said, no, but you're the team leader. He's like, okay. And so to watch that pissed me off. The shit with Aquaman, with Aqualad becoming Aquaman and giving him a fucking husband, boyfriend, and that who could actually kick his ass. Because they talked about that in the show. They said, "Oh, I passed." He said, "Oh, I passed. I didn't drop out of magical art school, and I was in the military. So you don't have a choice to take me along." I was like, "Oh, okay." So not only is the brother gay, this motherfucker's also a bitch to his husband.
He also the bottom, huh?
Yeah, I was like, get the fuck out. I was like, so that pissed me off. The only person that made sense in that damn show was Jefferson, but they had him getting played out like a sucker last season because the one chick tricked him and seduced him, and so he was able to figure out that they had like a little behind the scenes team with Batman, Wonder Woman, Aqualad, Nightwing, Barbara, McGann. He said, wait a minute. He said, y'all all working together. He said, I wonder why all this shit is going crazy. He said, I told you. And like Batman was like, Bruce is like, yeah, but he said, no. He said, I told y'all I didn't want no parts of this shit when I left the league. He said, then you sent Dick to recruit me into this damn bullshit over here. He said, no, leave me alone. I gotta bounce. Even Virgil was trying to give his ass a hot dog, but then he kept having a flashback to the Russian chick that played his ass. He was like, no.
Oh yeah, that's fucking Tali. I'll never get roofied again.
I said, but yeah, if you can't stick to that writing that made the first 2 seasons awesome, that got everybody into the show, because I had a friend of mine that was in college who was not a DC fan. He is a 100% Marvel, and we all used to have this big ass back and forth back in college about what was better than what. And I remember him getting tag teamed by some DC guys. I was like, well, why the hell you didn't call me? He said, you was in class. I was like, oh, well, shit, next time wait, because I got some DC characters that can get their ass kicked by Marvel characters. But yeah, he got into DC because of that show. That's what I'm saying. So like I said, going back to that writing, get off this woke shit.
Look, they're fucking up the shows on the own. So when I heard that Young Justice was getting canceled, and then I heard the person that was reporting on it was saying, basically, here's what it is. Here's what it is, just to tighten it up. Zaslav is getting a lot of starting to get static in the geekdom because they're trying to find reasons to hate what he's doing. And that's, to me, that's kind of the agenda trying to reassert itself. All this stuff that he's canceling is stuff that's not really working. It's not. And they keep trying to find a way to bitch about him doing it, but it's always backed by Batgirl. It's always Batgirl is the card they keep pulling. And he canceled Batgirl. Who gives a fuck that he canceled Batgirl that much? You never saw the show. You didn't know it was coming. He didn't use your money to make it. He's the new CEO. You kick the shit out. So fucking what? But it was made and it... So what? So the fuck what? Studios do this shit all the time. But that's what the criticism is, that they keep trying to level against him, and it's all because of some Batgirl shit. Well, that's just a bunch of bitches then. Mm-hmm. I don't give a fuck about that Batgirl show getting canceled. Barbara Gordon ain't never been a Latina. Never. I don't think the Latinos care that much about the shit, personally.
They hyped up for Namor.
No. So all the shit that I'm seeing that he's canceling was all shit that was failing anyway. Dr. Tia-san had me watch Young Justice for how objectionable the shit was. So if I hear that Young Justice is getting canceled, I don't know what they're doing over there at Warner Discovery. Trimming the fucking fat. That's what I see they're doing. Killing off the stuff that's not working. Because I haven't heard anything good coming out of Young Justice since first 2 seasons. Joe Herb in here. Joe Herb is an avid DC fan. I ain't heard him saying nothing about you should watch this Young Justice. But them earlier seasons, stuff like that, he was giving them to me on burned DVDs to watch them. He ain't said shit about this music stuff. Nothing at all. Look. So, what are you actually upset about? He just got there and is doing what nobody else in that company was doing, which is the reason why the company was failing and losing so much money that they had to get bought out. He's coming and cutting away all the shit that wasn't working. They just in a fucking tizzy because it's all they agenda bullshit. But that's the stuff that's losing money. They legitimately, Warner Brothers was synonymous with going woke and going broke. They were legitimately broke. That's why they got bought. So anything he's cutting, I'm not. What am I supposed to say about it? Y'all was losing money doing that shit. You got bought out. This is the stuff that has to go.
Yep. That's how they got Rebirth.
What's that?
52. That's how they got Rebirth. DC Rebirth. 52 was an utter failure. And only thing I read from New 52 was Superman Hell on Earth. And I did not like how they did Supergirl. They made her like this bitchy, whiny character that was like she was hating Earth, and that's what it made it. That's what this Kryptonian hell used to get her to come to his side because he could read her mind and say, "Oh, she don't like her. She can go well with my plan." And his plan was to basically use I forgot what it was, but Batman figured it out. He said he's trying to bring Krypton from the past into the present. But he said, and they said, well, what's the problem with that? It's in the same spot of Earth. It's going to fundamentally rip the planet apart. So he says not fundamentally, literally, he says it's literally going to rip the planet in half and replace it with Krypton. He said, we got to stop him. I was like, so that really pissed me off the way they did Supergirl. I was like, because I liked Supergirl.
Mm-hmm. The stuff in New 52 I liked. I was kind of interested. Well, the stuff I really liked was Aquaman in New 52. Because they got away from Jeff Johns writing them, got away from that teasing Aquaman about talking to fish and shit like that. He debunked all of that shit. He said all that shit straight. Like, does Aquaman have a job? No. But you know what? Shit that fall in the ocean is his. He got plenty money. Right? Talking about him eating fish and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, we live under the sea, motherfucker. Yeah, we eat fish. Like, talked about his telepathy. Like, you can't talk underwater. I mean, what the fuck, dude? Common sense shit, right? So he debunked all that shit. Now, Aquaman was a better character. He was more fun. He was more vicious. He got after people. He was like, man, he better kick somebody's ass. And it showed how strong he actually is, right? That he is, to me, when I'm reading the book, I understood that Aquaman is actually the Superman of Earth.
Yep.
Because he's born here. He's born on Earth. He is super strong and ain't never left the planet. Superman is from he's an alien on another planet. It makes him strong. But when he was New 52 Superman, he was kicking his ass.
Oh, yeah.
He went at Wonder Woman and Superman at the same time. I was like, damn, Aquaman got a pair of fish nuts.
Man, I keep saying, look, they don't give that man his fucking credit. I'm like,
they gonna put some spect on his name, like his
look, him and Martian Manhunter don't get the respect.
Manhunter and Black Manta got their respect during that New 52.
Yes.
They even made a Nightwing, something I was reading more regular and was enjoying. So I wasn't mad at everything in New 52. Some of the DC faithful was hating that shit. I understand that shit, but that was part of my main complaint with DC is they had too many goddamn crises. It's the whole universe is rewritten too often, too much.
Yep.
Can't follow that shit.
We got another crisis. What, Dark Crisis is coming now? Like, what the fuck? Is there? You got Final Crisis.
So this conversation is outside of your wheelhouse. It's okay. You can drop down if you want to. Thank you for coming up, though, Sweetness. Appreciate the lip picture. I had dreams about Mr. Sinister last night, so seeing some soft woman lips is okay with me. I Vampire was your favorite. I didn't even read I Vampire. It was some good stuff in New 52 because I understood what they were doing in New 52. You have to make this stuff revamped and relevant for the time that you're in some senses. Okay, cool. I'm fine with that. Nightwing was doing parkour and shit like that. I like parkour. Okay, I'm down with that. Like the costume design, I'm good. I'm Gucci, right? So the other characters they introduced, I was cool with it, right? They didn't like the young Superman. Okay, I thought the Batman was cool.
I liked young Superman. I thought that was cool.
Yeah, I thought Aquaman's crew that he had, the others was cool. The operative and all those characters, like those are new characters and they were fun. I like those characters, right? Yara, the little jungle chick and stuff like that, who had powers like Aquaman, but she was on land. I'm like, okay, y'all can spread that out a little bit. Okay,
Yeah.
this is cool.
I actually liked Superboy. I remember, and I was breaking this down to some people back, like I said, because I was reading this stuff back in college, because that's when they rebooted it, like my freshman year in college. I was like, yeah, I actually like Superboy. Like, why? I was like, because they gave him like an entirely set of new powers, and he's just not an exact copy of Superman. He's his own damn character. And I mean, he had telekinesis and everything. I said, but so I was like, I liked Superboy. They could have kept that one.
Yeah, they could have kept that. But to me, that was the Jim Lee influence. That's why New 52 looks like Wildstorm Comics. It's a Jim Lee redesign of all those characters. That's why they all got Tron armor at some point, right? That's what it is. It's him coming on as editor-in-chief and figuring out a way to revamp this shit without having to start it all over again, right? Okay, some of the stuff worked, some of it didn't, but that's everything. DC keeps running into this problem because they've had so many world redefining crossovers like that shit. That's why they're doing one right fucking now. It's harkening back all the way to the first what is it, Infinite Crisis or whatever. It's like, Jesus fuck, who can follow all of this shit? Who follows all of this? You keep rewriting the shit and rewriting it and rewriting it and rewriting it in the process. But that's not the Superman, but this is Superman from the original continuity because he didn't remember. Dude, this sounds like a bunch of convoluted bullshit. It's too fucking convoluted. That's why people just get on. I just want a Batman book. I just want a Batman book. Because that's usually what they don't touch too much. Fuck. Is the Joker still a thing? Okay, I can read Batman.
Yeah. And they keep trying to top Crisis on Infinite Earth. That's the problem.
They keep going back to that shit because it fucked up so much stuff. They have to keep going back to it to try to set some shit straight. And every time they come back to set some shit straight, they fuck up some more stuff. Y'all need to leave a crisis alone. A crisis is a crisis of a crisis.
The only reset that actually worked, which wasn't a hard reset, was Blackest Night. When they brung some of the villains back and they brung some of the heroes back during that arc. That was the only one that worked, and it wasn't a hard reboot like they normally do with the damn Crisis. It was a soft reboot, and I'm just like, yo, you give me more stories like Blackest Night. It didn't center around it centered around Green Lantern and the War of Lights and all of that shit, which was awesome. I was like, yo, do stuff like that. Yeah.
Right.
Stop with the damn Crisis. Like, you got Dark Crisis coming up. I'm like, damn, for real? You just finished Final Crisis.
Look,
Identity Crisis.
To me, they're just bastardizing the whole mystique of Crisis because they keep bringing another one. They keep bringing another and redoing it. It'd be the same thing as Marvel kept doing Secret Wars 4 more times. Look, we had 2 Secret Wars. Once in the 80s, once in the 2000s. We're good. Don't do another Secret Wars. Don't need another Secret Wars. Don't need another one on the Secret Wars title. No, we don't. DC just keeps doing it. Everything is a goddamn crisis. Like, look, man. That's what I said. I'd rather live in the Marvel universe than the DC universe. Unless I'm trying to come up, because in the DC universe, you got a bigger chance of coming up because there's always a goddamn crisis. The world is always being rewritten. So, okay, fuck. Maybe I'll be on Earth 2 next time. I don't know. Maybe I'll be Black Superman. Then you get to choose which one. You want to be Valzad or you want to be Calvin? What? Cheap the hamburger? The McDonald's guy? It's too convoluted. That's why I pick and choose on my DC books when I read it, when I don't. But I don't stick with it consistently because it's always getting rewritten. There's no fun. To me, there's no fun in it because there's no real continuity. The continuity in a rewrite?
and what happened with them damn Titans that they were trying to bring in when that came through the source wall? Where did that story go? Because I forgot. I wasn't keeping up.
I couldn't tell you. Yeah, I ran a comic shop for a whole fucking year. I was buying DC books. I wasn't reading the motherfuckers at all. No. Last time I was seriously trying to read DC Comics was New 52 and Rebirth. And after a point, I was just like, whatever. Because when it got to, it was a Dark Knight's Metal and the whole Dark Universe and stuff like that, I was reading some of that, but then they kept stretching that shit out too. It's like, well, how does this work with all the rest of this shit? Oh, it doesn't, because then this is. Come on, man. Come the fuck on. Y'all need, you know what you need? You need a cold universe to explode and Big Bang that shit all over again. You tripped over your own fucking convoluted mess.
No, what they need is they need Richards to with a little what's his name, with a little pocket universe just to pull this shit out and throw everything else in it.
Oh shit. I couldn't navigate my way around the DC universe if I wanted to spend a week doing it. It seems too convoluted and messed up. Look, the boy JT saying, Image, Boom, and Indies are my friends. Marvel and DC bugging. Oh yeah, Marvel and DC bugging like a motherfucker.
I've been meaning to get the fucking Power Ranger comics. I don't know why I haven't gotten any yet.
Whole different trip. You're on a whole different trip right now. He said, not Calvin, you cut off. Funny as fuck, no one. Yeah. Samaritan, I'm gonna check out the Samaritan. I'll check it out today. Now that it's out today, I know I'll check it out today because I want to see what's going on with that. I like Sylvester Stallone. Grew up watching Sylvester Stallone movies. He's a decent enough actor too. I know he can do action. I know that much. He's doing a superhero movie. He's doing a kind of Unbreakable movie.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll watch that. I saw him in a costume. He did look like fucking Steel Part 2. But okay, look,
shit!
Let you slide by on that one. Let me see what this show is about. Let me see what's up with this show. Then we'll take it from there.
You got to show up and show support because he's going through a fucking divorce. I'm like, that was a shocker to me. I was like, damn, you getting a divorce? And they said it's getting nasty and like all this shit getting nasty. Stallone, him and his wife, they split. Yeah, she's splitting from him. She leaving.
How many decades?
And how many kids and decades and all that other shit? I was like, damn.
Let her go, dude. Fuck that bitch. Cancel it. Give her that Nino Brown. Throw some champagne on her and get her ass out of there.
Because I'm sitting there watching it. I'm watching on the entertainment, Entertainment Tonight, the regular cable. And I said, okay, where the fuck is she gonna go? What's she gonna do? Like, why are you leaving now?
Get the fuck out of there. Look, man. I'm saying this right now because this here in Stallone is getting divorced after all these goddamn decades. It's absolutely stupid as fuck to me. But I'll say this: I'm sick of hearing about women who ain't really did shit getting divorced from men who have made fortunes. You want your payout now? Cut them a fucking check and send them on their goddamn way. Mm-hmm. That's all you need to do. Cut them a check and get them the fuck out of it. I'm sick of hearing this stupid shit. This is this ignorant ass feminist babble that you should be splitting from every man that you with because he ain't about shit, even though he's provided you life that you've lived for fucking I don't know how many goddamn decades. If you want to jump out and jump your goofy ass on the carousel at 50, 60 goddamn years old now, be my fucking guest. Cut her a check, tell her have fun on the carousel on the hobby horse. You're not getting married again. Nobody is pining after your goofy ass. You's a dumb bitch. You bought that bill of goods and you about to reap the whirlwind. Cut them a check and send them anyway. And get you a young chick out of that. 30-year-old. Something hot and sexy.
Young spicy.
New fast car. I'm sick of hearing this shit in Hollywood.
Yeah. Get your young spicy.
Yeah, way spicy. They got no goddamn love. Oh, that's what I hear. Because you coming through the speaker and not coming through my headphones. Oh! Took that shit out and heard it. Took that shit out and heard it. That's why. See that. Say something, Aqua. I mean,
yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. She getting enough money. She don't need this. She get enough money. She don't need ish. A new dog started the mudslide to the divorce.
That's what started it?
Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, that's some dumb shit. Whatever, man. Cut her a check and send her on the phone.
Oh, yeah.
Just fucking.
Just you take some of the first
losses, dude. I'm tired of seeing these Holly drag and then get a divorce and then want to figure this shit out because it's a nasty divorce. Every divorce can be fucking nasty when you got money because all the motherfucker want is money. Look, cut her a check. I bet money's Stallone. You cut her a check, and I'm following Bezos' law. Cut her a fucking check, and the next thing you do will make the same money that you just cut her a check for. Dr. Dre wouldn't have had his stroke. I think he would have fought harder in his divorce. He just said, fuck it. Cut his losses, it ain't worth the fucking stress. Cut her a check and send her on the way. Is that all she want? Give her the money that she want and get her the fuck out of here. And rebuild and restart. Because what I know, regardless of what my mother said, Sylvester Stallone could have a whole new kid tomorrow.
Yep.
Some proper soil. With a new younger chick. And she'd be happy to be with Sylvester Stallone. If Ron Jeremy ugly ass can fuck pretty chicks for a lifetime, Sylvester Stallone would be all right. And he could make another movie and get all that money right back. Tell him you're doing a Rambo Last Blood again. A fucking Rambo Requiem because we ain't seen him die. That shit get money back just on signing the contract. What she gonna do? I'll have to suck another dick.
Do another Rocky movie, even though he doesn't want to do the character. He said, "Shit, just direct the bitch." I'm like, I'm gonna sit behind the camera.
Look, it's time. It's probably time for Stallone to do like what's his name? Clint Eastwood. It's time for you to direct. You've been in enough boxing movies. Direct a boxing movie.
Exactly.
I'd watch that shit. I'd buy you as an actual boxer now. Like shit. Just do it.
But then again, he's got Expendables 4 coming, so he probably finna make that money back.
Get you some money too. That was a great franchise to even start up to where you can take these old action heroes and put them in movies again so people can see them again. Doing action shit just like you did back in the 80s and 90s. I love that shit. I thought it was a great concept. Not a Hollywood concept. It's an action star concept. Where you can get these actors out there again.
Yeah.
Because that movie, you're thinking about, damn, who else can they bring back? They need Carl Weathers. They need Arnold Schwarzenegger. All your favorite action stars.
Seagal. Van Damme, all of that shit. I remember when the first one came in, I was working with this one guy at my first job back in high school. He was like, man, because when the first came out, like 2010, 2011, he was like, man, I was like, man, I can't wait. This shit gonna be awesome. It's just gonna be action, gun, explosions, a classic. He said, no, man, it's 20-something. So we need to have a story. I was like, dude, when the fuck have any of those guys been in movies that had a decent storyline? They're all action stars. They're the action
stars, and there's the action movies that were blockbusters did have a story. You know what the story of Die Hard is.
Yeah.
You can tell somebody really quick. That's why it was a genre-defining movie. You know what the story of Rambo First Blood is. You can tell somebody in 2 minutes what it is. Soldier coming home from war, getting to some shit with some hicks in a small town, and they do something that breaches his code. And he actually goes to war with him. Done. Yeah. Would you watch it? A veteran getting shit on. Yeah, you'd watch it.
Right. Well, he was talking about he wanted more like the Inception type shit. I was like, dude, every movie can't be that.
Inception is not even an action movie. That's a Christopher Nolan intellectual movie. Christopher Nolan does intellectual movies. He don't do action movies. His movies have action in it, but it's more of an intellectual journey rather than an action journey.
Yep.
That's why you can have people like Robert Pattinson in a movie where he's using guns and shit. You buy, oh, Robert Pattinson could have been an operator at some point, huh? You buy that shit in a suit with a suit on, busting shots. Like, oh, okay, all right, Robert, I see. Maybe you'd be a good Batman. You know, maybe. Stop that gun shit though. You know, it is what it is.
But that first one was awesome. The second one got better because you got more of the same. Third one kind of was like, a little bit iffy. It was cool because I got to see Wesley come back finally. That was the best for me.
That was the
best
one
part
I missed because I was happy to see Wesley come into that shit. I wanted to see Wesley.
And the shocker was him having Mel Gibson up in that bitch as
after doing his time. I don't mind Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson says some reprehensible shit to some people, but why the fuck do I care? He didn't say that shit to me. And you wouldn't do a shit if you did. So, you call some chick shit at tits. Look, you got out there and you drunk, you might say some goofy shit too. He's saying something against the Jewish people that he don't like. What? There's a law against not liking certain people? I didn't know that was a thing. I told y'all about my story yesterday. Being in a restaurant, I spent many Saturdays in buying food, and the fucking bitch in there don't like me. I ain't did nothing to her, but order food. She got a right not to like me, whatever her fucking reason is. We don't know what it is. They're giving me shitty service on top of it. I think it's your right as a fucking American to not like whoever the fuck you feel like you don't want to like for whatever reason. You don't have to like everybody. That's the beauty of being a human. I don't have to like you. But if I do, that means something special going on with your ass.
Said too soon for Will Smith.
What's that?
Aquatech, he said too soon for Will Smith.
It's gonna be the name of your show, Aquatech. Yeah, shit. You just gonna put out one quip. 2-minute video, one quip. Is it too soon for Will Smith? Yeah, I want Will Smith to do another Bad Boys. And see if he learns how to transition out of making Bad Boys all around him and about the new team of characters. Because the last Bad Boys, that's what I saw. I saw him turning that shit into a CSI Miami kind of situation where there's one older character that's been there, but all these young people are the ones going out there doing all the work and shit like that now. He needs to transition into that fucking role. And just start owning the franchise and start directing because they're going to try to ruin his ass forever after that slap shit.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to have to start doing some other shit.
Well, they tried to make it about other characters with that LA Finest shit with Gabrielle Union and Jessica Alba. It was supposed to be like a spin-off show starring with her. And I don't know where the fuck they went with that. They made her like bisexual. They had her sleeping with chicks and everything. And I said, what is she supposed to be? The female Mike Larry all of a sudden?
Chick Lowry. That's what she is. Chick Lowry. I like sushi.
Yeah, because I watched that shit. And my aunt was recording that shit. I said, this shit is gonna last one season. And halfway through the season, she came and told me, she said, you were right, they're canceling the show. I fucking told you this shit, they was canceling this shit. No, like nobody wanted to see this bullshit. Like, come on now. Like, who's gonna believe Gabrielle Union and Jessica Alba? Come on now.
I love how this internet just goes back and forth. Like it's a bitch call signal, 1 second, and then it just drops. And then it's back up again. And then it drops. And then it's back up again. Like nothing is happening. Like Mike Lowry. Yeah, Mike Lowry. Lowry. You know
the only thing
show is that's the telling clip of the whole show. Oh, they just changed it to a bisexual. Oh, that's all they had. That was the only idea they had. Okay.
Yeah, she was doing some behind the scenes shit. Like, and then they introduced like her and Marcus's dad, and he's like supposed to be like some under secret agent type motherfucker that got his own thing, and he said that's why I left you and your mom with Mark. I left you, your mom, and Marcus because I had to go take care. She was like, "No, Dad," she's pissed at her dad, and he's trying to help her. I was like, so this shit just turned into scandal all over again, everything, because that's the same bullshit. That's the same bullshit and scandal. The daddy was like some badass motherfucker that went off on his own. I'm like, okay. And then they only mentioned Marcus one time. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting from that. Oh, he just didn't want to take care of his family. He
Pretty
just
much
run off and do his own thing. He went for a pack of cigarettes at the mission. Shut up.
Yeah, pretty much.
Goofy ass shit. You should have got killed.
Because that's what they mentioned in the show. Because they mentioned how Marcus don't want to talk to him. Martin Lawrence's character don't really want to talk to him. I'm like, okay. They mentioned him like twice, and that was it. And how she barely wanted to deal with him, but he knew she was into some shit that got her almost blown the fuck up, and so he came back and trying to help her. She said, and so they had basically she trying to bust some dirty cops. I didn't finish watching the shit because the shit got goofy to me real quick. I said, this shit is dumb, and I'm not gonna watch no more. 5 episodes in, I said, yeah, I quit.
Yeah, this shit is dumb. I can't justify watching it any longer. Because I'm gonna be dumb if I keep doing it.
She's like, what? I remember much my mom was like, what? Come on, this is gonna. I said, man, this shit is gonna last one season, and they are going to cancel it. 5 episodes in, they cancel. They said, why they cancel? I said, ain't nobody watching this bullshit. Who want to watch a show with them two? They not believable as action stars. Like Dark Angel was how many years ago? Ain't nobody seen Jessica Alba really kick no ass since the Fantastic Four.
Alba ain't did. She ain't kicked nothing since she kicked out that last baby. Jessica Alba is past her prime. I like Jessica Alba, but in some ways you're just a substitute placeholder for Jennifer Lopez.
Pretty much.
Without the body. You got over on being a cute girl on the show. And like I told you with the Tatiana Maslany, getting over for the same reason. A kind of geeky show, and you get a young cute girl on it. That was it. Other than that, you can't name shit else that Jessica Alba has been in that's outside of what, Honey? Was it Honey or Safe Dance or whatever fucking dance show she was doing?
Honey. Yeah. Honey and Sin City.
Damn, I don't even remember Sin City. The only thing I remember is what Sin City was Rosario Dawson sexy ass. Rosario made Sin City, Jessica Alba.
Yeah, she was what's his name? The little girl who got saved by Bruce Willis's character, and somehow made it to where she fell in love. I was like, that's kind of fucking weird, don't you think?
Yeah, it's a lot weird. And to no one is it time for Denzel for Expendables? No, because Denzel is not an action star. I don't consider Denzel an action star.
He's an actor.
He doesn't need to be in an action movie with everybody else. Denzel, no. I never want to see Denzel in Expendables. Think of it this way: if I saw Denzel in an Expendables movie, I think his career was on the downtrend. I would think he was doing it because he needed the money, which I don't think he needs. When Wesley was in Expendables, that's what I saw it as, because I know Wesley did that. He was just getting back, right? And that's what that was good for, is some of his friends and people he know putting him on so he can catch another check on this shit and do an action movie.
Yeah.
Jackie Chan, fuck him. You already got Jet Li. You don't need to put Jackie Chan on shit. You don't need Jackie Chan. You don't need Donnie Yen. They established. They're good. They're good.
Yeah. Yeah, Wesley was supposed to be in the first one. But, yeah. We would have been got a Wesley, but that whole shit that he spent 4 years fighting, he said Wesley was supposed to be in the first one. He cast him originally. And but we had to wait till the third one because he had to go do some time. The only person the only person they hadn't brought back was Seagal, and that's because of the whole situation between him and Van Damme. Seagal and Van Damme don't like each other.
Yeah, they ain't gotta like each other. They just gotta do a fucking movie.
They do.
If you feel so strongly about it, you can do like Bruce Lee did and have a fight on set and don't film it.
But that's what it was. That's why Seagal was supposed to be in Expendables 2. What happened was that's how Chuck Norris ended up being in there instead of Seagal. What happened was Van Damme told Stallone he wouldn't do the movie if Seagal was cool with it. Now, Seagal was actually cool with it, despite how he felt about Damme. He said Seagal was cool with it. It was Van Damme that didn't want Seagal there. So Stallone didn't. He said because he didn't want no issues, he didn't put him in the movie.
Van damage. Man, damn it. Man, damn it. Stop being petty. Neither one of you motherfuckers is pulling a career right now. You know that, right? Neither one of you. Van Damme or Seagal. I like both of you. I watched y'all movies. Love Double Impact. Love Bloodsport. Love some of the other shit you did. Seagal, Hard to Kill, Above the Law. I was loving that shit. I like Steven Seagal. You married
Under Siege.
one of my little teen crushes back in the day, Kelly LeBron, motherfucker. So you good, Steven. I never gave you shit about your fighting style either. I know you look funny when you run, but whatever. You another person that need to give it up with the hair shit. Your hair is gone. Your hair is gone. Take that fucking raccoon off your head. Dude, in 2020. Get that shit off your head and just call it a day. Okay? You want to throw somebody else in Expendables that I'd want to see? Go find Ernie Reyes Jr. Go find Ernie Reyes, little young Bolo, because Aquateki put Bolo Young in there. Bolo old as fuck. No, put Ernie Reyes Jr. in there.
Yeah.
He never had his shot as being a really legit action star because he was Asian doing too much white boy shit.
Yep.
Sammo Hung don't need to be in that shit. Sammo Hung don't need to be outside of nothing with Jackie Chan. If Jackie Chan ain't in it, Sammo don't need to be in that shit. Because I like seeing the two of them together. Even Sammo,
wait a minute.
I like seeing together. Get some of them other stars. Like, look, if you want to really spice shit up for a little bit, put Ram Shriram in that shit. Dude that was in RRR, put Ram Shriram in that shit. That'd be something different. Because you ain't seen no Indian fighters in that shit. Put him in that shit. That'd be cool. What's that other white boy that's been in all the stuff with what's his name? The Asian dudes from the Raid and shit.
Oh shit! The Raid, the guy that was in the Raid, I forget his name.
White boy. He was in that Triple Threat movie with them.
Scott Aiken.
Yeah, Scott Atkins. Yeah, there you go.
No, he was in the second one.
Oh, he's in the second one. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, he fights Statham. Yeah, he was the bad guy. He was the one who killed Chris Hemsworth's brother. He held the knife.
That's right.
Yeah, and Scott and Jason Statham had that epic fight in the goddamn plane terminal where they was whooping each other ass by the plane.
Yeah, I didn't know who Scott Atkins was at that time. Yeah, put him in it. Get some of them other stars. There's a bunch of people out there you can still get. There's been
Michael Jai White.
Some of the people who've been the stunt coordinators forever on screen, but you didn't know who their fucking name was.
You can throw some females up in that bitch. You can throw Sigourney Weaver or Cynthia Rothrock or some of them old school chicks up in there.
Greg Biggs said BGS sent me. Password is Cash App. Password isn't it. The password is Cash App.
Yeah, he did. Remember, Dolph Lundgren did Creed 2.
Yeah, Dolph Lundgren is good. I still like seeing Dolph on screen because he's a smart dude. Still big and intimidating looking too.
Now that fight with him and Jet Li when they was underneath the thing, he said, "I'm shorter. I got to work harder than everybody." He was whooping his ass.
That shit was hilarious. Hilarious. That's why I love that. The first two Expendable movies I actually love. The first Expendables, like I said, I thought that was a genius fucking idea. This is perfect. They can make a shitload of these movies. They can make a shitload. If you've ever been an older action star, you can get an Expendables movie. And they went out there and do some shit. That shit was fun. Right?
Hey, I'm waiting on them to bring Action Jackson back.
I thought they brought Carl Weathers back already.
No, they haven't. Because that's what everybody's saying. No, that's what everybody's saying. They need to bring him, Seagal, like they said, some of the females.
I thought they had already brought Carl Weathers back. Oh yeah, they definitely need Carl Weathers. Look,
they brought Harrison Ford into the bitch. I mean,
I remember Harrison Ford showing up in the shit. I said, "What the fuck is he doing here?" Because of the Air Force One? Fuck out of here. Okay.
No, it's Han Solo.
All right.
Look, it was Han Solo. That's what it was.
Han Solo. Right. No, those are two of my picks. Ernie Reyes Jr., Carl Weathers, Throw them two into it. Get Ram Charan from RRR. I want to see him fight some actual people. See if he can speak English. They don't have to do Desi Nacho or anything like that. But I want to see that. That shit would be fun. It'd make it more international. Because that's what I liked about the shit. There was a bunch of people in there, actors that you knew, actors that you've already watched for years in their own movies, coming together in one movie. Because if you didn't know this shit, around the 80s and the 90s, those action stars were all kind of friends. That's what that whole Planet Hollywood shit was all about. They were Hollywood, but they were actually kind of cool with each other. They could work together with each other. It was rivalry with the studios about putting their movies out because they're competitive. But that's what made that shit really good because everybody was trying to copy each other with their next movie. That's when the movies were about the star to push the movie. That's when you big box. Will Smith was probably the last one of those motherfuckers, or Keanu Reeves, right? That can push a movie just on the fact that their fucking name is on it. It's action.
Mm-hmm. And then I think on that list, that they had was, I think somebody threw Val Kilmer on there. I said, well, shit, can't do it now.
Can't do it now. Yeah, you can't do it now. He wasn't really an action star like that, though.
Well, that's what I said. He wasn't really, because I had to think about it. I said, well, what did he do that was really hardcore action? Like he wasn't known for that.
Yeah, what the beauty of this Expendables franchise is all these stars were known action stars. They had genres of them doing action movies for so long. Like if they pulled Michael Dudikoff out of somebody's ass and threw him in this shit, everybody would lose their mind, right? Because if you watch American Ninja, you know, oh, that's Michael Dudikoff. That's the American Ninja. You'd be cool to see him, right? He probably old as shit, but it'd be cool to see him. You'd halfway believe it. Like if they put Sho Kusagi in the shit, you'd be like, oh damn, that was old boy. He was big in that. For people who have watched those movies and know who they are, these people have fronted headline movies series for a while. It's sold off their name being in it. That's what the fun it is of having in the Expendables, of putting them in there. It's kind of a social commentary because after a point, these action heroes kind of throw them away.
Yep.
That's what the fun of the first movie was, with having Stallone and Lundgren and Jet Li and I'm gonna forget his goddamn name. I just said
it. Dolph Lundgren?
No, bald British dude.
Oh, Jason Statham.
Jason Statham was the new action hero at that time. He was the new action star who did his own fights and all the rest of that shit. Yeah, Kurt Russell. Yeah, don't forget about Kurt Russell. He's still out there kicking.
Oh yeah, that was the other person on the list.
Yes.
I like to say what's up to everybody, and woo! And also, not only do I want to play the role of Isaiah Bradley, I also want to redo Action Jackson.
Oh shit! It should be Action Jackson.
I'm the greedy Negro, so.
All right, let me give you a proper intro. I brought you up here to do the proper intro because you're still talking. Hold on. We have a special appearance. We've spotted a Woo Beast, so Voltron is simple.
Woo!
He is the black.
God bless Pantho, He-Man, and Bria Miles.
Pantho and Bria Miles. You got it. What's up, officer of the goddamn law, Charles? Copywritten. Oh, we lost him.
What happened?
What did you do? Beam back to Thundera. What the fuck?
Look, I know Mama Raw didn't show up that quickly.
Yeah, that was shit. Sort of omens backfired. That's okay. He can come back. Got a whole intro and then we lost you. Trying to give you a good workout, man. I didn't get to get my joke off. He fucked it up. But yeah, Kurt Russell, yeah, he could show up. He's still in good shape. Tango and Cash, I'd see a Tango and Cash too. As long as they didn't turn it into this Tango and Cash too, and now it's their daughters showing up. Some bullshit. Somebody beaming in from the Federation space. What up, AB Media?
Yes.
Yeah, hey, Bizzle, Bizzle.
Talking about Expendables, huh?
He's just talking about shit, but yeah, it's Expendables right now.
Yeah, I'm looking for the new one because I know 50. They posted pictures. 50's in it, and I just saw and they got photos of. He's in it. He's gunned up and everything.
Yeah, he's done an action movie. He's done an action.
Yeah,
and he's acted with Stallone before too.
Yeah, in Escape Plan.
Yeah, Escape Plan. So yeah, I can see him.
Yeah, they finished. If you go to Stallone and Statham's Instagram, they actually have them shooting Statham's last day on set. They shooting the fight scene where they're in the bar, and they got the stunt doubles say, "Yo, this is all stunt doubles." It just starts off where a couple of guys say mouth off, and then Statham goes into his deal. He said that's pretty much the fight scene. But if you wanted to watch it, you're gonna have to see Expendables 4 coming out X, Y, and Z.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, tease, motherfucker. No free show. Yeah. You want to see how this turns out?
Yeah.
Peace. We out. No free show.
Yeah, I never watched Expendables 3, but I watched the first two.
You ain't miss shit.
That's what I heard.
The first two, I didn't see number 3. Didn't see number 3. 3 was the one with Wesley. I didn't get a chance to see.
Yeah.
I was also the one with Harrison Ford showed up. Why the fuck is Harrison here? Like, I really wasn't getting it. Like,
because he took.
Never took Indiana Jones as an action.
Well, he wasn't like really in the movie. He took over Bruce's spot, Mr. Church, and so he said, "I'm Mr. Church's boss," and he said, "And I'm coming in and said, y'all fucked up, and I'm taking over. And if you fuck up again, I'm gonna start throwing everybody in jail or having people killed." And that's basically who he was, and that's who Jet Li went to go work for. He was like, when they said, "That's where you went," he said, "He pays me more money." He's like, "I got a family." So he went to, and that was actually the one spoiler in the movie. They basically sidelined Terry Crews's character. I was like, well, what, 2 black characters was too much for you? Because they basically sidelined it because basically Gibson kind of, when he was above him and he recognized that was them, he pulled out a sniper rifle and popped Terry Crews in his back. So that put him in the hospital, and Wesley was trying to operate on him because his character was a doctor. He was the surgeon. He was known as the doctor, and so he was able to kind of help him and until they got him to the hospital. But they sidelined Terry Crews's character, so he wasn't even in the movie that much. Wesley was mainly filled in that role as the token Negro.
Yeah, two Negroes.
Diversity, everybody.
No, it's just they don't know how to write them.
I know.
And I'm not surprised because it's not usually a bunch of black dudes in who's writing them. You ever see a black character not written well, you know why it is. It's not
Terry
surprising. I don't get.
Say what you want about Terry. Terry was.
But they just don't know. It's okay. You don't have to know. Get somebody who does. Shit.
Say what you want about Terry. Terry was fucking people up in that first movie.
Yeah, he was.
He got that big old gun. It was
boom, 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 boom. I was like, God.
I'm like, damn.
But see, Terry Crews, I think, kind of did it to himself because that's when he came out, I think, and started saying all that goofy shit about Hollywood. So
oh, boy.
They had to set his ass down for him. So, okay. I'm not saying you can't speak your piece, just understand, shit usually happens.
Hey, are you familiar with the Orphans movie series?
With the little old bitch? No, it's a horror movie. I don't get into horror movies that much anymore.
I watched the first one. I didn't see the newest one.
The newest one actually isn't that bad.
I'm like, ain't she like a grown ass woman right now? I mean, I know she's playing a grown ass woman in the movie, but like, that girl's kind of too big to be trying to.
But they made it work. They made it. Believe it or not, they actually made it work. Check it out. It's a prequel for obvious reasons, but they made it work. They somehow made it work. I don't know how, but
well, you can't sell me on the show if you can't tell me how they made the show.
Okay.
Okay, you watched
it. They made it work. They made it work. That some of her backstory is not what they said in the original movie. It's a little bit more complicated than what they said it was.
Well, it's
So I have to have seen the other Orphan movies to understand.
Yeah. It was a prequel, so it's like whenever you go around and mucking around in the past, they're gonna have to change some shit up. That's what we're bitching about right now with the Star Wars shit. They keep going around into the past. Sorry to go back to that, but yeah. So
That's okay.
I'm pretty sure
to fix the canon. You know how you fix this canon? Stop fucking with it. It's canon for a reason. It works better when you don't fuck with it. Just move forward.
Man, it's a little hard to move forward. She's on ice. The little bitch is on ice.
No, you know, hold up. Horror movie logic. When has any of them fucking characters ever stayed dead? How many times they didn't kill Freddy Krueger's ass?
True.
Just the first time they killed him to make Nightmare on Elm Street, the first one, like he was a legend back. Yeah, because the parents got together. Really? I got you, Charles. You have a bad signal? Tell me that's Black Line Wireless. Tell me that.
So hey, I needed something to watch, and I was like, I'm liking this.
Yeah. See, that's what I said. It's a lull in geek stuff right now, where you can. This is the time where you can go back and watch some shit that you actually like, or binge on something that you haven't seen. That's why I've been going back watching Naruto.
But it like you said, it's horror. It wasn't the scariest movie I ever seen, but it was solid. It was solid enough. I was like, hey, I can watch this.
Yeah, Orphan has a good story. I will say that it is something like, damn, I want to know what the fuck are they gonna find out? What the little bitches is not who she says she is. Like, I mean, because it was a good movie. That's why I said when they said they was coming out with a first one, they said they had been said they wanted to come out with a second one, but I was like, okay, y'all need to hurry up and do this shit for this little chick get kind of too old to be playing this damn role.
Yeah. To give you a backstory, the chick that plays the orphan was like 12 years old. Now she's 25, and they just made the sequel. But they somehow made it work. They didn't. Believe it or not, they didn't use the aging. They used camera angles and stills to make people taller than what they actually are.
So they shot it like they did the Hobbits.
Yeah. They did more practical effects.
Yeah,
thank God.
She walking in the pit. Okay.
That it worked. It talks about the first. It talks about the family that she where the house burns down, but what you think happened? That's not how it happened.
So in other words, more to the story than what you were told.
Let's put it this way: they actually give you a reason to root for the little bitch.
Of course.
Oh, shit. Now I got to root for the bad guy or bad girl.
Root for the bad girl.
Well, I got to give him credit because if you watch the first movie, you get a Mary Sue vibe when she's playing Esther, because it's like this is a little girl just talking shit. I'm like, she's too old, she's too young to be talking that kind of shit. Then you find out later on in the movie that oh that's why she's talking like that.
She is. She's
Yeah.
whole bitch.
When I first saw the poster back in the day, I thought it was a supernatural movie.
Right.
I thought it was one of them. She's gonna be one of them zombie kids or something.
Oh yeah.
And it kind of hinted that at the beginning of the movie, with that stillbirth. They still ain't explained that creepy shit. That was a creepy ass scene.
That's why it works, but it doesn't help if they're gonna explain the shit, because sometimes they just leave it up to mystery.
Yeah, if they explain it, it's not.
If they ever make a third one, they need to explain that shit.
You want an explanation? Figure it out for yourself.
Esther is she's a creepy little she's just a creepy little bitch that goes around fucking with people. She don't kill many people, but she kill a couple people, but she just go around messing with people.
Fast on this week. I'm going fast this week. Oh, I got something on PayPal. Somebody said something on PayPal.
Oh shit.
Brent H. Appreciation, Brent H. I'm sorry I saw that so late. Forget that PayPal silver emails. Let me give you that 3BC. Appreciate you. PayPal.
But yeah, after watching I don't even know what to call it now. She whatever. I had to
She-Hulk.
find something. Yeah, She Hulk. I don't even call her She Hulk. I just want to call like She something. And I was
She's
like, I
so.
gotta find something else to watch.
Look,
Yeah, She
So.
Hulk.
y'all are talking about that door shit. I forgot that even happened. That's how little I was paying attention to this show. I was
Yeah,
like,
I wasn't
oh,
paying attention
she
like that either. That's how
she
bad it
she
was.
did bump into a door. I was like, because I was just so turned off by the shit, like, because I was
Mhm.
thrown by the whole scene that she had when she did the whole exposition dump on Bruce. She was like, "Oh well, I'm with this." He said, "You gonna take it?" I was like, "Well, goddamn, if you already was gonna take it, then what the hell was the point of calling him?"
To call for it. Let me
Yeah.
know that there was something she was going to decide to do without talking to me about it. Okay, awesome. Have fun.
The Kill Z is artists, they're trying to make it a comedy, but it's just not funny. There's no
I really
they
want
give
it to
you
be funny.
I
I'll
do
sit
too,
here
but
on here. If I hear
it's just
something
not
funny, I'm
funny at
laughing.
all.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's like a weak ass Ally McBeal.
It's not even Ally McBeal. If y'all got time right now too, go back and find some episodes of Ally McBeal to watch. And you'll see that shit ain't nothing like Ally McBeal.
No, it's not. I watched
I've
Ally
watched that
McBeal.
series. I watched that shit. I was into that show. That was one of the selling points on watching the She-Hulk show outside of wanting to see a She-Hulk show, right? So this is not Ally McBeal. It's not. It's nothing like it. Outside of the fact that you can say it's a female, she's a woman, and she breaks the fourth wall. That's about as much Ally McBeal as it's not. That's it. It's not funny. It hasn't been funny in 2 episodes. It hasn't. If it was, show me the funny parts, because I definitely want to laugh at the funny
Exactly.
parts. But if you can't show me the funny parts, then I don't want to hear about how funny the show is. I can't. I'm not getting paid for this shit, so I can't carry water for Disney and tell them everything's wonderful when it's all shit.
Also, she's a grown ass woman, and Kamala Khan is more mature than that.
Yeah, told you. Everybody shitting on the Ms. Marvel show because they're thinking it's overly connected to fucking Brie Larson's ass. The Ms. Marvel show was actually fun. But this teenage girl is showing more maturity than this grown ass fucking woman who can't figure out a fucking door, right? But she's supposed to be an adult. And she having little girl angst about silly shit. Kamala Khan was kind of weird, but I didn't hear her complaining about catcalling and shit.
I'm gonna say this about that. When the whole part that kind of threw me off with the show, even when I'm watching it to critique it, was when she talked to Bruce like, "Well, I'm always angry when I'm getting catcalled." I said, "Well, if nobody fucking called you, you wouldn't even worry." But you're gonna tell me you're gonna compare the life of your cousin, who's been the Hulk for about 15, 20 years,
Mm-hmm.
who the government tried to murder several times, and you're gonna say that you actually had it worse than him. I was like, you know what? Yeah, I could kiss my ass with this.
Hold up, real quick. The person
Oh
that
my
she's
god.
the person that she's defending is the one that literally they sent after him,
Mm-hmm.
Blonsky. So it's like, so what the fuck are you complaining about? I was like, you didn't take an ass whooping from Thanos to where you had your alternate self scared to come out.
Yep.
Shit.
Like,
You didn't even bring everybody back in the world he was
mm-mm.
destined.
Yep.
She giving him no damn respect for anything. Like, god damn, can you just
She didn't have an outer valley
shit on me?
experience.
Yeah.
When he went up against old girl, she's like, let's try again. I was like, oh shit, like damn.
Oh yes,
Hey, y'all
going
making
up against an
some
issue.
good points though.
Yeah,
Hey,
because
yeah,
it's
y'all
valid
making some
points.
great points though.
Wait a minute. Let's talk about the biggest point. You didn't have to fight the Chitauri. You didn't have to fight Thanos' forces again. You didn't even have to basically. You didn't even have to fight Ultron. Good God.
Oh yeah.
No,
I mean, dude was
Scarlet
off
Witch
planet.
tampering with your mind.
Dude was off planet for 2 years. Like,
You
I,
weren't
I,
stuck in
I,
a
I,
Hulk's body for 2 years and didn't know what the hell was going on.
yeah.
Probably
And think
got some
about
secret Sakaran love child that you gotta go see about in court.
yeah. I'm just thinking about it. Like, that's that same shit I hear from women. We got it so hard in the department. Oh, really? How many drug dealers you chase down on foot? How many knockdown, drag out fights you been in? Who do you think's more likely to get into a fight? They're gonna fight the men or the women mostly. I was like, so you telling me y'all doing the heavy lifting? Hell no.
Saying
Let me ask y'all a question.
That's why in construction we have to prove that you don't argue with the guy in the hole. Because the guy in the hole is the one actually doing the work. You don't want to hear about you standing on the outside of the hole. It's hard. It's hard. The stuff that we're doing is so hard. You ain't even here doing it. Shut the fuck up.
Now let me ask y'all a question. Even though he just slammed the shit out of Loki, who would you take in a fight 1-on-1 for real? Him or the so-called She-Hulk?
I'll take him.
Well,
and not because
him versus, I'm sorry, him versus Loki.
Not because I'm a fan of how the MCU has done Hulk, but the Hulk at least will go in.
Yeah.
The Hulk.
You lost you, Charles.
I'm sorry. I still don't love seeing when he's slamming down Loki. Just looked like puny god. I was like,
yeah, that was classic.
I was laughing so hard. I didn't even catch that line till I got the DVD. That's how hard I was laughing when I did say
I
that.
mean, man, yeah, y'all make great points again, bro. Like, cause look, with She-Hulk, I'm like, bitch, you look and see this motherfucker. A lot of shit he's been through. It would make sense, bitch, for you to fucking listen to him and stop being a fucking brat and shit. I just wanted to reach through the screen and choke the bitch.
And I want to get your opinion about the fight they had.
It wasn't a fight.
It was, and I'm like, she's trying to go at him, and of course, it looked to me like he was coming at her with kid gloves. Like, look,
that wasn't a fight. That was brother and sister screwing around, and the brother knowing I could beat the hell out of you, but you get in trouble if I do that shit. So, stay away from it.
And it was so funny when they did the little rock throwing. Like, okay, use your strength, throw it. She throws it. She chose it a little further, and she's like dancing, trying to throw it in his face. So he pick up another boulder and throw it in space. Hey, try that, bitch.
I told you when he launched that motherfucker in outer space, she was like, okay, yeah, you got it. I was like,
yeah, right.
Yeah, now it's silly to her. Like, oh, now it's silly for me to do this. Yeah, you got it. Whatever, Bruce. No, you just know you couldn't compete at that level. So now it's silly.
Let's see. Do y'all believe so y'all believe they nerfed the fight from them fighting in the comics? Because in the comics though, they show him like grabbing her face and shit. Like, bitch, no, this ain't what you want.
Savage Hulk is Savage Hulk for a reason. That's a name for him for a reason. She-Hulk getting into a fight with Savage Hulk is not winning, and it's going to be brutal. Now, did they nerf the fight? No, they just put a fight in there because she needed to struggle against something to prove that she was right in everything that she was doing. Whatever the fuck.
Okay.
No, you're not right. Whatever you're doing, you actually suck. But whatever. This is what you want to show me. All right, I'm here for the show. This is what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I got you.
She had to go ahead and do her little thing. Do your little dance. Right, all men are weak. Got you. And next scene. Roll the scene.
He had that look like, okay, you want this? Okay, let's go.
Hey, you knew she damn it knew to stop fighting when his bar broke. Oh shit! When they fucked up the bar, he's like, "It's the bar."
Like she was like, like you better fix this shit. I'm gonna really whoop your ass.
Yeah, exactly. That's what that shit was.
You guys
Cousin or no cousin.
Next scene was her fixing that damn bar.
Yep.
Like, yeah, I better.
And him telling her, yeah, you can leave if you want to, because you ain't gonna keep fucking up my shit.
And even in the second episode, she's like, I'm supposed to be independent. I'm supposed to be a lawyer. I'm independent. I ain't gonna be like that. Yeah. I'm like, shut the fuck up and do what you need to do.
Yeah, Dale, not never.
You know all the feminists was
You can't
like,
even get a female dog to listen half the time. Come on.
Hey, you knew all the feminists. You know all the feminists was like, bitch, why are you fixing this bar? You She-Hulk.
Well, she wasn't fixing it. She was just holding it up. He was actually fixing it.
Like,
So
why
even
you
then,
helping?
he's still slipped out.
Why you helping? Because guess what? Even though I'm a She-Hulk, that's a real Hulk. You don't want those problems. No, it's like I've been around women who really thought they could take me in a fight. Like one of my exes thought, yeah, I could probably take you to dinner. like, yeah, I'm probably just as strong as you. And I said, okay, we need to take you to the hospital. Why? I think that you got into some crack or something. I don't know. So I easily gave her one of my 60-pound dumbbells, and I said, here, curl this. And, she dropped that shit straight to the floor like an anvil.
I can't curl this, but you can't take me.
Yeah.
Can't even take my bicep workout. You can't take me. Shut up.
That reminded me to get back in the gym. I could pick it up. I haven't got to the 60s. I ain't gonna lie, but shoot.
I don't do fucking 60s. When I was working out, I wasn't doing 60s.
I could bench with the 60s, but I could not curl the 60s. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Curl the fucking 60? Why?
I could curl 80 for reps. That's normal.
See that's beyond
I'm not trying to be Captain America.
I'm not trying to be Captain America right now.
I'm valuing my speed and agility.
Hey, it's a normal thing for y'all shut the hell up. It's a normal thing for a man to do.
It's a normal bitch for
Look, I'm 40. I got the 50s. I don't have the 60s, but I got the 50. Usually reading my book, with my glasses on.
I can get up to the 50s. I can get up to the 50s, and I'll just do the 50s on my shoulders. Right? I'm not curling 50s. My arms are too goddamn long. That shit hurts, dude. That shit it's not hurting in a good way. My arms are too long for that shit.
Concentrated curls.
I will curl up to like 30, maybe 40. I'm not doing 50s. I'm not trying to impress nobody like that. I'm doing this shit for myself.
I'm not impressed.
And that's the thing. That's why I respect Charles for being as big as he fucking is, looking like goddamn Superman. I'm not trying to be that damn big. I don't want to be that damn big. The biggest I got was me crossing my arms across my chest. That was the biggest I got. Arms and chest. That was uncomfortable for me because I couldn't wear my backpacks. I couldn't do shit right. It didn't feel right to me. My body feels right to me being a little leaner. Not being strong, but not having the bulk to give me that strength. So I'm not trying to be hella big. I never was. Even when I worked out, I wasn't trying to be hella big. I could push some weight, but I'm not trying to gain a bunch of size. It don't feel right to me. That's why I give him credit for that shit. Yeah, you big as fuck, man.
Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah, you better.
Yeah, I rock with you on that one, boy. I'm like that too, man. I used to got bulky and shit, man, until I realized like, yeah, this ain't working. My wrestling coaches, it was like 2 or 3 shades less bigger than me. That man was folding me up too. I'm like, oh fuck no. Yeah, like so I'm like, yeah. Huh?
Yeah, I'm not taking anything from Charles. I'm just saying I always went for strength over size, right? But that would be a psychological difference between me and Charles. Charles's favorite character is Superman. My favorite character is Spider-Man.
That's what they said
Spider-Man
about
was strong and never looked it. Superman looked like he should have been fucking strong. That's why I was always amazing when somebody crumpled his ass with a punch like Doomsday. Like, nigga, I thought you was big.
That's what they said about Stu Hart. That's what they said about Stu Hart. They're like, come here. Yeah, he said he go to the big dude and just like, come here, and just crack.
Yeah.
It's like I was listening to y'all talk about Aquaman. You know how fucking strong that motherfucker is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, they had a comic where he was like underwater, lifting a city block, lifting buildings, just doing like, all right, this part of Los Angeles sank, so might as well do hell with the thing. So he's just lifting a whole block.
Well, it's like
And
if you read that Jeff Johns run, and you read that comic, I want to say it's number 6 and number 8, and it's the prison guards talking shit to Black Manta about chasing Aquaman, and Black Manta, even cuffed, beats the shit out of this prison guard and telling him why Aquaman is such a challenge to go after. And he's breaking down everything about Aquaman. Now his bones is like carbon steel and shit like that. You can see in pitch blackness. And all this. He's going over Aquaman's actual ability. Why he is such a formidable fucking fighter, how strong he fucking is. Just from being able to go to the bottom of the goddamn ocean and stand straight up and walk around like he's taking a stroll.
When you're at the bottom of the ocean,
it's just underplayed because of one fucking reason. Oh, he could talk to fish. Nigga, do you talk underwater? How would you talk to sea life underwater? If you can't
live underwater, that's the main thing.
You better have some goddamn telepathy.
Let's talk about can you live underwater? Yeah. I mean, think about it. For him to get off the throne of Atlantis and stand straight up is 3,000 pounds per square inch.
That's what they said.
And then you're talking about a guy who's literally, if you look at Aquaman and his Golden Age Aquaman versus Golden Age Superman, technically Golden Age Aquaman would be much stronger.
I never gave Aquaman a lot of shit. I always thought it was cool to be able to, swim hella fast and underwater and shit like that. It's kind of the shit I get into in the Olympics, track and field and swimming and diving and stuff, right? It was always fun to me, right? It's just one of my things. So,
a lot of people, okay.
I didn't have a problem with Aquaman being super strong, but it's always downplayed. It's downplayed for one reason: super fans cartoon.
Yep.
Because they thought it was a joke. But the character is not really a joke. People have proven it many times when they've written the character. Character ain't a joke. He's actually a problem if you piss him off. Throne of Atlantis. Charles said he liked New 52. What was Throne of Atlantis?
Yeah,
I'm like, look, I told you motherfuckers to stay out of this. I got it.
when he fucking knocked Superman about a couple of blocks away. And then like he just killed fucking Batman, was like, yeah, this ain't what you want right now. And then he was giving Wonder Woman the business.
Yeah. Dumb. Bitch, please.
Not the business you would expect either.
Yeah, not the business he wanted to give him.
Yeah, you gotta remember, we forget Aquaman post crisis with the long hair and hook. That was the Aquaman was like, dang, ain't nothing to fuck with Aquaman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, a lot of people forget.
I forget the name of that writer's run, but yeah, when Aquaman had his hook in, he was a problem. You gotta leave his ass alone.
See, a lot of people forget to go.
Shield coming out of that water. He's like Shield.
A lot of people forget to go down and get the Titanic. We had to get specialized submarines because we couldn't handle that. The Titanic's over a mile down in the ocean.
Mm-hmm. Aquaman walked down there like there ain't no sweat. Quickly.
Yeah, and that's pressure like a motherfucker.
Give me a second.
Yeah, you know it's funny, right? It took us to get specialized equipment for Aquaman. That would have been a flea market. Oh, that's a nice shit here. You know, and then by the way, he's also strong enough to lift an ocean. By the way, he's strong enough to lift an ocean liner. So,
yep, in water. So yeah, they played that good in the Justice League and Aquaman movie. How he was lifting his sub and shit like that. That gives you an indication of how fucking strong he is. He's doing all these feats of strength under intense pressure. So not only is the ship heavy as fuck on its own, and he's down, however far down they are underwater with that water with that pressure on top of it, all the water sitting on top of it. He still pushed it up and pushed it up at speed. Peter David, thank you, Malika. The Peter David run, yeah. I almost said Keith David. That's why I was like the writer. I'm getting all too many repetitive names. But yeah, he's strong as shit. He's just always played like a goof. Like, oh, he's just a surfer boy. All right, call him that if you want to. But, I pay money to see two people fight. That'd be Aquaman and Namor. Because them motherfuckers, look, only person that'd be fucking with Namor and he got respect for, as far as I know, in the MCU, not the MCU, but the Marvel comic book universe, is Blue Marvel. Because they had a fist fight at the bottom of the Marianas Trench. Full out. Motherfuckers are strong as shit. That's why Namor can come on land and, like, you can give a fuck about none of y'all. Like, really, the Thing? Nigga, you want to hit me? You better calm down. Sit your rocky ass in there. No, I don't think those characters are slouches, and I like it when they're written really well. When they're written really well, you get to see it. New 52 Aquaman was written well. You got to actually respect Aquaman. Shit, that's the king of the seven seas. That ain't the squire of the seven seas. That's the king.
But I know, especially in the.
Yeah, he can flood.
I know, especially.
Why would he do that? Yeah, JT. Look, not only will Namor kick your ass, he'll take your girl too.
and even in the
damn, ain't that a bitch?
Furious rats.
And even in the Injustice video game, Aquaman wasn't nothing to play, man. Once you hit him with that Triton rush, it was over. And then they added an enhance to where you can move, and they added an enhance and you can move forward with it. I was like, damn, you ain't stopping this Triton rush.
Had more power. Yep.
So
yeah, I would take Aquaman and put him against Zod.
You put him against Zod?
Yeah, in the Injustice game. Yeah, I'll whoop your ass with Aquaman if you pick Zod. I can't stand Zod.
Injustice.
Not in that game.
Injustice. I did like playing because I like those area films where they cover the whole screen. Aquaman was fun to play because you don't get enough justice in Injustice. But,
I'm glad you said that. I got both Injustice games.
I had my Scorpion moveset. That's all it was. It was the Scorpion moveset. So okay, I can play that. I already know how to play that. I know what the Batarang and the fucking zip line is.
Yeah. I hear you, boy.
So what y'all got on this shit that's coming up? It's almost September. That means we got
Andor,
Cobra Kai, Andor, Rings of Power,
The Woman King.
Oh, fuck it, boy.
Why'd you bring that up?
The Woman King, that bullshit.
The Woman King, based on a true story, sort of, kind of, maybe.
Sort of, kind of.
Maybe. Could be in a possible alternate universe. When you read up about them women, they were not the warriors they built them up to be. They were cannon fodder. You know, the king was like this. Y'all bitches stand right here while I escape. Keep piling the bodies up.
Don't talk about the Woman King. Yeah, I'm not. Have you seen me do a review of that trailer? Have you seen me do a trailer reaction? No, I haven't done it. No. Every man did a fabulous job breaking that shit down to where it was consistently and forever broke. I'm not touching it. No, I'm good. I have not watched the trailer. I've seen pieces of the trailer because it comes up on some other shit. I'm not watching this shit because fucking hell, I like Viola Davis, but I don't need to see you all bulked up. Come on, man. It sounds like bile coming out of my mouth when I say that shit. It just, and then knowing the history, looking up on the history of this shit, saying, what do these goofy white bitches do? Make this story up with these damn chicks that ain't even accurate? Don't tell me some shit is a true story. I know how Hollywood does true stories. Part of it is true. The rest of it is what we can make a movie out of.
Mm-hmm.
So no, I'm already getting my mindset for dealing with this bullshit with the Dora Milaje and Black Panther. Wakanda forever. Fuck you. I don't need two of those things at the same time. No. I'm not doing it. You get one of these. Getting
I
one.
hear you. Oh,
Getting one, and the other one is getting ignored. I like Viola Davis. I have nothing against her acting skills. This was a bullshit fucking movie. I'm not
I
watching
got
it.
nothing against her.
I have to watch Black Panther. I don't have to watch the Woman King. So
I got nothing against Viola Davis. Her face is harder than granite, man. God.
and hopefully
Man.
what will come,
shit.
being a good, piece, a good tool for us, on the masculine side of things, you know what I mean? Is Black Adam. Hopefully there will be a good combatant against all this feminist shit, and they gradually, you know, you know what I mean.
Mhm. Look, Black Adam, I'm hoping will be good. Okay, Rock is promoting this shit heavy. He's really wanted to do it. He's been with it for what, 10 years? I think they're trying to get this shit done.
Yep.
So
Mm-hmm.
he's actually invested in the character. I don't give a shit
Damn,
about
what you said, 10 years, sir?
Yeah.
yeah, it's been 10 years they've been trying to get this shit done.
Yeah, it's been a
So
minute.
I don't give a shit about The Rock being
Christopher!
mixed,
No
played
doubt.
up his black side, or not played up his black side. Anybody that looks at that motherfucker says he's black. Okay? You know who his daddy is. If you watch wrestling or don't, you still carry his name. I don't give a shit, right? I don't care about all the rest of that shit. I'm looking to see, do they make this a decent fucking character, or do they rewrite the whole DC universe around this character, or do they use the same universe? Because I said it before with this Zaslav shit, they need to reboot shit. The Snyderverse is what actually exists right now. Just start telling your fucking stories. Just move forward and start telling the stories. If you don't want the Flash, Speed Force his ass the fuck out of there. Nobody cares. You tired of Amber Heard? Murr can get recast. I vote for Emily Clark. She is cuter, and they got chemistry with Jason Momoa. Okay, maybe we can see Mirror getting the fillet of fish sandwich filled out. Okay, she can get that Triton.
Also,
Okay?
he's single, so maybe we can see it for real. So
Yeah, you can
I'm just
actually see it
saying.
for real. So let's.
Oh no.
It's already there. Just do your story. You don't have to call it anybody's universe. Just keep telling the story, and if it goes in the direction that Apocalypse shows up, I mean not Apocalypse, but Darkseid shows up, then we'll know where we are, won't we? And if it doesn't, we know you fucked up. It's very simple. I don't have a problem with Black Adam coming into this shit. I want him to come in and breathe some new life into this shit. Give me something excited to look forward to. Maybe I can see some people getting their ass kicked in DC outside of in real life getting their ass kicked, which they should. They should have had kicked a long time. I'm telling you, if you're so fucking stupid and hung up on this shit, if you don't hire Grant Gustin to be your movie Flash, then you just fucked up. Find somebody else. Get that dude that was playing Impulse in Smallville. Get him. I'll watch him. He don't even have to be Barry Allen or Wally West. He can be Impulse. Bart Allen. I wouldn't give a shit. I don't care. That gets you closer to making a Young Justice, movie or something, or a Titans movie.
Now let me be clear. After a couple more Justice League movies, this is the perfect time for them to do Apocalypse War with the current Snyderverse.
Yeah, with the current characters as they stand right now. Nothing's wrong with those characters. I don't give a fuck what problems people have with Zack Snyder's, what people on the internet, and what critics have a problem with fucking Zack Snyder. I don't give a shit. Your personal beef is some shit y'all need to work out in the ring somewhere. I don't give a fuck. This is what's there right now. Use it and tell some stories for this geekdom, the paying audience. Because most of these critics ain't paying to watch these movies. You know that, right? They get the shit for free. You pay them to listen to it. So I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what your personal beef is with Snyder or people who like Snyder. Work that shit out on your channel. I don't give a fuck. I want to see some actual decent movies from DC. And they can make some decent movies with the stuff they already got right there. I don't think it's that hard of a sell to figure out, well, how can we have two Batmans? Multiverse, bitch. What the don't y'all do crises? I don't see how that should be a problem. He's a Batman, different goddamn universe. That's what she was going to try to introduce in this Batgirl movie and this Flash shit. Shouldn't be a problem at all. Stop thinking the fan base is stupid. I don't know what a
Damn,
multiverse.
great point, Artisan. Great point, bro.
Don't make me go off on this shit. I'm tired of this fake outrage from folks. Like, come on, man, just shut up.
Batman v Superman was not that bad of a movie.
There was stuff in it that actually worked, and Batman v Superman suffered the same fate as Iron Fist suffered. Same problem. Some shit you rushed out there instead of going ahead and giving Henry Cavill his Man of Steel 2. You rushed a Batman versus Superman out there because you want to rush to put Batman out there. That's what the problem was. That is one of the main problems with BVS.
And they were trying to compete with Marvel.
See Batman versus Superman.
It's 5:17, dude.
Run your race, fat boy. Run your motherfucking race, fat boy. I don't expect you to be Carl Lewis on the track. If you don't know who Carl Lewis is, do your fucking history work. I don't expect you to be Carl Lewis, but I do expect you to run your race. Stop trying to keep up with Marvel. They had a head start. Well, you had a head start technically, but they were doing shit differently than you were. So they're trying to catch up to you. They lapped you. Okay, do your shit. BVS wasn't rushing to anything. You're just trying to introduce these characters to build a universe real quick. And whose watch was all of that shit on? Do y'all remember? Because it wasn't Zaslav. It was Hamada and it was Sarnoff. Right? The other people who was at Warner Brothers who got them taken over by AT&T. And Miss Ann didn't like Zach. So she had an issue with Zach. Stop picking up the bitch's complaint. You sound like her simp. Excuse me, simp enforcer. Just fuck Zack Snyder in the Snyderverse. Because she said so, fuck her. She was the one that didn't want you to see the Snyder cut of the movie.
Exactly.
That was a way better movie.
Without studio interference. That's what that is.
That's why the JLA sucked. That's why Birds of Prey sucked. That's why Harley Quinn sucked. Those were her pools. That's why I know this Batgirl probably sucked too.
They were lucky
it was
that
the same shit. The
suck.
same producer pushing this shit. That's why the Flash movie was probably going to suck. Same shit. That's where your female Superman was coming from. These were all her decisions, and they sucked every one of them. I don't think they was doing anything good.
You hear what I said? Luckily that the two Suicide Squad movies didn't suck.
Suicide Squad didn't suck. Those were David Ayer and James Gunn. James Gunn had a little bit more fun doing this movie because they let him do what he wanted to. And out of that, you got the Peacemaker show, which I would look forward to watching again. I would look forward to watching season 2 of the Peacemaker show. Because it took all of that agenda bullshit and kind of made fun of it. Awesome. That's exactly what I want to see for this goofy shit. The David Ayer one, look, Deadshot came out looking like a horse in that shit. You had Viola Davis in there being Waller, which you love. Like, hell yeah, that's Waller all day.
Yeah, she makes a great Amanda Waller.
She makes a great Amanda Waller. Thin Waller, that one that will kill you? Oh, yeah. I can buy that one. She didn't have to be the fat black woman. No, I'm good. I'm good with Thin Waller. I'm good with the Thin Wall. that can actually talk on the level with Bruce Wayne is like, I know what you do, nigga. I don't think I don't. I know what you do. Keep fucking around. We're gonna get that blood sample and make us
Like, what are you do? Like, what are you doing, rich boy?
Yeah, what you doing, rich boy? Your nocturnal habits. I don't know about you. What about you going on over there in Gotham? Just stay on the right side of the wall when you got
While she's eating her steak. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, so I know what you're doing.
That was funny. It was funny when Bruce actually told her, "I know about your little team. I got one of my own." But it was. But speaking of Harley Quinn, because I actually watched the animated series,
Congrats.
I got a question.
Oh no!
When has Batman ever simped?
Never.
When has
The Harley
Batman
Quinn
ever?
show, as far as I understand it.
When has Batman ever drank?
Never.
Never.
I don't recall.
When could Harley Quinn get the drop on Bruce Wayne?
Never.
Never.
When was Batman
when it's her
heartbroken over Catwoman?
Never.
When Tom King wrote the damn god awful story.
You know what? I think you're right.
Tom King wrote that.
See this
You know what? I
eternal
think you're
bullshit
right.
that we get.
I don't think Christian Bale's character, Batman. I don't think he's sent.
Nope.
No.
Batman don't.
You see what Zoe Kravitz said? She said, "Your heart is to the city."
Yeah,
that's why I've been asked like my Batman. I don't care. You didn't like my Batman is still Ben Affleck. Sorry. I'm sorry. That show is gonna ruin. Like, you're gonna really ruin Bruce Wayne Batman for Harley Quinn. You fucking idiots.
Well, that's you know what that is, Charles. You know that's comic book logic, right? Like if you see two of your favorite heroes show up in a book together, whoever title is at the head of the book, you know who's winning the fight, right? Because they'll put them both on the cover, like Spider-Man and Wolverine fight. Oh shit, whose book is it? Spider-Man. Oh, fucking Wolverine gonna take it else. You already know what's gonna happen. You already know what's gonna happen. They got you in there for it, but you know the headliner is not about to lose to you. Something's gonna happen. It's gonna get broken up some kind of way. He doesn't have to take a loss.
I'm just like, yo, there's no fucking way that you're gonna tell me Harley Quinn, and it's funny because Harley Quinn's popular, but not for the reasons why you think.
No, they keep morphing.
Like, I want a Harley Quinn Joker relationship. So you want a guy dressed up as a clown to beat your ass?
Well, that's the thing.
You don't read the comics.
That one part of their relationship gets played up so fucking much that it overshadows the whole thing. Harley Quinn and Joker are the same. She wanted to be with him. He wasn't kicking her ass all the time, but he didn't have a problem doing this shit too. That was the thing. Joker is violent to everybody, but he had some love for Harley Quinn. That's why I didn't mind the David Ayer Suicide Squad, because you saw the lengths the Joker would go to get, his boo back. Like, nigga, what you doing? Oh no, you will die for that too. Like, yeah, I kill you anyway, but you fucking with my toys. You mess with my toys. Leave my shit alone.
Look, he look every now and then he like hearing that pudding. He like,
look, if it wasn't a Suicide Squad movie, you could have saw that shit in like Romeo and Juliet. some other movie where some dude super sick over some chick and coming to rescue her ass. That was your romance right there.
You could walk outside your door and see that.
No shit, he came and killed motherfuckers over that shit and kicked the ass.
It just happened. Hold up, it just happened here in Houston, man. Homeboy shot the female sheriff and killed himself because they was arguing in the middle of the street. And he got out of the car and she went to chase after him. And she ran out and he shot her, then he shot himself. People was trying to stop it. I said, that was some lovers quarrel bullshit. I already know what it was.
Yeah, that was some extra shit. I don't get into that killing each other over that shit. I understand that a man, if he finds a woman that he actually fucking loves and you fuck with her, you have sealed your fucking fate. You have. Look, you think hell has no fury like a woman scorned? Look, a man with something he loved and that's being defiled or fucked up in some kind of way, hell's coming with him. hell is coming with it. So, you better push your last rights. You better get your last rights in order. It's only 2 women, a dude, and actually 3 women, actually, that a dude would really go hard over after. And it's his mother, his wife, and his daughter. Those are the 3. His sister, she do goofy shit. All right, if he ain't got a daughter, his sister will fill in for him. It's interchangeable. But his mama and his wife, oh, you're going to feel it. You're going to feel it for eternity. If you think, how the fuck did I do that? That was not smart. That was really not smart. Did you see that shit that happened to me? That was not cool. That nigga lost it. Yeah. Crossed the lines, motherfucker. Crossed too many of them at one time.
Yeah, it's understood in my family. I'm the nigga that they gonna that you if something happens to any one of the little kids, I'm the nigga that you're gonna see. I said, listen, that's already been discussed. I said, whenever you tell me something happened to the little one, I'm coming. Don't even try to stop me. Just know I'm coming. This pump action gonna be ready, and I'm kicking down doors. I'm coming in like John Wick or Vin Diesel on A Man Apart.
Don't bust the young
dog. No, that's for me. That's the thing. I get that, but that's what you see in the Joker and Harley Quinn relationship. There is love there. It's just weird and dysfunctional. It ain't built on abuse. The only thing women focus on the abuse part to try to get that character away from Joker because she is so inextricably tied to Joker. Right, her thing is all about Joker. But if you want your bad girl feminist icon, you can't have her being all tied up with the guy. So that's why they've done over the years is try to work her away from Joker as much as possible, so they can take her and use her in the way they want to use her to try to make her a female Deadpool.
And it's not working.
That's what I actually saw.
In this, Harley Quinn show, what is she doing? She's just doing goofy shit. Sex and having some lesbian relationship. Well, we all knew that. Yeah, her and Poison Ivy get, the moss divers. Who cares?
What's that? What was that show that came on in the mid to late '90s, early 2000s with the 4 women in New York?
Sex in the City.
Sex in the City.
That's all Harley Quinn is supposed to be. Sex in the City, just like the She-Hulk TV show is supposed to be like the modern day Ally McBeal. The Harley Quinn cartoon and how the way she's just like Sex in the City. Like that's what Birds of Prey was supposed to be like. Sex in Gotham City.
Man, a lot of these crazy ass bitches idolize her.
Yeah, but that's the idolization of the put it this way, I'll call it the disaffected chicks, right?
Mm-hmm.
A chick that's in the comics that ain't really the pretty, beautiful, the blonde chick with the thin body and whatever, they get into Harley Quinn because Harley Quinn is crazy and kooky. They get into these darker characters. I'm fine with that. But she is not the front character. She is not the front. No. She ain't always been that damn crazy. You gotta remember, Harley Quinn is a psychologist, psychiatrist. So she's actually got some brains. She ain't altogether stupid. But that's how they make her. They don't make her intelligent. They make her kooky and goofy because it plays to little girls. That's why I don't have a problem with my daughter liking Harley Quinn. I just don't like her liking Slutty Quinn.
Mm-hmm. That's the beef.
Rolled out of the fucking Arkham City games. I don't like that queen. That's just a slut. But that's not the character. That's not the character Bruce Timm's created.
No.
That's not her. Yeah, it's mental illness. It is a form. I would say it was mental illness for a guy. For a female, it's not really mental illness. Just think of it this way. Joker and Harley Quinn should function like Mickey and Mallory from Natural Born Killers.
Exactly.
That's how they should function. They do some despicable shit, but they actually do love each other. It's just dysfunctional at times because when they want to inject the feminine into Harley Quinn, she has to get away from the Joker and they have to fight.
Uh-huh.
Before that, it never existed. Now, when they got to the New 52 shit and they started fucking around with her character and trying to get her away from the Joker, and they had her hooked up with Deadshot because Will Smith and Margot Robbie might have been fucking. They did it in the comic book, and when Joker came back, they did have a knockdown, drag out fucking fight where he was beating the shit out of her, she was beating the shit out of him because they wanted to play that shit up for the drama before they gave her own solo shit. And what you end up finding out in that book, that Joker might have had a bunch of different Harley Quinns at one time. Now, where that shit went, I don't know, because that was New 52. They probably wiped that shit away. But he beat her ass and locked her ass up somewhere, and there was a bunch of other chicks dressed up like Harley Quinn dead now. Because Joker killed everybody. He is non-discriminatory. He kill anybody that he can get a laugh out of. That's what makes him so fucking crazy. But for Joker and Harley Quinn, they should function like Mickey and Malcolm. They should. That's the way they work the best. Not her off doing this goofy shit. Him over there trying to get a new chick that wants to be there, but she want to be down, but she ain't really his girlfriend. Who wants that shit? That's fucking
nobody.
Interesting, but fuck. I'm sorry, I was monopolizing the conversation. Y'all go ahead. Y'all go ahead. I will shut my mouth for a minute. I just had thoughts.
Harley Quinn is a yawn character, and she's alone. She's about interesting as fly paper and just as annoying. I tell people, I'm like, she's annoying. No, she's the zeitgeist for, like what you said, today's dippy trippy girls. Oh, Harley Quinn's the same thing with Deadpool. Oh, Deadpool's a shit. No, he's not. He's okay. I like Deadpool in the movie. I never liked Deadpool as the comic character. I said I remember when Deadpool first came out in the New Mutants, he was just a basic guy that looked cool in a nice suit. He was just pushed to be this the merc with the mouth, and I was like, I just got tired, and they just pushed him and pushed him. You know what I realized when I went to prison for 2 years and I came back out and I saw Harley Quinn was this big character in Deadpool, I was like, damn, I stepped into the Twilight Zone for 2 years. I came back and I saw this bullshit. I said, why? I said, what the fuck? And then I saw like the New 52 and I was like, what the hell? But then, like you guys were saying, like my favorite New 52 title was the Batman run. The one with Greg Capullo and Scott Snyder. I love that run. It was cool. It was weird. It was trippy, but it was cool. And it stayed to the Batman roots. I looked at a few Aquaman issues. It was cool. I did not like the Justice League, but when I started seeing like Harley Quinn on like Suicide Squad and they were pushing her, I said, she's just a sidekick. She's just a background character, and you're trying to push her to make her interesting. I said, no, you can't do that. No, that's like trying to make a background singer a great singer. No. She does what she's supposed to do. She's background, and she's just dull and And when they're saying she's fighting back and fighting Joker, like really? Like wow, really? She gets a backbone now, but this guy has been fighting Batman for over 70 years. 70 years. He's been fighting like one of the premier DC heroes. And Batman hasn't been able to take him out. But somehow he gets in a lover spat with this chick and she can manage to kick his ass. Make that make sense to me. Make that make sense to me. This ditzy fucking chick somehow gets a backbone.
California contingent rest.
Whatever. That plot armor is a motherfucker, man. I mean, Jesus. That feminist plot armor is something, man. I'm like, oh, what the hell ever. You got a guy who is one of the best detectives.
Remember, I'm supposed to be able to capture a guy who has multiple martial arts training for decades. Multiple martial arts. Detectives. even this detective working could be a little bit better nowadays in the comics, but you're supposed to be the guy who's been doing the job for 80 years. Like, wait a minute. Even in continuity, 10 years is too damn much of a learning gap for Harley Quinn to catch up to.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be like, why did y'all let these feminists go into this shit? Y'all must don't like money. You don't like money, do you, DC and Marvel?
It's because, Charles, is one thing I said why I love Geekdom. Geekdom is an open tent. Everybody welcome. It's a big open tent, and everybody's welcome under the motherfucker. They came in under the same shit everybody else did. Oh, you a little different, you a little outsider, it's okay. You can come hang out here. What happened is they came in, got on the board, took charge of this bitch. He's like, wait a minute, what the fuck is going on here? Oh no, we running it. What? You just got here 10 minutes ago.
Right.
Yeah, well, you guys weren't doing it, so we're gonna take charge. We're gonna make some changes around here. Need some curtains. Need some curtains in this bitch.
Hold up. And to keep it real, it's a lot of simping ass dudes that wanted girls in these fandoms, and they sided with them too, and that's how that also happened as well. It was like, oh yeah, you're right. We need some curtains in here.
There was already girls in the family. Yeah, there was already girls in the family. What it was
Exactly.
it wasn't a lot of them that was super hot.
Yeah,
a lot of them wasn't super hot. It was just regular. It was just regular chicks. That was cool. They knew this shit. They loved it. You could talk with them about it and have a good time with it, but it wasn't nobody that you put on your arm and somebody said, God damn, she's fine. That wasn't until like the 2000s when all these little millennials start growing up and hitting 21.
Yeah, let's just
all these cosplays start blowing up. That's when every gaming channel had to have a girl on. You know, it's like, oh damn, these geeks are hot now.
Let's just talk the truth about it, fellas. Cosplay is just an excuse for a lot of chicks to let out their inner whore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Year round.
Even you can't say you're a true fan if you're not really into the material. You just like the cutesy costumes.
Mm-hmm. And you got a lot of gamer chicks that are on Twitch that will sit in their cosplay outfits and they will pull out their toys and do all the other stuff. Pull out the
tits. Called Twitch? I thought it was called tits.
Oh,
yeah. Well, my bad. I thought it was called tits.
It's another thing. It's just like the manosphere.
You might as well say that.
I like to bring this into like the same thing about the manosphere. It's funny how you can have the same talking points, but all you need to do is have a cute thumbnail, and you'll get all the money and support you want. Jesus Christ.
Look, I did a 4-hour stream. I can't get 10 fucking contributors on a 4-hour stream. If I was a bitch sitting up here with my chest sitting out, I'd already had 100 contributors. Somebody would have dropped a bird on me.
Boy, you ain't lying.
Repeat somebody else's stream.
You'd have had a K of viewership right now.
No shit.
You wouldn't even have to get on camera. You just have to have the avatar.
Trojan side dude.
And God forbid if you have a foreign accent. Oh, you raking in dough.
Oh boy.
What are you talking about, Charles?
And you could be like, and you could be like, damn it, shit. Hey guys, I'm like, low on my mortgage and and other bills. So the goal is $3,000. So whoever wants to contribute.
I want to move.
Mm-hmm.
So if you guys could support it, it'd be really nice if I could move and have a better spot. But what? The fuck?
Like I'm not
rent money.
I'm not gonna pay your bills this month. Like y'all are basically explaining all of the reasons why I don't like any of the really watch any of the female content creators that come into space. I say anybody that wasn't talking that any female that wasn't talking that shit back as far as 2016, 2015, I don't rock with you. I'm sorry. I don't when y'all was hyping that Miss X chick up, I was like, yep, I'm not going over there.
You talking to the wrong people. I wasn't doing that.
Because there was some people hyping her ass up. I was like, I don't give a fuck if she's saying what we've all been saying already. Don't go talk to us. Go talk to the chicks. Because that's all it is. It's just a bunch of dudes
over here repeating shit to us that we already heard. Look,
yeah,
I'm not supporting you for that. I support the people who said it the first time.
Right.
It's just because it's just a bunch of chicks saying the same. I said because it's just a bunch of dudes. I'm like, why are y'all over here when it's the
Hustle.
same shit that that the dudes have been saying? They don't need to talk to us. They need to talk to the women, not to us. Leave us the fuck out of it.
But
No,
it goes back to what Artisan
that'd
has
be
said.
to me. That'd be too close to running back to your mama and having some chick direct you on how you're supposed to be a man.
Uh-huh.
It's too close to that. It's the same shit to me. That's why I don't understand it. I don't promote them and I don't watch them because, as far as I know, this was the black manosphere for a reason. There was only a few. I mean, Kendra, one of the only ones that you give that respect to because she's been there so fucking long.
Yeah.
It wasn't there pandering for shit. Now, outside of that, I don't know who the rest of these other content creators are. I don't. I don't watch them. I don't fucking know. But they're getting their views from somewhere. But I know where they're getting all their talking points from.
Yep.
So okay, so what you're showing to me as the watching audience, tits sell to you. So the same shit that's sold in the real world to you sells to you online too, and you better get the same information from a chick. You'll blow her up and make her fucking rich off the same shit you're getting from one of you goofy motherfuckers.
And
Just because she
brother
looking at
Artisan,
titties. Okay.
and brother Artisan, hey brother Artisan, and these bitch, hey, and these bitches though, hey bro, they will fucking, hey, all the while they will want you to fucking to acquiesce to them and shit, while they'll fucking act like they're too snobbish, to acknowledge
Yeah.
you and shit like that. Bitch, you in our space. Sit your ass down.
Look, can you see what happened in this space? Any difference than what happened in Lucasfilm,
Nope.
Disney, MCU, Warner? It's the same shit. They get in somewhere and then they start looking down on the people that was already there, that they're making their money off of. No, y'all just some peons. Bitch, you came over here. But you
Right.
signed up for that shit when you start supporting that shit. If they would have died, had to fold, the channel died, and they had to fold up their stakes, and they couldn't make no money over here, they would have left. But enough motherfuckers that want to support that shit, even though it's coming from the wrong source, and it's just repeat of what you already heard from some dude, because you got so many fucking daddy issues, because you never had one in your life, you can't accept a man telling you something that you fucked up. And talking to you like a grown man. You'd rather hear from a woman. Okay, knock yourself out. But then you can't say shit about what's wrong with the space. You wrong with the space.
I told BGS that's why they don't like BGS. They hate you because they feel like you're their virtual daddy. Like, you're wrong, daddy. They just have to say you're wrong, daddy.
Yeah, that's what BGS will get forever. Somebody fucking daddy issues getting worked out on him because they never had a dad that told him, "Look, you fucked up, son."
Right.
Wrong, man. Get out of my room, Dad.
Who the hell are you? You're not my father. You never got me that pony. Nigga, I don't even know you.
Right.
Hey, and it's funny too. It's funny too how these gynocratic motherfuckers always want to say, well, the father not being at home and all that. It's like they say it like, okay, like it's the father's fault of why there's no father in the damn house, instead of, addressing the real reason of why. Like, bitch, yeah, we know why.
Well, see,
It's
that's
because
the
of you,
thing.
bitch.
That's why you always got to ask people more questions about that. Well, what's the problem? Well, it's the father not being in the home. Okay, but what about the father not being in the home is a problem? Because saying there's no father in the home is that rote response. That doesn't beg any more questions. It's like saying a chick saying, "Why'd you break up?" Well, he might have raped me. Well, did he really? Did you file paperwork? Well, no, I didn't do that. So was it really that or what? Well, he beat on me. Really? What did he do when he beat on you? I don't want to go into it. Then it
Now he
didn't
knows
happen, then, did it?
Exactly.
Did you file paperwork? Did you call the police? Well, no, I just didn't want. Oh, so it actually. So, well, Dr. T is say is bi-directional.
Yep.
Oh, so you start throwing shit at him and he swung back. Oh,
No, I like how the way Angry Man used to say this. What did you do in order to hit him? Have for him to hit you.
That's what Kevin would do. He'd question him on that shit. He
Well,
wouldn't
Kevin
just take
said
it
who hit
like a
first.
response. Okay, yep, we'll back off now. We don't need to say anymore. No, ask questions.
Exactly.
What actually happened? What did you actually do in response? Was there any paperwork or police call? Why didn't you call the police?
Exactly.
Questions. Those are legitimate fucking questions if you're going to throw accusations out there like that.
Because somehow arbitrarily we men, especially black men, we just get crazy and we just want to hit a bunch of motherfuckers, and especially females.
Yeah,
Like I just come home and I just want to get mad. I just want to smack the shit out of my woman.
Like we a bunch of credible hawks and shit, or no, fuck that, abominations. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And just going around just just destroying stuff. Not abomination, hell, fucking doomsday. Hell, they think we doomsdays in this motherfucker.
No, we fucking Wolverines and Sabretooths. It's that fucking X
I
Family
go with
gene.
abominations because that's how they act with
Somehow.
bring back shaming. Shaming never left. It just doesn't have any work. You know, Toya, what I noticed from the late 90s up into the 2000s, one thing that women dropped is the ability to be shamed.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they was getting away from. That was their call to back. You can't shame me. Because they didn't want to be shamed. And you could. They'll let you know what the term was.
And the problem is now.
Yeah, no one emotional damage. Yeah, there is emotional damage. Psychological and emotional damage. We all got it. Just deal with it.
But the funny thing is now.
No, just in case I didn't say it before, and then I'll let me like it go. 449. Like, share, subscribe. Like, share, subscribe. Like, share, subscribe. Support the stream, support the stream, support the stream. I said this shit 3 times because I ain't said it over the last 4 hours. So I said it 1 time for every hour. The shit is going on.
Show some side boob.
Oh, whatever.
Side boob to show you. Sorry. I'm just going to have to get over on this regular ruggedly face.
Yeah.
And this look like, I know you tricked some chick today. I know you tricked. What is it, Sunday? It's after your Tinder date. You trying to recoup? Oh, you got some money. Go to church.
Like, show the color of your panties on. Show your color of your panties. Show me your panties.
Yeah, make a cute face.
Oh boy.
Show us your panties. I'll send you 1,000 right now. Right now.
Exactly. Just show me some.
I was gonna start streaming.
You know,
before they
say what you want about the side boob. She does have one.
Are you funny side boob, son?
Yeah. Say what you want about the side boob. She does have one good useful. There's one useful thing she does in space. Whenever I go to her page, I see where all the simps are. I know who the simps are.
Yeah, you know. Look, like you doing the same thing I do, AB. It's like, I don't care where you stand, as long as I know where it is. Put your flag up.
Mm-hmm.
She put her flag up, and everybody gathered around it. Now I know who all these motherfuckers are. Thank you. Save me the problem of looking for you. You all showed up. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank
yes, sir.
Show the side.
That's what the fuck I'm talking about, man.
Thank you. I don't have a problem with it. You do what you do. I just need to know where you stand. That's all I need to know.
Mm-hmm.
So I can say the fuck away from there.
That side boob and that tattoo cleavage is a beacon for symptom, man.
But they so hung up on wanting to hold up a veil and put up an image or whatever, and hoping that image will be, enough for them to, to get you in the door and shit. Then they show their true selves and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, bitch.
Oh yeah.
I think every dude in here, most of the dudes, at least on this panel, are old enough to know better. Problem is not with the ones that's old enough to know better. The problem is the ones that are not old enough to know better or don't care. That's why I say apathy is the death of all intelligence. Because if you know better and you don't choose to do better, that is a problem. That is your own apathy feeding on you. You are the problem. You are what's helping perpetuate this bullshit because you choose to do nothing. Every man has to choose to do something, even if it's lying flat. At least you make the fucking choice. At least you made the choice. But you can't sit there like, it doesn't affect me. It's not on me. That's fucking bitch talk. Do you understand that? That is the part of your brain that you need to be reprogramming yourself from when you come to this space.
That's why you're here.
That is all that feminist teaching coming out, having you as a grown man act like a 12-year-old bitch. That's what you need to be reprogramming. When you have those things, well, it's not my responsibility to do anything about it. Oh my God, really? Really? If you had a kid and you heard that from a kid, you want to slap the shit out of that motherfucker. Go clean your room before I really do something to you. Go clean it. Well, I gotta clean it because you live in it. Clean it up for these other motherfuckers. I don't want
Clean that shit, you trifling motherfuckers.
Yeah, clean that shit up. Come on, man. It's not that damn hard. You made the mess, clean it the fuck up. You wouldn't have all these goofy ass bitches out here acting so damn stupid. You'd still have a percentage of them, but it wouldn't be as many if you wasn't paying them so much shine. You wasn't giving them so much goddamn attention. If I want to hear somebody complain about why fat bitches got an ego like they can get any man, well, tell the niggas that keep fucking them fat bitches that. Exactly. That's why. Look, if I could grow my nose to look like a dick and I got hell of attention from females, I wouldn't give a fuck what you told me about how ugly I look. I wouldn't give a fuck. Because obviously these bitches keep showing up for something. Maybe just to stiff their panties. But you couldn't tell me shit. Well, it's the same thing with fat chicks. You can't tell them shit if they keep having dudes lining up to fuck them. I can't see.
Fuck that. We are the fattest people on
I'm
earth.
like, ooh, who did that? And if you did it, why'd you get it pregnant?
Man.
Condoms? She a big chick. She would have took it in the mouth. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Nigga, that's what I was saying to myself with my kid's mom after she let herself go after, man. I was like, oh hell. And after that we, broke up and shit too, I was like, oh hell no. She just went down further and further and on my knowledge and shit, what I mean? I'm building, I'm getting stronger and stronger, bitch. Bitch, I'm looking at you like, damn, bitch, you like a dying flower, bitch. I'm sitting up here growing like an oak tree. What the hell wrong with you?
That's the thing. I have I don't even want to say this. I have a little bit of sympathy for chicks in some ways. Some of that shit they can't control because it's all hormonal, right? It's all hormones. They can't really control the shit. It's just what they have to deal with being fucking women. Men do the same thing. Once you get past 40-something, you'll start getting some gut or something like that because that's your hormones and your body change. It just doesn't happen as much for us as it does for them. Okay, I get it. But at the same time, that means you just have something you need to work on too. That's all it is. If men gotta eat right, stop smoking so much so they don't get heart disease and all the rest of this shit, then you gotta stay your ass in the fucking gym and make sure you don't get overly bloated. Now, don't tell me it's not possible because I see plenty of Latina, Asian, Caucasian women all over the place doing this shit daily with babies. 3 or 4 of them still got their body with control. You just don't want to fucking do this shit. Stop being fucking lazy. That's all that shit is.
Exactly.
It's a mindset of being raised by a lazy mama and not wanting to do it because you want to be lazy. You want somebody comfortable with your laziness. Fuck you. Why can't I ever see, I see it fewer times than many, with 2 hot-ass lesbians together. It's always some big bitches. Maybe because they want to talk too much with purple blue hair. Look, if you don't shut your silly troll-looking ass up, you can say to me, I want to hear. Besides, I'm getting away from it. Thank you. That's not hatred of women. It's hatred for stupidity. I can't stand that shit. Look, I might be 10, 20 pounds overweight. I will work on it and get it off. And I'm not even big. It's just not comfortable for me. You can't tell me your ass that big, sweaty, and breathing heavy, and that's just comfortable. You good with that. Shut the hell up. No, you not. Who told you that lie that you're supposed to be comfortable with that shit?
Like, bitch, how you motherfuckers gonna be lazy as hell and barking commands and shit?
Yeah. Look like a whole bulldog. Come on, man. That's so silly. It doesn't even make sense to me. And then you think you're still supposed to get the same attention that chicks that are in shape get. You're not as appeasing to the eye. That's stupid. But you have dumbass dudes who will fuck on it and blow their head up for all that shit. Problem is they believe it now. Nigga, stop going for the low hanging fruit. Let that shit fall off on the ground or figure out how to fix it. No, stop doing that. You're not helping these women.
Well, I would like to point out
sense of ego and who they are to be. I'm fine, I am. This don't want to fuck Chris Evans. You better buy a poster.
No correction,
Artisan. With a
Artisan.
star on the top, but you ain't fucking Chris Evans.
Oh, thank you. Never mind. You finished it for
I
me.
don't care how much you think you're gonna shame his ass in social media to make him think he gotta say something to your ass. He did the best thing in the world. He didn't even respond to that bitch. He acted like he didn't even know what the hell was happening.
Now, what Lizzo's gonna do?
I was like, go ahead.
Go ahead, bro. No, I was about to say real quick what Lizzo's gonna do, right? She's gonna buy a fucking sex robot and shit, have that motherfucker made in the form of Chris Evans with a dildo strapped to
She
it.
can do that. It's perfectly okay for her to do that. He is a public figure. You can get you an inflatable doll, call it Chris all day long, dress him in a Captain America outfit, and say you get an America's penis. You can do that.
And she be the next Captain America villain.
Never get
Black Strap. Beware
I'm
of
glad
Black
you have a
Strap.
dream. Everybody got one. Now we know what yours
That's
is.
hilarious.
Have a white dude.
Look,
Awesome. There's plenty of
What they
them.
gonna call it? The Strag Skull?
No, the Black Strag. With a deadly skid marks on her inner thighs that will kill any man that stares at her.
Oh my God. Shit, I like
Oh.
Her stretch marks will stretch and deep into your soul.
But on a more serious note for them, I would like to point out to these women that think like this.
Yeah.
No, but like in terms of in terms of your health, overall health, I would like to point out, ain't no 400, 500 pounds, 80, 90-year-olds walking around.
No, they're not.
So I would like to tell you that lie that y'all think that y'all healthy at every size. I said, no, you're not. Because if it ain't no 70s, 80, 90-year-old fat people walking around, that should tell your ass something.
I put it like this. If you're not Samoan, Tongan, there ain't no reason fucking Yokozuna, there ain't no reason for you to be that goddamn big. No reason.
Right.
It's just laziness. Everybody ain't got the same health condition. Unless the health condition is eating shitty food and not working out. That'll do it really quick. That's a damn shame. And if I find out that all these big chicks got kids, that's another damn shame, because that means these kids' eating habits ain't gonna be no better. They're gonna be big too. Because you can't be a skinny kid in a house full of fat motherfuckers.
Nope.
They gonna make you fat too. You're
You're
too
gonna be
skinny.
shamed too.
It's just all bones. No, I'm actually normal. You don't
Exactly.
come out looking like that. I've seen nobody in a birthing clinic dropping out a 300-pound baby. That's not normal. You can call it whatever the fuck you want to, but you won't call it normal.
Why are you fat shaming, Artisan?
I'm not fat shaming. You shouldn't be shamed if you're
It's fucked up when they're kids, man. You know what I mean? Be big
you
as
can't be
shit,
ashamed if you're
dude.
fat. You can't be ashamed if you're ugly, but you are supposed to be ashamed if you're a normal heterosexual black man. You are supposed to be ashamed.
Yeah.
Everything else is okay except for being you. So we're all about people being comfortable with who they are, but you, as a black man, should not be comfortable.
Artisan, I don't care what you say. Saggy breasts with stretch marks and forced stomachs is the shit today.
I'm not looking for belly
A
nipples.
woman bigger
looking for
than
belly
me is the shit.
You're not looking for belly dipper. What?
No, I'm not looking for belly nipples. There shouldn't be 3 dots around your waistline.
A woman built like SpongeBob
Yeah, no.
with spider eyelashes
Look,
and a crazy weave.
This is what I love about women. I love the femininity of women. I love the shape of a well proportioned fucking woman.
Square is a great shape.
That's what I love more than anything. That's why I like looking at fucking women. And it's not because that's what you're programmed to like. No, that's what I know I fucking like.
Exactly.
I've dated women from being a young kid up to this grown ass man sitting here telling me this shit right now. I've been between sizes with women. I know what size I fucking like. It ain't overweight. I can tell you that much. Yes, I like a good pair of big titties. You know why? Because they come on a small woman, not a 400-pound woman. It's just titties as big because of stomach holding them up. Oh no, that's not the same thing. Not the same thing whatsoever.
I'm
Big ass is
everyone.
cellulite. It's not a big ass. That's just a big body. Okay, that's not how that shit works. Fucking hell, you keep inflating the shit. You're gonna keep getting the same dumb shit. I appreciate women. That's why I'm hard on them. That's why I don't accept certain things. So I want it to go away. Just like certain people that don't like my personality in certain ways, go away. Because it's going to be what it is. That's called having standard. Don't everybody meet it, but I'm not imposing them on everybody. I'm not. I'm just saying that's not attractive. I tried it. It's not. It don't make my willy go up at all. Nothing. You can get nothing from me. I don't give a fuck if Lizzo big rich ass was like, "Oh, you're so handsome to me." It would not be happy for me. No. Oh, that's unfortunate because I don't find you attractive at all. Don't touch me.
No, it's not. It's being truthful.
Stranger danger. Like no, I don't even feel that. No.
Wait a minute, hold on. Sit your ass down. You said don't touch me.
Yeah, don't touch me.
Hell no.
Don't get it on me.
But hey, I don't know about y'all though, but lately, man, it's crazy, dude. Because like when I go to certain stores or whatever, man, like just going out to whatever establishment, I'll see guys, they're with these fugly, ugly motherfucking bitches, and they'll be looking back like with a mean mug to look and see like who's looking and shit, and
yeah, like ain't nobody looking at that
bitch.
If we really? We're talking about why is she with her? Why are you there? What is she doing? Let her go work that shit out. The time you spend
let her go work out.
Yeah, look, exactly.
I mean, she would literally be $350 with a bonnet. Look. And he had a bonnet, on too, bro.
What? Oh, come on.
What is it with these?
Oh gosh.
Fuck, that threw me. I had something I was going to say. About that shit.
Don't get me started because I'm starting to see pictures.
They had a bonnet on too.
Yeah, these dudes starting to wear bonnets now. I'm like,
that, right?
Come on.
That's a whole bitch. Why the fuck do you, as a man, have a bonnet on outside with another big bitch with a bonnet on outside?
Look who his role model was when he grew up in his house.
Oh my God, that's like, if that's not the blind leading the blind in the dark, or what? Like,
I'm sorry, the bonnet for me is just an automatic turn off. I don't care how fine she is when she takes that bonnet off.
That is so.
And the nigga had skinny jeans on
so
too.
Increasingly feminine. It's embarrassing to say that dude was a man. So, just tell me he was gay or something.
Nigga looking like a whole blow pop.
It might be a little understandable, not passable, but understandable.
Nah. He wasn't. He was trying to have a masculine presence about him. So no.
Hold up, y'all seen the video of the dude that was on the dude that was on the subway, that was like on like the little subway thing in Chicago, and the big chick that was holding him, and he was like, "I want to be free." She said, "No, you ain't gonna be free."
And you know what? It's funny, but it's not, because that's where you see a situation is that is bad, but then where Dr. T's talking about the abuse, this chick doesn't want to let him go. He just wants to get away from her. Mm-hmm. And people are laughing at it, and women can say it, but if you flipped it, imagine if that was a guy that was a big guy doing that, letting him go. People would be saying that's a problem.
To the rescue.
And a lot of women would be saying a lot of other stuff, and that dude been locked up and all the other stuff. But the problem is, you got this big bitch who don't want to let him go because of her insecurities. I don't care if he's the father of your kids, and leave him alone. But then she's saying you can't be. He said, "Let me go. I want to be free." And he's stating that you can't be free.
You ain't got no freedom.
And I'm like, think about that. But like, really think about the psychological ramifications that this black man, that's all we want. We just want peace and just want a little bit of freedom, but you can't. You can't have freedom in your life, but you got to deal with the drama with your own women. This man is definitely trying. I don't care what he has done, but he's walking away. He's trying to just get away from her, to just de-escalate and just to get away from her. But she won't let him because she's so used to the drama, and that's what she feeds off of it like a succubus. No, I need you. You are my fuel in order to keep this drama going on. Because if you're alone, I have to deal with my own problems, issues, and insecurities.
Not my problem.
You said succubus, and I was thinking that was a big girl. Yeah, you can't fight with somebody who can suck the meat off a whole chicken.
Boy, you hear me?
I mean, come on, man. Look,
That bitch
it sounds like fat
Green.
shaming. It's not fat shaming, but look, if it's acceptable in our society nowadays to be that goddamn big, then I don't have to like it though. I understand that as being my right. I don't have to like it. I don't have to say I like it. I don't. I can tell you just as plainly as I can tell you anything else. I don't like it. It's not for me. You can have all you want of it. Please do. Get enough of it so I don't have to see it at all. Take them all off the market. Yes. Make them honest with me. Whatever the fuck you're gonna do. Just do it and do it expeditiously. Shout out to Joe Clark.
But you already know, man. I like them a little big though, anyway, but not nowhere near no fucking Lizzo size. Nowhere near.
No, look, there's a range, and I'm really bad at this with female bodies and weights, right? There's a range that's okay with me because there are some what I would consider a big girl, but she's not 300 pounds.
Right.
Okay?
Oh God,
a big girl is not these big 300-pound land whales. No, that's not what I'm talking about. A big girl who's a little fluffy is all right. I'm not worried about that shit because it's all about, for a woman, how your body is proportioned, right? Like somebody else is throwing out the understanding, like if you, 5'3" and 200 or something pounds, yeah, that's a problem. You can't stretch you out and make you a whole other person. Okay, that's a problem. But if you won something close, okay, we'll see how this shit works. What does it look like? How is it proportioned? Some of that shit, nothing 300 pounds is appetizing to me, except for a steak.
I mean, but what do you think about guys? What do you think about guys that will say, because you are fucking a chick that is to them 15 shades heavier than than what they will fuck, and then they'll say you're fucking garbage and shit. But for you, artisan, that's like just perfect for you. You know what I mean? But these motherfuckers is just total dick shaming, slick dick policing, and
That's the fuck up. It ain't none of your business.
That's what I was going to say. Who listened to somebody trying to dick shame you about what you fuck?
Yeah.
Who does? I mean, even me talking about, I don't understand why these dudes fuck these big 400-pound chicks. You think that's going to, me saying something, you think they listening to me and that's going to stop them from sticking that dick in that big bitch, getting her pregnant? No, it's not. I think I just figured out why they get them pregnant. They can't get out. They can't get out. They didn't know they was in there.
Yeah.
Right? That, to me, look, where you put your dick is your business. I don't necessarily care. I don't have to like it, but I don't have to do it either. I don't have to live with the consequences. I only have to live with the consequences when you start blowing up this big bitch's head. It had these little bastard kids running around here that I, going out in the world, have to now deal with. I have to deal with her fucking attitude, and I have to deal with the kids. That's when it becomes my problem. And that's when I can say something about where the fuck you stick your dick. You need to cut that shit out. If I have to now start taking care of these motherfuckers, social systems and shit like that, Now you made it my problem where you put your dick. And now I have the right to start policing that shit. Just like the single mother with 5 kids with 5 baby daddies. Now I get the right to police your goddamn womb because you got all of them on some kind of support. You ain't taking care of them yourself. So now I get to say something about that shit because you asking me for money to do it. Now I get to say something about it. If you ain't asking me for no money about it, you do what the fuck you do. It's not my concern. But when you start going into my pocket for that shit and insulting me, now we got some concerns going on. Because I can tell you this right now, I don't think anybody on this planet will fuck what I stuck my dick in. And my son's mother ain't small. She got a big old ass, but she also heavy now. So yeah, she got a big old ass that looked like, you got a cow walking behind you. Yeah, she do. But she was getting bigger. And I met her in high school when she was small. She ain't small no more. That's way back in the day. That's why I say every dude, the only thing that wants to fuck as much as a horny teenage boy is a big teenage girl. Kind of heavy teenage girl. That's why I say every man got one of them in his closet. Because before you had standards, you had access. Somebody gave you access. It's probably that big chick that was trying to make sure she gave you some access so she can get some herself. Because that was her shot.
Hey, but it's crazy though, man. Chicks like Holly Berry though kept her size.
Because Holly Berry is in the industry where her size mattered to her. Holly Berry is about 50-something years old, right? So she came up in the industry where she understood that there is an image that you have to fit, and you need to fit that image. And you get more roles if you look sexy and thin and shit like that. There ain't a bunch of roles for this goofy ass bitch that's starring in this Rings of Power shit, playing a fucking hairy chin dwarf. That's your get on. They making fun of the fact that you a big fat black chick, idiot. But you want to be a celebrity? That's the role they gave. You say, "Fuck it, I'll take it." Okay. Yep. Shut up about it when nobody don't like it. Shut up about it when nobody likes it. Don't be mad at us.
You know, I've seen the bad girl though. Since y'all mentioned bad girl earlier, I've seen the one with the white girl in it with the dyke white chick, but I haven't seen the one with the black chick in it. I was like, if it's gonna be anything like, I'm good. I'm like, I got other. That's how I prioritize that shit. I got other shit, this badass that I gotta get to, so I ain't gonna waste my fucking time with that feminist shit.
Somebody had mentioned it. I want to say it was the conversation that Edward was in on Mr. Z, where they're talking about this whole big ass thing where it came in. And I think it was on Roger Report because Black Uru Strikes was on there and he was trying to tell him where the shit came in with the hip hop and shit. Came in with this song right here that Aria and Akateki sing. That's where the big ass thing came in. It didn't come in necessarily with the hip hoppers. Yes, they had chicks in their videos, but go back and look at some of those videos and what the hot chicks were in rap videos back in the 90s and shit. They was thin chicks with nice, shapely, athletic asses. That rump shaking video that everybody was jerking off to, there ain't no fat chicks in that video. Not a one.
So Mix-a-Lot's video?
Dance around. I want to do a zoom. That shit had niggas like, oh, fucker, what video is this? That's all 357 was good for, being hot chicks in skimpy outfits with nice bodies. That's where the big ass came from. The problem is when it got to, I think this might have came later. Problem is after a point in the 90s, big chicks start showing their ass too. Like, well, I got a bigger ass than her. But you're fat.
Well, you can blame Monique for that though, Joe.
I don't blame Monique for this shit. I don't. Monique is a product of this shit just like anything else. She capitalized on it. I can't blame her for it. She capitalized on it. Because before it became a thing, Monique was an underknown fucking comic. Big comics didn't do well before a certain time. You know that, right? Big fat comedians didn't do well at all. You never saw their ass because they didn't look good on television. People who produce television shows and shit like that didn't want their big asses up there. They're not appealing. television works on selling you something, selling you an idea of some kind of perfection. How does some kind of perfection work that has some big ass person up there, 400 pounds, in a suit or not? It doesn't work to sell you shit. I don't think we're gonna run a 24-hour fitness ad after this show, are we? No. No, we're not gonna sell dietary supplements and all that shit on this show with the big person. I'm like, fuck no. No, it doesn't work that way. But after a point, that's where that started becoming the thing. And the thing I remember was 24-hour fitness billboard. It was a big deal here in California when they put the show up. And the billboard said, when the aliens come, they're going to eat the fat ones first.
Damn.
I had the same response you did, but like I thought that shit was hilarious. They put it up right in San Francisco by the freeway. They had a whole campaign
to turn
fucking shit. That's where I first heard this whole fat shaming shit. That was before 2000. They had a whole campaign how wrong that shit was to take that fucking billboard down because it was fat shaming. I'm like, wait a minute, it's a fitness company. If aliens came and they wanted to eat people, I would start eating the fat ones first. I'm getting me a meal. What are you upset about? That you fat or that they pointed it out? You didn't want anybody pointing it out. Well, you didn't have to have somebody point it out. Everybody can see your big ass. Like,
hey, boy, when I be seeing some big women will be walking to the damn grocery store, boy.
What's that?
Man, they be looking mad as hell when they be walking in the damn grocery store, man. I'm like, girl, you mad because you big.
Yeah, don't be mad at me. I didn't make you big. Well, it's McDonald's fault. It ain't McDonald's fault. It's the fact that you keep eating McDonald's every day is the fault. Now let's do. It wouldn't be a Sunday if we don't do a little bit of nostalgia for you motherfuckers. Fair use. Now this is your video vixens in the great age of hip hop, which was the 90s. And this is a classic video for one reason and one reason only, because it has some fine ass chicks in it.
Especially the light skin.
You tell me when you put a one in the chat when you see a really big girl.
All I wanna do is on my zoom, 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 and a boom, boom. All I wanna do is on my zoom, 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 and a boom, boom. Check, baby, 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, baby, 1, 2, 3. Check, baby, 1, 2. Check, baby, 1.
It's cold. It's just like sweeter than candy. I'm feeling manly and your shake is coming in handy. Slide on my clothes from New York down by your Virginia. Tickling you around Delaware before I enter.
I'm sorry. I said a girl on somebody's shoulders. Can you do that
A tickle can make the night complete. Now since you got the body of the year, come and get the award. Here's a hint, it's like a long, sharp sword. Flip tails and let me see you shake it up like dice. The way you shake it up is turning mighty men to mice. But A plus got a surprise, that's a backbreaker. Now let me see you shake it up like a rough shaker.
All I wanna do is zoom, 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 and a boom, boom.
Fair use.
All I wanna do is zoom, 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 and a boom, boom.
You're muted.
Artisan, you're muted, bro.
You're muted. He got all hyped up, man, looking at all that old nostalgic Generation X ass. Somebody type in the chat that he's muted.
Yeah.
2000s, I'm sorry. No one.
Oh, there you go.
I blame that on Trick Daddy and all that. Because the brothers in the South like big chicks. Because chicks in the South is kind of bigger. I get that. So with the rise of hip hop going to the South and everybody blowing up in the South, you saw bigger chicks. The only person before that you saw have big chicks in this video was fucking Redman. He was making a joke about that shit.
Yeah.
I'll be there. And he put all big chicks in his video because it became such a stereotype to have fit, big, nicely shaped women in your videos dancing. So he just made a joke out of that shit.
Jay-Z had some decent looking chicks in his video when it was an old video too. When it was when they had a boat and shit. I forgot, and it was another artist who was featuring somebody else. So
Pittman, Hey Poppy. Yep.
Shit, that was the 90s. In the 90s, look, you had to be fit. You had to be nice looking so you can get in the swimsuit. Dudes had to actually have some muscles so you can have your guns out, have your shirt off. Because Jodeci bony asses was out there half naked. So you can see you say, yeah, look at my emaciated belly. Hey.
Ooh, yeah.
Ooh, yeah, I need a sandwich, right? That's what it was about. All of a sudden, that shit turned. It was all about being big. Monique had her hatred because she was growing up in the same time I was. She wasn't getting no play. That's why she could be mad at thin bitches.
Skinny
That's what
bitches.
became her comedy routine. Because you know comedians build their comedy routines from their pain. What's Monique's pain? Not being a skinny bitch. And not getting the men she wanted because she wasn't a skinny bitch. That's why she went after skinny bitches. To try to shame you for being small. When that's how you're supposed to be. You get big. You don't get small. You get big. If I stop working out and stop doing physical work, I would get huge as fuck. That's a response to something not happening. It's not the natural state. So when people tell you dumb shit and think, well, it kind of makes sense. No, think about it yourself. So pregnant women get big if they can get small after the baby is trying. They do it quicker when they exercise. Even walking.
Good brothers.
The thong song. We're not doing the thong song.
That'd be a whole different thing. I'm about to go. I'm gonna call it in, y'all, because I got to take a shower and I got to go eat my dinner.
No worries.
Your brothers have a blessed night. Have a blessed tomorrow week, and
you too, man. You have a blessed one too, bro.
You too, Malika. Check out The Samaritan if you get a chance. I'm gonna watch that shit today.
I gotta see how the way I feel, and I'll probably see it this week so we can talk about it. But I gotta see how the way I feel when I get out of the shower when I sit down to eat my dinner tonight.
I understand how you feel. Don't even worry about that. You're good. You're good.
But I know I will definitely take a look at it this week. I'll probably look at it tomorrow because tomorrow's my day off. So I'll definitely knock it out. But
yeah, I might take tomorrow off. I feel like I should.
But your brothers stay blessed. Be safe tomorrow and the rest of the week. And
you stay blessed, bro.
Thank you, Aria. I will. I gotta figure out when I'm gonna cook if I feel like cooking.
Yeah. Hey, cook to your heart's content, damn it, and eat like a king. Shit.
Yes, sir.
I can't eat like a king, man. Keto diet don't make you eat like a king, brother.
Oh,
shit.
Keto diet.
Yeah, do what you do, bro. Make it taste as good as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I eat like a duke on a budget.
Hey. As long as you get satisfied. All right, Bubba.
All right, peace out, yo.
Peace, Malika.
Yeah.
That was the Malika me bang.
Mm-hmm.
Kayla with Monica.
But yeah, what time that damn episode come out today of that damn House of Dragons?
I'm on West Coast, so it comes out about 8 or 9. So I got some time to watch some Samaritan and go on to House of the Dragon, because I'm interested in that show. Not that I know anything about it. It did a better job of convincing me to want to see what else is going on in the show in one episode than She-Hulk did too. I'll tell you that show. So I'll be watching that tonight. I will check out the Samaritan. Just like Arya says she thinks it's 9 p.m. I trust Arya. She'll be up on the shit. I'm ready for the new dragon. I'm ready for the new dragon too. I want to see, because that dragon they showed last episode, he was kind of something.
Well, yeah, right. I mean, shit, 'cause that nigga retired. That's the only reason. That's the only reason why I'm watching the show, because of the damn dragons.
That's it. Like, what else do you need in fantasy? Black folks love dragons. I ain't seen it.
Yeah, why do you think Skyrim's still popular? Oops.
I have not seen
Man.
anything with dragon before. In the actual mythology for African type of dragon. Because Asians have their dragon, which is serpentine kind. The Europeans have their style of dragon, which is the 4 legs and shit like that. Almost. I haven't seen what the African type of dragon would be. I don't think they have dragons in the
Yeah, because I'm like, yeah, because the king ain't nothing to look at because shit, he's fucked up. That motherfucker got a wound on him looking something nasty.
Yeah, that motherfucker. They showed that shit last week when he had that little pustule on his back. I said, "Ooh, that motherfucker got the grayscale." I was like, "Oh, this is bad for him." Look, like I'm saying, I don't know the story, but I'm looking at it because I know the Game of Thrones, right? The Ice and
Yeah.
Fire shit. I'm looking at that. So they look like grayscale. Ugh. Yep.
I mean, because I would assume though, I would rightly assume that your ass would like read the books and shit. You know what I mean? So that's a surprise though that you aren't really that hip to it.
I didn't know. I don't know everything, and I've said that many times. I don't know everything. I came to Game of Thrones late after the show was on, and I showed them the book that I got for Christmas in 2012. Right, I got the book because I was getting into what the hell is the show. There's some stuff that I haven't read at all. There's some stuff I haven't read. That's what keeps geekdom fresh for me. I don't know everything. I never said that I know everything. I know what I know, and I know what I don't. And I don't have a problem saying no. I don't know anything about that. But that's to me that's the great place to be in because I can come to it something new and have the experience of enjoying this now. You come to it when you come to it in geekdom. That's how I see it. You come to it when you come to it, right?
Look at me and the
Like,
boys.
I didn't know about the Isaac Asimov and the Foundation series until BGS started talking about it. But as soon as I found out about it, and I read that whole series, I am a firm fan of the Foundation series. I am. Because I found it when I found it. It meant more to me that I read it at the age that I was now, but in my 40s, than I think it would have made to me if I'd have read it when I was younger. I wouldn't have had a context for all the rest of the stuff that was happening. So look, like I used a joke on BGS just last week. He was saying he told me about the docking bay for my hard drive. And I made a joke about him. Like, yeah, that was pretty quick, Cheddar. Well, that's a Foundation joke. If you don't know who Cheddar Hummon is, you don't understand that Cheddar Hummon is a fucking robot. But BGS gave me an answer about some computer shit like that. I'm like, man, that's cool, man. You're a real person. You're AI. You're AI. But that's because he shared his knowledge of something that I had not read. And that intrigued me. So I went back to that material and learned it and read all of it. And it's become something that I really love because of it. To me, that's what geekdom is good for, is giving you those stories that intrigues other people to pick it up and read it. The shit that I'm seeing now does not do that. I can't tell you about a She-Hulk show and try to intrigue you to watch the show, read the comic. It's not anything to do with the fucking comic. And the show is shit. So what are you wanting people to get from this? A social message? What makes me care about the character? I don't care about this character. The character's a fucking bitch so far. A dumbass one at that. So what am I interested in? Nothing. So it's not driving anybody to want to read a She-Hulk book. And if they did, they wouldn't be seeing this shit. They'd be confused. Like, this doesn't match up. No, it doesn't. Thankfully.
I guess what they want you to see is, I'm independent.
I'm an independent lawyer. I have the life everybody dreams of. No, you don't. You're a goofy chick without a decent haircut. No, man. But you can't figure out glass doors. And now you have super strength, which is stupid. I'm worried about getting catcalled. I want to see how that comic works when they have her in her sparkly dress getting out on the red carpet. and being whistled and hooted at. I bet you don't say, "Oh, that's shaming. You're objectifying me." No, you play this shit up, don't you? Because it's bullshit without any substance. I'm reinvesting Invincible again. I love the comic.
Yeah, as I would relay that though,
The
yeah,
show
man, because
got
like
me
that.
too. The Invincible show got me mad that I didn't read the comic. I remember when that comic first came out. I remember seeing the first episode. Earphones. I remember seeing the first episode on the comic book shelf, but I didn't read it. Didn't read it. I was reading some other shit at that time that I was into. After seeing the show, I was like, damn, I should have read that shit. That was awesome. I didn't expect that at all. The drawing just looked too simple to me, and it didn't grab me because it looked too simple. So that's why I didn't read it. I see the costume and say, okay, this is the icon character, not icon character, but the iconic character because it's the Image comic, and basically his costume is the Image eye. That's his costume. And his costume looks like a character design for one of my characters already that I had. I'm like, oh, fuck, I can't do that.
You're right though, Artisan. When I first watched that show, I was like this. I'm like, okay, this is just a generic, superhero thing. So I was like, look, I'll just watch it to the end. Man, that last 15 minutes. Oh, I was like, what the?
Shit,
I'm like, what did I just watch?
15 minutes just set a new bar.
Yeah,
Because
I'm like, what did I just watch?
Before that last 15 minutes of Invincible, you thought Homelander was the biggest fucking threat in geekdom until you saw Omni-Man try to teach his son a lesson.
Yeah.
Shit. He took that boy to the learning tree for real. Like, God.
Yeah, I seen that little clip. I seen a clip of that. But other than that, I've never seen the Invincibles. But after that, I was convinced. I'm like, yep, I'm putting this shit on the list to watch.
That's another show that's coming back that I'm looking forward to. Because Invincible was the show. I gotta see where that goes from there. And that was a damn cartoon. Awful comic. And everybody was shocked like that. Put that in the comic book? Yeah, it was worse in the comic. But oh my God, dude, I'm remiss. I'm sorry that I did not read that.
Yeah, Invincible gets really fucked up in the comics.
So I'd heard shit over the years about what was going on in Invincible. I just never read it. I knew it was good because it's Kirk. I met Kirk. He's cool. He's a cool dude, right? But some shit I just don't get into right away. Like Walking Dead, I didn't get into that shit. I wasn't interested in zombies like that. But when I watched the actual show and understood the story wasn't the zombies, the story was the people. They are the Walking Dead. The zombies is just backdrop. Then it became more interesting to me. It's like, oh, I get it now. This is actually more interesting because it's about these relationships with these people. The zombies is just shit in the back. It's like, there's a shark in the water. Okay, fuck it, be out on the boat. Don't go in the water. Shark.
The next thing.
What's that?
Kill it. Next topic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the story was more about the people who survived and how they devolved, rather than there's zombies all over the place. Can you kill all these zombies? It's not even the most important part of this shit. It's not. That's the backdrop. So, there was some stuff I didn't get to right there. It just happens. It happens. I can't read everything. I can't watch everything all at the same time. I don't do it. I don't have that kind of time. I've never had that kind of life. But I watch the stuff I do watch, I get into, and I learn about it, all of it. Not bits and pieces, all of it, analog, all of it. And so that's why I know. If I didn't see it, I didn't see it. But I don't have a problem with somebody teaching me about it, what they liked about it, to see if it piques my interest anymore to go back and watch it. That's why I read the Foundation series. I ran through the rest of the Doom series. I watched start reading through the Drizzt series. These are all recommendations out of this space for people who could convey to me what they like about the story in some kind of intellectual fucking fashion. And it got me to read those stories. And they were right every time. Because that's what I respond to. No, maybe I haven't delved deep enough. But no, I will go back and do it. I will do my due diligence, especially if you can sell me on it. Cool. I'll go back and report. And I haven't been disappointed with any of those. I love the Drizzt character. Shout out to G Serotonin for that show. For me taking the time to listen to him talking about what he liked, what he was growing up on reading in the trap house, when everybody else was shitting on it for. No, what do you got to say? What is it? Tell me what's going on with this. What do you want to say about this? And he told me. And that kind of resonated with me, how he was explaining it, because only a person who's actually read the material can explain it to you. Okay, let me go back and read this shit. Love that character. Love that character. Can't wait. I'm on the 4th book now, because I just finished Soldier. Now he's going to go off and become a ranger. Cool. He out of the Underdark, he in the overworld. As a black elf, which everybody is yeah, this is the Negro plight right here. He's a drizzle. He's that dark elf. They always up here for some trouble. Learning the language and everything else. Okay, I'm down. The last book was kind of rushed halfway through, but I'm down. I don't have any problems with this shit. It's like there with the foundations. Love it. Read it multiple times already. And that was just in what, 2 years' time?
Hey, Artisan, I'm about to beam out.
Yep, I'm beaming out too. Because we're almost 6 hours here, and I'm just talking.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Yeah, I'm about to dip out too. I gotta eat and shit. So, but thanks for having me on, bro.
Oh, no problem. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm still gonna be looking around, finding some more stuff to watch since She-Hulk was so terrible.
Yeah.
I did watch Lower Decks. It was okay.
Lower Decks is supposed to be funny.
Yeah, it is. It's like I said. It's like a cross between the Next Generation and The Simpsons.
Next Generation and The Simpsons? Okay. I thought that's what the Orville was supposed to be. Orville ended up being a better Star Trek show.
Yeah, that's what. I'm glad you said that. That's what I need to go watch.
And it's just a spoof. It's basically just a spoof of Star Wars, Star Trek. That's
what I need to go watch. Orville, because people. I heard a lot of people say it's like a newer Next Generation.
We were watching it in the shop for a while because my boy Zach was watching. This is a funny show. There's some funny shit going on in the show. But that was fans of Star Trek. Fans making a show that actually has some position in Hollywood, so they just made a show. And it's actually good. Go figure.
I think I'll go watch that.
I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and go out of here. I'm gonna go ahead and close out. Get off of here. So
Scotty, bring me up.
Do anything. Just stop talking. Yeah, they'd be beaming out back to the Federation space for instant media. Ray, you got any final thoughts you want to share with the peoples?
Oh shit, no. Just basically, just keep yourself, with open mind and and just juggle stuff, as best as you can, because there's a lot of awesome shit out there, I know. Just it's best not to just stay on just one thing, or just one set of stuff, to navigate in. But hey, for some people, that's their comfort zone, I guess. But yes, but thank you though, bro. And you right too. And I don't like when shit's rushed. And it's best to, uphold patience. And that's what they fail to realize. If they would apply that patience in their craft, to not rush shit, then, then it's possible where you may have came out with a masterpiece, you dumbasses.
Mm-hmm. It could have been better than the bullshit you produced. So,
yeah.
Appreciate you,
Well, yeah, and also too, and bro, if you got time to, whenever, check out my vid, if you can. Like I said, with keeping in mind what you said earlier, you got a bunch of shit, you're juggling and all that, but yeah, I'm thinking about covering the, the House of Dragons, this new episode. So,
hey, do that. Do that. Okay, look, cover everything.
I mean, not because yeah, because I really don't like Damon. I really don't like Damon. I really don't.
You don't like David. You,
No,
that that
that
reasoning right there
racist piece
is
of
why you
shit.
should cover the show. Is why you should cover the show because you already invested. You already know I'm not liking this motherfucker right here. But you're gonna watch the show to see what he does. That's like Littlefinger in
Mhm.
Game of Thrones. Nobody liked Littlefinger, but he ended up
Little
being that character that you could rely on to be that dick dastardly motherfucker. Like I knew he was up to some shit. Well, I can't wait to see you get killed. I'm sticking around till they kill your ass. I'm waiting till they
hmm
because you can't keep fucking over all these people and getting away with it. No, they need to get you.
Yep. And them motherfuckers in Hollywood, they know this shit too. They know this shit.
Yeah, because he played that role so well. I've seen him in other movies. It's always that's Littlefinger. That's how good he played it. He ain't even got a fucking name. His name is Littlefinger. Like the whole acting,
The
he
oddest
lost his
name of
name to
anything
play
I've seen
Littlefinger in
that's
real life.
created on film.
Yeah, it don't matter what role he played. What movie did I see him in? I can't even remember the name of that character in that movie he was in. Don't remember the actor's name, but I'm like, that's Littlefinger. That motherfucker ate me up to
Yeah.
no good. And sure enough, the character he was playing was up to no good. I fucking knew it because it's Littlefinger. Play it too much.
Oh man, just some motherfuckers got that natural born sinister, role that they have in them, where they just look at them like, yeah, you're only fit for sinister roles.
Yeah, he takes Alan Rickman's place for me. Alan Rickman died. R.I.P. to Alan Rickman because he was my quintessential good villain, right?
hmm
Villain with some class. The dude that played Littlefinger, I can't remember his name. He's a good replacement. He is the worthy successor to being the Alan Rickman. So I'll watch whatever you in. I'll always be looking at you with side eyes. So
Right. Oh man, I thought he was the dude that played in Fifth Element. That one
oh,
where boss
Gary Oldman.
villain
No,
boss.
he's not Gary Oldman. Gary Oldman is an awesome actor too, but no, that's not Gary Oldman. Yeah, that's a different dude.
Oh,
That's what Game of
okay,
Thrones
yeah.
is good for. They had a lot of awesome actors in that show that got better in that show.
I'm gonna do my research on him too. Fucking
Yeah,
little finger.
but definitely watch that House of Dragons because I like Matt Smith. I know Damon up to some shit.
hmm
I can't say too much about the rest of the characters who I'm liking, not liking. I do want to see what's happening with the king because I know he's gonna have to get out of there soon.
Yeah, he's fucking sick. And it pissed me off too when I'm like his councilman, right? Real quick before I get off. I'm like, dude, motherfucker, I'm like, yeah, I would have been to cuss these motherfuckers out. I'm like, look, y'all worry about who's gonna be king, motherfucker, and I'm grieving.
Yeah,
Fuck
I'm like,
y'all.
yeah, exactly. That's the same shit I was in. Oh, I said that watching the show when they was doing all that shit. He's in that little small council meeting. I'm like, his wife just died, nigga. He just decided to kill his wife to save his baby. That died afterwards. This is the wrong goddamn time. I'd have been taking heads in it. If I was a king, I would have been up there taking heads, dude.
Right, and you see, right, the doctor was holding the baby. The baby lived for what, like 2 or 3 minutes,
Yeah, that's
and
what I was like.
he
I
was
was shocked.
rocking the
Like,
baby. He looked at
he
the
died.
king. He was like, he noticed the baby, was dying. When I seen it, I'm like, okay, because I rewinded back. I'm like, oh, he fucking did that shit. He looked up and was rocking it like he was scared of the reaction of the king and shit. When he found out the baby's died, and I'm like, man, they confirmed it too in the next scene. They showed it. I'm like,
Yeah,
oh fuck, man.
I'm like, oh, fuck, the baby died too. I was like, oh, damn, dude, that's so fucked up. But
Man, and those kind of scenes, fuck me up when I see that, man, because I had past experiences where, I had one brother, or one who was a brother, but he's cast down from that position, and some deal with him, with in that kind of situation, with a kid being, yeah, and
not
yeah, so
born,
that.
still born. Yeah, that's tough, especially
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
really,
It's
if
so
you
tough
really
to
want
where
a
I
child.
still I still hold it against them, brother Artisan. You know what I mean? Like I'm working. That's between me and God on that. So, what I mean? I still want to stump the dude's face in to this day. But yeah,
Better
but yeah,
angels. Better angles. You'll get it. You'll
So
get it.
that's another reason why I'm invested, brother.
Yeah. So you got your
You know.
reasons. That's why you should do the review, because you bring all that to the review. You bring that experience to the review, because this is what would make your review of the show different from anybody else's who did a review of the show, because you're bringing your personal experience to that show, to that review, and your mindset, how you see it. Everybody doesn't see shit the way you do it. So that's why I'm saying you should do that shit. I watch the shit. Go link out there for your
And
time.
little snooty ass warrior, little princess, dragon princess, bitch. Bitch, sit your ass down. Gonna tell your mother, you know what I mean? Hell, in the beginning, gonna say, I'd rather get my horse and, you know, whatever, and ride in the battle of glory. And instead of, you know, being a woman, you know, and
Yeah,
exercising your
she don't
royal
want to
room
be
like
the
you
typical.
should.
Yeah, she don't want to be the typical woman. So all right, here we go with this prey shit. I want to be out there with the warriors. Sure you do. Sure you do.
Boy,
You want
man,
to
I
be
wanted to
flying.
take a damn. I done broke my screen, boy, with my belt, boy.
Look at girl. She ain't done sacrifice a lesbian in one scene, and then the next scene she just want to be on her dragon flying and letting it burn up for people. I said, you know, a dragon is a male, right? So you still need male power.
All right. Crazy ass shit, man. Oh, God. I
Whatever.
just,
Have fun.
yeah.
Let me go ahead and get out of here.
Yeah, I got to get out, bro.
Thank
Yeah.
you for
So,
coming.
thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. All right, y'all. So I'm gonna close
All
this
right.
out now. We did about 6 hours and did not get 10 contributors. You know what that means? I'm getting shorter show next week. I'm getting for what happened to get that shit kind of sad. Lucy said, you see her and her friend look like, that's why I said she low key gay in the first scene when she was laid up in the damn under the elderwood tree and shit like that. The godwood, laid up under the godwood. Like, really? Okay, so she a feminist and a lesbian. Okay, let's just move this shit along. Let's just move it along. There's gonna be a love triangle with her and the king and his daughter, right? Because you know her friend that they hooked up with the king, right? Okay. Okay, so she's gonna be man, you're repressing yourself. You're not being your true self because you're not being like whatever. It's just I wish I make it. I wish I was. Well, thank you to everybody who came up. Excuse me. On this different stream. We will have to get 10 contributors next time, or I will not be doing the show past an hour. I'll shut the show off because that's ridiculous. It looks like I'm asking a lot. 10 is not even 10% of the audience. So we're gonna see what we get next time. Gave it to you this time, but I gotta stop doing this shit. That's not good business. That's not good business. But thank you to everybody that showed up on the stream. We had 6 people at one time. Like, God damn it. This is why I hate fucking earphones with cords. And Ray Hama, AB Media, The Lack of Meat Banging, Beast of Nerve, and Charles Faulkner Jr. up here at one time. That was cool. Had a little geek on. I didn't see my boy BT this time, so he must be mad at me. Okay, I piss off one person a day. I didn't try to. So, appreciate you folks for coming through today. Sharing some time with me on Sunday. Oh, I had, forgot. My bad. BTU. For the text that came up with a sign off with thanks, appreciate you, Terry. And those lips. Appreciate you, Arya, for being in the chat. I do like the room we're brave enough to hang in here with the fellas and not get all butt hurt from the harsh talk and criticism that we can live with at times about women that we've dealt with and what we've seen as a whole. We want this shit to be better. We don't have to have these complaints about this shit. We want to actually be able to like this shit just like we like everything else. So, I'm Artisan of City. This has been Shop Rock Live. We do this every Sunday at 11 a.m. Pacific Time, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We do it every Sunday, rain and shine. I will be here for you to do this and talk over this shit. So, catch you guys next time. Do like, share, subscribe, click the bell when you subscribe because I do go live randomly throughout the week. And so pop in for that. So lend your voice to the conversation. So what you got to say. So I'm Artist MC. And for now, the shop is closed. Thank you guys for coming through. See you next time. Peace.
Light that shit up, man.
It's all good, my nigga.
Damn, nigga, you done gave me a lot of don't work.
Get
nigga.
up out the wind, nigga. Roll up the window.
Damn.
Nigga, stop playing it like the fucking joint. Man, I'm tired of stressing, man. We going through this shit all motherfucking year, man.
I be wondering about that shit too.
Nigga, I'm gone off this shit. And I'm not trained no motherfucking joke. Pass that motherfucking
Easy
drink,
SD is in this.
I wonder if niggas is going off this shit like we is, my niggas. Man, pass me the motherfucking
Ain't no
joint,
motherfucking
nigga.
joke,
Pass me
boy.
the joint. Nigga, we sick with this shit. Sometimes I wonder about these old times. I'm trying to get away, but I'm stuck on the grind. Some people say I'm wrong. Some people say I'm crazy. But motherfuckers mad cause they just can't fade me. I stay on my toes. I'm living kinda fat. I'm hustling like a soldier. I gotta watch my back. I'm living on the edge. They try to push me over. I got a little older and got a little bolder. 5-0 scandalous. They all on my bumpers. Why these motherfuckers wanna try to bring me under? I pray to the Lord. My daughter's feeling strong. My mom's feeling too. She asking me to come home. This weather's hella sick. We need to come together. Why folks changing with this janky ass weather? I found the bomb cause I hate what I go through. Strapped in the cuts cause somebody's trying to kill me. But that ain't shit. Cause man, I'm about my dough. Staying on top, trying to keep a steady flow. To stop the beat the scene, I make a nigga think. Would I pop this nigga if I wasn't off the drink? But man, I ain't tripping, cause it's all fucking good. I woke up something tough with my fucking hood. Trying to jack a young nigga, man, you might die. Living by the trigger. I wonder why. Sometimes I wonder why these bitches trying to play me. Sometimes I wonder, man, why these niggas trying to play me. Sometimes I wonder why these police trying to play me. Sometimes I wonder why these bitches trying to play me. Sometimes I wonder why these niggas trying to play me. Sometimes I wonder, man, why these police trying to play me. Sometimes I wonder why these bitches trying to play me. Sometimes I wonder why these niggas trying to play me. Sometimes I wonder while I'm sipping on the JD, is this gonna be the day? Cause everything is looking shady. My mind is going sick. I guess it's the dank. My mama tell me, son, stay off the streets, but I can't a nigga use to the turf. That's your motherfucking part. Set out to be a hustler from the very start. What am I gonna do with my motherfucking life while living by a gag to protect my backside? There they go, they recognize the motherfucking truths. Still looking from the suckers in the motherfucking blue. Just another dead hit on the on duty cop. 7 wounds to the chest from the lightweight Glock. These motherfucking pigs bout got a nigga thinking I got a big bitch, but she might be scheming on the E. Double snaps cause a true blue rap. I'll shoot her to the left, then collect my death. Blindsided by the thought about the motherfucker who'll get hella high and try to play me for a buster. I hope that nigga know I ain't for the shows. I'm living way strong, I break a nigga nose. It's shit like this, they got the number on Rook annoyed. I know I'm overstuck, but now roll another joint. Where is all this going? You know what I mean? Smoke up a part 2 of this tapped out dream, bitch. Sometimes I wonder why these bitches tryna play. Sometimes I wonder, boy, why these niggas tryna play. Sometimes I wonder why these police tryna play. Sometimes I wonder, man, why these bitches tryna play. Sometimes I wonder why these niggas tryna play. Sometimes I wonder, man, why these police tryna play. Sometimes I wonder why these bitches tryna play. Sometimes I wonder why these niggas tryna play. Sometimes I wonder why these bitches tryna play. Sometimes I wonder, man, why these niggas tryna play. Sometimes I wonder why these police tryna play. Sometimes I wonder why these bitches tryna play. Yeah, what's up, y'all? This the E-double-Z in this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? For the 9 Trey 9 4 shot, ain't nobody going out. You know, skip dog in this motherfucker with the motherfucking M-A-double-D. We at this. Yeah, Jay Spin is in the house. What's up, my Frisco North Beach niggas? Yeah, Young Walk in the house. Saying what's up to my 206 niggas and my nigga Young Ryder, nigga, what's happening? And you know I can't forget them A-Wall niggas, you know what I'm saying? Motherfucking be legit in the click crew, you know what I'm saying? My motherfucking niggas is in the back door, is in this motherfucker. Yeah, the mob boss, Mike Mosley, Sam Boss, nigga Flat Top, and Rodney, you know what I'm saying? We at K-Lo Studios with Squirt and Ken, yeah.